Subhoodie. Dowfather Crimson Bright stared at Subhoodie. He couldn't resist from saying, "Is this really true? Do you think I'd lie to you about something like this?" Subhoodie sat there, calmly drinking his wine. "You shouldn't be so shocked. We've already had multiple realm wars against the seamless gate within the 3 realms. It isn't odd for one to have begun within your Crimson Bright realm." Dowfather Crimson Bright nodded slowly. Only now did he sit down, then sigh. "Right. Sooner or later, a realm war was going to come to my Crimson Bright realm. But now that it really is happening, I still feel pained. My disciples, my students, they've been by my side for countless ages. They are all like my own children. But now, I'm going to watch them fight within a realm war. Watch them die, one by one." Subhoodie nodded slowly. He, too, had many disciples. He knew exactly how Crimson Bright felt. They were all born as true gods of primordial chaos, and as such had no actual children. Their cherished disciples were as important to them as actual children were to ordinary mortals. This was amplified by the fact that they would often spend countless ages training and accompanying their disciples, resulting in extremely deep relationships. Perhaps, as major powers, they would have the mental fortitude to watch one of their disciples die without interfering. But when nearly all of their disciples were facing possible death, of course they would truly feel heartache and panic. How many of them were truly willing to suddenly become alone and bereft of all their loved ones? Subhoodie. Dowfather Crimson Bright nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your warning. If it wasn't for you, Xianxia's side would have been doomed." Subhoodie just chuckled, lifting his cup of wine and continuing to drink in a leisurely fashion. "Right? Since they planned to ambush Xianxia's forces," Crimson Bright suddenly said, "should I do the same? I can openly send some limited reinforcements, while secretly prepare a vicious little trap for them. Shall we give them a taste of their own medicine?" "Impossible." Subhoodie shook his head. "You know exactly how formidable the Seamless Gate's intelligence network is. It is far too difficult for you to mobilize your forces without the Seamless Gate finding out, even if we really were so lucky as to avoid discovery. Do you have any idea as to how many Empyrean gods and true immortals the Seamless Gate has actually sent?" "How many?" Crimson Bright immediately asked. 66, Subhoodie said calmly. "They include the 6 dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian and the 9 cloud mist fairies." Crimson Bright's face instantly became ugly to behold. "They also number amongst the ranks the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, who recently caused the Buddhists to suffer catastrophic losses," Subhoodie said. "What? They came as well?" The look on Crimson Bright's face completely changed. But, this is merely a war against my Crimson Bright realm. For the Seamless Gate to summon the 6 from Mount Tonglian and the 9 from the Cloud Mist Creek is one thing. But they even summoned the 3 from Mount Dragoneater. Unless a Dao Father acted against them, it could be said that those 3 mighty dire monster gods were nigh invincible. "How should I know?" Subhoodie shook his head. "No matter what, the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater have indeed gone to the Grand Xia." What Subhoodie didn't realize was that the reason why the God King had sent the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater was because he wanted to neatly and cleanly get rid of the troublesome Jining. As the God King saw it, Jining had already mastered a soul heart force technique. Once he became a pure Yang true immortal, his Heaven Punisher would probably be a match for those 3 dire monster gods, all by itself. In truth, the God King had guessed wrongly. The number of figures within the 3 realms who had truly mastered a soul heart force technique could be counted on 2 hands. No matter how monstrously talented Jining was, and despite him having been taught the Heart Sutra of Old Man Yuan, he had only been able to just barely gain a basic level of skill in the technique. He couldn't even be considered as being an expert in it, much less have mastered it. However, this decision to get rid of Jining was indeed the right decision for the Seamless Gate. This was because, although Ning had only just reached a basic level of skill, as time went on his skills in the Soul Heart Force technique would only grow more and more profound, and he would prove to be a greater and greater threat. "I've said everything I came to say," Subhoodie said. "Crimson Bright, deal with this information as you see fit." After speaking, Subhoodie disappeared into thin air, and the distorted field of space once more went back to normal. Tao Father Crimson Bright waved his hand, collecting the table of wine in front of him, then glanced downwards. The Empyrean gods and true immortals seated below him could now see him again. They were all very puzzled, but none of them dared to ask. "You've all seen the Winesun Realm's Realm War," Tao Father Crimson Bright said, pointing towards the round mirror of light. Everyone present was puzzled. What of it? Were they about to be sent as reinforcements? "Your peaceful, relaxed days have come to an end. Our Crimson Bright Realm's Realm War has begun," Tao Father Crimson Bright continued calmly. "The major powers of the Seamless Gate have already sent a large group of Empyrean gods and true immortals to descend upon the Grand Xia. They include the 6 dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian, but we can discuss those details later. All you need to know for now is that their reinforcements include more than just the twin Jueming immortals. Rather, their reinforcements include a total of 66 Empyrean gods and true immortals, including the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater." Everyone's faces changed. 66? Including the forces that the Seamless Gate already had within the Grand Xia, such as true immortal Whitepole and Azure Fox. Didn't that mean a total of nearly 80 would take part in the war? 80 Empyrean gods and true immortals. What a terrifying force that was. Could it be? "This is now a realm war." Tao Father Crimson Bright looked downwards. "No one can escape it. Go and make your preparations for your various worlds. Protect them all securely. Any remaining forces are to be pooled together and sent to the Grand Xia." "Yes." The immortals and fiendgods all assented solemnly. The Xia Emperor's body was covered in cold sweat. The twin Jueming immortals were actually just a facade for the 66 Empyrean gods and true immortals? The Xia Emperor felt terrified just thinking about what would have happened. Those who do not need to go summon their armies or arrange for various logistics should head out immediately. Tao Father Crimson Bright began to give orders. Head straight to Shimong's 8 Dragons Cloud City in an open, above-board manner. Put an end to the Seamless Gate's fantasies of ambushing us. Yes. Tao Father Crimson Bright did have more than 100 Empyrean gods and true immortals under his command, but battles were currently occurring on various other major worlds as well. He had to leave some of them behind to protect his other major worlds. If he left none behind, the Seamless Gate would be able to effortlessly take them over. Thus, the number of individuals which Tao Father Crimson Bright could employ was actually limited. Of course, there were also lone wanderers such as Sword Immortal Evergreen, Fairy Snowdance, True Immortal Rivistar, and Empyrean God Fufang. The figures from the fairly stable major worlds could also be sent to the Grand Xia. That very day, 26 Empyrean gods and true immortals were sent to the Grand Xia as part of the first wave. The Grand Xia, Whitepole Commandery, outside the Seamless City. The black chains continued to rustle as they anchored the city into the void. Inside was a hubbub of noise. To prevent the Xia Emperor from growing suspicious, True Immortal Whitepole and the others didn't launch an immediate attack. Instead, they had done what they would normally do. They first held a welcoming banquet for the twin Jueming immortals. The plan was to call out the Xia Emperor's forces after they finished the banquet. If they were too impatient, they wouldn't achieve their desired goals. The more critical things were, the steadier one had to be in handling them. "Come, drink." True Immortal Whitepole laughed loudly. "Now that the twin Jueming immortals have arrived, we'll be able to suppress the Xia Emperor's side in terms of supportive spells. The power of our Empyrean God Golems and Blood Cloud Golems will improve greatly, giving us a chance to win, right? Spells and enchantments can have a huge impact on golems. We have far more golems than them. We were in desperate need of the twin Jueming immortals. We can definitely win this battle." The Empyrean gods and true immortals were laughing and jesting about while drinking. Then suddenly, all of their faces changed. They could clearly sense the enormous ripples that were being generated through a spatial rift being opened. The spatial rift in question was very close to them, after all. "Let's go take a look." True Immortal Whitepole remained quite calm. Wine cup still in hand, he chortled as he rose to his feet. He took a single step and appeared outside of the banquet hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, the experts all left the banquet hall and flew into the air above the seamless city. They stared towards the distance. And in the distance, the 8 dragons' cloud city had appeared. 8 divine dragons were roving around it, giving it an aura that was even mightier than that of the seamless city. A spatial rift had already appeared above it, and one Empyrean god and true immortal after another began to emerge from the rift and fly towards the 8 dragons' cloud city below. These Empyrean gods and true immortals were chatting and jesting with each other, appearing to be quite relaxed. Empyrean gods and true immortals? Those are the Empyrean gods and true immortals under Tao Father Crimsonbright. So many. How many have already entered the 8 dragons' cloud city? From the looks of it, there must be at least 20 of them. As to how many will arrive, hard to say. They all had completely different looks on their faces as well. The 2 chubby Jueming immortals, who had been beaming merrily in a very amiable way, now had flat looks on their faces. Flames of rage blazed in Azure Fox's eyes as well. As the field marshal, true immortal Whitepole, who had managed to remain calm up till now, could no longer remain calm. Crack! The wine cup in his hand shattered, breaking apart into tiny dust-like pieces. The wine splashed out, but before the wine even drew close to him, it froze into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Damn! Damn! True immortal Whitepole couldn't refrain from cursing. As the field marshal, the fact that he had been forced to request reinforcements had already deeply disappointed the God King. This ambush was extremely important. In an head-on fight in a realm war, killing 10 Empyrean gods and true immortals was incredibly difficult and required an enormous cost to be paid. Their ambush, however, would have allowed them to easily and effortlessly wipe out the Xia Emperor's forces. But now, they could all tell that their plot had failed. How could it have failed? True immortal Whitepole gritted his teeth. Almost. He had almost wiped out the Xia Emperor and all his forces. What's going on? Within the military camps of the 8 Dragons Cloud City, quite a few loose immortals and celestial immortals had emerged from their respective residences to stare up into the sky. Ji Ning and Yu Wei actually flew out of the entire camp. They stood there in midair watching. Celestial immortals Unity, Dustfloat, Wacko, Rainsoar, and all beasts were standing in midair and watching as well. This is? An enormous rift had appeared in the skies, and one figure after another was flying out from it, each possessing auras of incredible power. They had to be Empyrean gods or true immortals. So many of them? Ning was somewhat stunned. Come to the main palace right away. The Xia Emperor's voice rang out within the minds of Ji Ning, Celestial Immortal Unity, and the others. I need to go to the main palace, Ning said to Yu Wei. Go. Yu Wei nodded. Ning was a commander. He naturally had to participate in the discussions involving this momentous event. Moments later, the main palace. Shimong was seated atop his throne in the principal position, while more than 30 Empyrean gods and true immortals, along with Ning and the rest of the 5, were seated before him. We actually just gained 26 Empyrean gods and true immortals. What in the world has happened for us to suddenly gain so many? If we are to launch an ambush, why didn't they come secretly? The entire region of 1,000,000 kilometers around us is under the Xia Emperor's control. He could have had them come in secret, then launch a sneak attack against the Seamless Gate. Ning's heart was filled with questions. The Xia Emperor, seated up high on his throne, explained, I imagine that none of you know what is going on. The reason why Master has sent so many Empyrean gods and true immortals to reinforce us is because the Seamless Gate is about to launch a realm war against our Crimsonbright realm, and the location shall be our Grand Xia. Realm war? Ning and the others were all stunned. True immortal Whitepole hasn't merely invited the twin Jueming immortals. He's actually gained a total of 66 Empyrean gods and true immortals, the Xia Emperor said solemnly. He paused for a moment, giving Ning and the others some time to digest this stunning information, then continued. However, our side has discovered their plot. And so Master has first sent a vanguard of 36 Empyrean gods and true immortals, with the main army arriving later. My fellow disciples already cow about all of you, the Xia Emperor said with a laugh. However, I imagine that most of you don't recognize them. Ning and the others all nodded. Let me make the introductions. This is my senior apprentice brother, Hidden Void. Senior apprentice brother Hidden Void was the first to follow Master. And the Hidden Void formation he created is quite incredible, the Xia Emperor said. This is my junior apprentice sister Snowdance. However, the gazes of these 20-plus Empyrean gods and true immortals were focused on and shifted between Sword Immortal Evergreen and Ji Ning. The Xia Emperor made the introductions one by one. Ji Ning had heard of some of these Empyrean gods and true immortals, although he had never met them before. There were also some he had never heard of. Not everyone was as famous as Lu Dongbin, after all. But one's power couldn't be judged by one's fame. Some especially reclusive Empyrean gods and true immortals might have power comparable to Lu Dongbin's. This is junior apprentice brother Evergreen, the black-robed Xia Emperor said with a laugh as he glanced towards Ji Ning. Sword Immortal Evergreen? Ning was startled. He gave Sword Immortal Evergreen a careful look. This was a young man who had a strange-looking face and an outstanding aura of talent. He couldn't help but muse to himself. So he is Sword Immortal Evergreen? The Xia Emperor once asked him to accept me as his disciple, and he agreed, transferring a message talisman to me. However, I instead went to Mount Innerheart and didn't take him on as my teacher. Ning felt somewhat apologetic towards this Sword Immortal Evergreen. After all, he had gone off to Mount Innerheart without saying a thing. Although Sword Immortal Evergreen's instructions were that if Ning let 10 days pass without shattering the talisman, he would take it as Ning having refused. Ning had slipped out in a rather stealthy fashion, afraid that the Xia Emperor would stop him. To be fair, that wasn't the most straightforward and honest of actions. In the past, Ji Ning nearly became apprenticed to junior apprentice brother Evergreen, the Xia Emperor said with a laugh. Come to think of it, it can be said that there are karmic ties between the two of you. Respectful greetings, Senior Evergreen, Ning immediately said. Back then, I ignored your good intentions. Back then, I didn't actually want to take you on as my disciple. Sword Immortal Evergreen spoke quite calmly. Because Master instructed it, I agreed to take you on as my disciple. I've never been good at teaching disciples. If you had followed me, you probably wouldn't be as accomplished as you are now. It is good that you have become apprenticed to a Tao Father. These words contained arrogance within them. It was as though Evergreen was implying that he had never taken notice of Ning, and that Ning should be thankful that he was lucky enough to become apprenticed to a Tao Father. His words were as sharp as a sword, and they caused Ning to feel startled. This Sword Evergreen Immortal. He really cares nothing about friendship at all. Fairy Rainsore mused to herself. If I were Ji Ning, just based on his attitude alone, I wouldn't even bother to speak to this man. Celestial Immortal Unity mused silently to himself as well. The Xia Emperor laughed. Ji Ning, junior apprentice brother Evergreen, is always by himself in seclusion, and is a sword immortal. His bones are steeped in pride. Although his words are often unpleasant to the ear, he doesn't have any ill intentions. Right? My words are indeed unpleasant to hear. I say whatever I wish to say. Sword Immortal Evergreen looked towards Ning as well. Senior, you are a straightforward man. Ning smiled, not saying anything else. There were some people whom you simply couldn't converse peaceably with. He had previously felt a hint of embarrassment, but this simple interaction made Ning feel certain that it was best for him to keep his distance. The Xia Emperor held a special celebratory banquet for the newcomers. Although Sword Immortal Evergreen was cold and arrogant, there were many other Empyrean gods and true immortals present. With so many people there, things naturally became quite lively, and so this immortal banquet was a joyful one. While the Xia Emperor was relaxing in a carefree manner, true immortal White Pole of the Seamless Gate was having an absolutely miserable time. Within the vast world of darkness, true immortal White Pole and Gate Master Azure Fox, the two fellow disciples, were both on their knees. The towering, black-robed figure seated upon that distant, massive throne caused them to feel dread in their hearts. "God King, please pardon us for our crimes," true immortal White Pole said nervously. Although he was the God King's disciple, he still usually referred to him as God King rather than Master. The God King had a heart that was as cold as ice. When he gave instructions to his subordinates, he usually only cared about the results. Their sneak attack plan had died in the cradle. They hadn't even had the chance to initiate it. Although this really had nothing to do with true immortal White Pole in the God King's heart, the value and trust he placed in White Pole had dropped dramatically. Tao Father Ink Bamboo will descend upon the Grand Xia for this realm war. He will take control over everything, the God King said. A Tao Father is descending? True immortal White Pole and Gatemaster Azure Fox were both stunned. Tao Father Ink Bamboo was one of the oldest members of the Seamless Gate, who had been alive when it had first been founded. He had experienced the war that resulted in the destruction of the primordial era, and had managed to safely survive it. However, since the God King's status was very special due to the fact that he was the sole disciple of that slumbering presence, Tao Father Ink Bamboo was willing to assist the God King. "White Pole, you have deeply disappointed me. There is no way I can possibly let you manage the realm war now," the God King said. "Thus, Tao Father Ink Bamboo shall personally manage it. But of course, he won't personally intervene. Once the Tao Fathers begin to personally intervene, it's possible that the end war will suddenly happen, earlier than we intend. If Tao Father Ink Bamboo dared to attack, then the Nuwa Alliance's major powers would strike out as well. The other Tao Fathers of the Seamless Gate would then help Ink Bamboo, and so the battle would quickly escalate, resulting in the end war. Neither side wished to launch the end war in advance, because the results of such a war would be catastrophic. Even the victor would suffer terrible losses. "Your subordinate understands," both White Pole and Azure Fox said respectfully. "I'll send squads of immortal armies to reinforce you. Since we cannot ambush them, then let us build up our strength. Once we are fully prepared, we'll make our move," the God King instructed. "Yes." White Pole and Azure Fox kowtowed. Empyrean gods and true immortals were very important in realm wars, but having vast armies of celestial immortals and loose immortals was also very important. In sufficient numbers, they could kill even true immortals and Empyrean gods. The reason why they had only sent out 66 Empyrean gods and true immortals earlier was for the sake of ambushing their foes. Thus, they hadn't sent out their armies of loose immortals and celestial immortals. The armies would cause too much of a stir. There was no way to hide such a massive mobilization. Time passed, one day after the other. The 8 Dragons Cloud City and the Seamless City both remained there in midair, facing each other. Neither side called out the other for battle. A strange peace had arrived. But this sort of peace caused every immortal and Fiendgod on both sides to feel as though a terrible storm was pressing towards them. What was coming next was the eruption of a terrifying realm war. Imperial Majesty. Ji Ning was meeting the Xia Emperor by himself. Ji Ning. The Xia Emperor was seated atop his throne, flipping through a few books. Smiling, he said, "Sit." Ning sat down. He couldn't help but ask, "Imperial Majesty, the countless immortals of our 6 heaven punishers are feeling uneasy and nervous. When exactly shall we begin our fight against the Seamless Gate? Or shall we have a long-lasting truce? It's best if we can give a clear answer, so as to calm everyone's minds." Fear of the unknown was one of the greatest of fears. "Oh, this is my fault." The Xia Emperor understood. "My clone has been by Master's side at his seat of enlightenment this entire time, helping to make the arrangements for the various armies. I forgot about the many immortals within the 8 Dragons Cloud City." Ning looked at the Xia Emperor. "This realm war, the 26 Empyrean gods and true immortals that arrived earlier are all people who don't have things tying them down, which was why they were in the first wave. There are others who will be coming as well. Most importantly of all, there are many immortals coming. The number of summoned celestial immortals is in excess of 300,000, the Xia Emperor said. 300,000 celestial immortals? Ning called out in shock. Good heavens! There's nothing to be surprised about. The Grand Xia alone has 10,000 celestial immortals, the Xia Emperor said. Master is in control over dozens of major worlds and countless minor worlds. With so many major worlds embroiled in war, many new celestial immortals have been birthed through their experiences. The Crimson Bright world, which Master himself created, has a particularly high number of celestial immortals. The total number of celestial immortals under Master's command has to be over 1 million. 1 million celestial immortals? Ning couldn't breathe. However, that's in the past. Even our Grand Xia has seen 3,000 celestial immortals turn traitor, thanks to the blandishments of the Seamless Gate. I imagine that in the entire Crimson Bright realm, at least 100,000 celestial immortals have been induced to join the Seamless Gate. The total number of celestial immortals currently under Master's command is now probably less than 1 million, the Xia Emperor said. Ning agreed. Before the Seamless Gate appeared, the likes of the Young Flame Clan and true immortal White Pole were, on the surface at least, subordinate to Taofather Crimson Bright. Once the storm arrived, many lines were drawn. Taofather Crimson Bright's forces had indeed been weakened. Because many other major worlds need to be stabilized as well, it was quite hard for 300,000 celestial immortals to be gathered here, the Xia Emperor said. If we squeezed our resources a bit more, we might be able to summon another 200,000 celestial immortals. But the amount of pressure that would place on the other major worlds of the Crimson Bright realm is too great. Understood. Ning nodded. More than 300,000 celestial immortals, and tens of millions of loose immortals. The Xia Emperor continued. In addition, my elder brother, Taofather Raindragon, has sent some reinforcements as well. Based on what our Taofathers have learned, the Seamless Gate has sent Taofather Ink Bamboo to personally command their forces in this realm war. And so Master will accompany his grand army of 300,000 celestial immortals. He will descend upon the Grand Xia and take personal command of this war. Ning's heart clenched. How terrifying. So this was how a war between immortals was. Both sides would have Taofather commanders and dozens of Empyrean gods and true immortals, hundreds of thousands of celestial immortals, and tens of millions of loose immortals. This is a realm war. The Xia Emperor stared at Ning. Both sides are frantically summoning as many soldiers and generals as they can in an attempt to build up as much power as possible before launching the war. Once the war starts, I truly can't even imagine how many immortals are going to die. During this preparatory time period, you need to focus on your training. Ideally, you would become a pure Yang true immortal. That way, the immortals under your command will pose a greater threat to the Seamless Gate. Ning nodded slowly. He did indeed have to start training harder. Although he had already become a pure Yang true immortal, he hadn't even reached the expert level in his Soul Heart Force technique. Every day he had some new insights into the Soul Heart Force technique. Given enough time, his power would continue to increase until the day came for him to reach the level of mastery in it. Upon reaching that level, Ning couldn't even imagine how powerful his Heaven Punisher would be. One thing was certain. By then, the amount of natural energy absorbed by 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals would definitely be insufficient. He would need more immortals. Calm your mind and enjoy this final period of peace before the Great War erupts anew, the Xia Emperor said, looking at Ning. Once both sides have finished their preparations, I'm not even sure if I will survive that war. If half of the Empyrean gods and true immortals survive, that would be an excellent result. Right? Ning nodded. Ning spent the following days with his wife while diligently training in his Soul Heart Force technique. The full attention of both his true body and his primal twin were focused on the Soul Heart Force technique, because it was this technique that would allow him to reach a high level of power as fast as possible. All the immortals within the 8 Dragons Cloud City knew that these were the final days of peace they would see. The realm war was coming. The mood within the city became noticeably heavier. New Empyrean gods and true immortals were constantly descending upon the 8 Dragons Cloud City, until finally one day, boom! The entire world of the Grand Xia seemed to shudder. Ning had been seated in the lotus position with his eyes closed, focusing on the Soul Heart Force technique. He immediately charged out and flew into the skies, and right away he saw that in the air above the black seamless city, an utterly enormous spatial corridor had appeared. A tall, skinny man whose unbound hair seemed to gleam with infinite darkness stepped out from the spatial corridor, entering the Grand Xia. He looked rather ordinary, but he radiated a halo of infinite darkness. Behind him appeared an enormous, swaying bamboo stalk that was 30,000 meters tall, causing Ning and the others to feel a sense of oppression. Ning, a pure yang true immortal, still felt a sense of oppression. One could only imagine the nameless dread which celestial immortal unity and the others felt. Tao Father. Ning immediately recognized what this individual had to be. Tao Father Ink Bamboo? Upon seeing the titanic, swaying bamboo stalk, Ji Ning instantly guessed at who this was. There were only so many major powers within the three realms. If the man hadn't shown off his trademark, Ning wouldn't have been able to tell, but since he did, it became an easy guess. From what he had heard, Tao Father Ink Bamboo was famous for being unkillable. His true body was that of a stalk of inky green bamboo that was filled with boundless vitality. By relying on his special life techniques, he had managed to survive even the great tribulation that had destroyed the primordial era. That must be Tao Father Ink Bamboo. Just looking at him from afar makes my heart quiver. That halo of darkness around him. I can sense that if I touch it, I'll definitely die. This is the first time I've seen a Tao Father. A Tao Father who controls a heavenly Tao. I truly wonder how powerful Tao Fathers really are. The entire 8 Dragons Cloud City was filled with discussions. Loose immortals made up the vast majority of the population within the city, after all. When Tao Father Crimsonbright had summoned his million celestial immortals, the celestial immortals of the Crimsonbright realm had seen him in person, broadening their horizons. The countless loose immortals, however, they truly didn't have a chance to see Tao Fathers in person. This time, however, they saw Tao Father Ink Bamboo. I heard that Tao Father Crimsonbright will descend as well, for the sake of this realm war. I wonder what Tao Father Crimsonbright looks like. Everyone was filled with eagerness. 3 months after Tao Father Ink Bamboo descended upon the Grand Xia, Tao Father Crimsonbright descended as well. On that day, the Xia Emperor had summoned Ning and the others to respectfully await his arrival. Even the solitary, arrogant sword Immortal Evergreen was behaving with complete decorum. Boom! Suddenly, the entire world shook once more. And then, an unbelievably massive chasm appeared within the skies above them, many tens of thousands of meters long. An azure-haired old man strode out from within it. Taking a single step, he entered the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Master! Tao Father! The Xia Emperor was the first to call out respectfully. After he did so, Ning and the others all bowed respectfully. A single glance. That was all it took for Ning to form a deep impression of Tao Father Crimsonbright in his mind. Tao Father Crimsonbright was a very old, very solemn and silent individual. Looking at him was like looking at an ancient tree that had existed for countless ages. Tao Father Crimsonbright swept the host with his eyes, his gaze falling upon Ning. Subhoodies always had a strange disposition. He's clearly taught an entire host of students, but he doesn't command them to fight with him, instead letting them remain scattered across the 3 realms. This young apprentice of his, Ji Ning, clearly has tremendous potential, and Subhoodie clearly cares about him deeply. And yet, Ji Ning is now following me instead of him. Sometimes, Tao Father Crimsonbright truly didn't understand this old friend of his. Subhoodie had a very strange disposition. Or perhaps it could be said that he was excessively detached. He clearly had a large group of extremely powerful disciples. If he gave the order, Subhoodie's many disciples would flock to his banner, immediately resulting in the creation of a force that was as powerful as the 4 ancestors of the river source. If Subhoodie truly put all of his resources into building up such a force, it would probably become even more powerful than the forces of the 4 ancestors of the river source. And yet, Subhoodie had no intentions of commanding his disciples at all. Tao Father Crimsonbright didn't understand. None of the major powers of the 3 realms understood. The feeling which Subhuti gave many of the major powers of the three realms was that of mysteriousness, and so he was acclaimed as the most mysterious Taofather of the three realms. Rumble. After Taofather Crimsonbright descended unto the Grand Xia, the massive chasm in the skies above remained open. A throng of immortals began to flood in through the massive chasm in an awe-inspiring stream. The flood of immortals seemed endless. They flew out from the chasm, then flew straight towards the Eight Dragons Cloud City. One great immortal army after another. The number of armies was far, far greater than the number which the Grand Xia itself had. Wow! This is two heavens. Even Ning felt breathless. As for the celestial immortal and loose immortal soldiers of the Grand Xia who were on duty and unable to leave their camps, they watched this sight breathlessly. There was no limit to them. It was like a flood of immortals and fiend-gods. Compared to this, the so-called celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court aren't worth a damn. I heard that the celestial court has several armies with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the weakest of whom are merely at the primal Taoist level. Celestial immortals are high-ranking members of the celestial court, while the celestial emperor himself would frantically try to befriend any Empyrean gods and true immortals who appear. If this immortal army before us went to the celestial court, they would wipe it out in the blink of an eye. Right? I can see millions of immortals. Millions? There has to be at least 10 million. Those fiend gods as well. There is definitely more than 10 million of them. The soldiers of the Dark North Army Camp and the other army camps of the Grand Xia had their horizons broadened today. The Grand Xia all by itself was comparable to the Celestial Court in power. The realm war before them, Taofather Crimsonbright had summoned all of his usable forces for it. This was the might one of the true hegemons of the three realms could summon, might which vastly surpassed that of the Celestial Court. However, this sort of massive-scale mobilizations only occurred during truly great tribulations. Within the dark, seamless city, the tall, skinny Taofather Ink Bamboo was standing atop the city walls. Behind him was a host of Empyrean gods and true immortals, and all of them stared towards the Eight Dragons Cloud City. They have quite a few celestial immortals and loose immortals, Taofather Ink Bamboo said with a laugh. Taofather Crimsonbright is just putting on a show of force for us. The number of immortal soldiers we have on our side isn't lower than his. The three dire monster gods who stood closest to Taofather Ink Bamboo were the three who had come from Mount Dragoneater. Mount Dragoneater had three mighty dire monster gods. The boss was the great sage who swallows the mountains. The second was the great sage who swallows the seas. The third was the great sage who swallows the skies. Each of them had resoundingly shocking titles. When they had first given themselves these nicknames during the primordial era, it had been viewed by many as something of a joke. These three had styled themselves in a manner imitating that of the seven great sages, who had been powerful Empyrean gods during the primordial era. By now, the seven were even more unfathomably powerful than they had been. The three from Mount Dragoneater had grown increasingly powerful as well, and by now there was no one who dared to mock them for overestimating their abilities. The three of them were invincible against anyone weaker than a Taofather. Second brother, we do indeed have as many immortals and fiend gods as they do, but many have yet to arrive. The lion-headed dire monster god Sky Swallow rubbed his mouth as he spoke. The military strength of the Seamless Gate is still a bit weaker than the Nuwa alliances, making it harder for us to mobilize, Taofather Ink Bamboo said calmly. We have to rely on our advantage in intelligence reports in order to effectively use our forces. Their intelligence reports were very formidable, allowing them to use just 30% of their military power to achieve 100% effectiveness. Fortunately, the major powers of the Nuwa Alliance had formidable tools at their disposal as well, which also allowed them to discover many things. Otherwise, they would have been defeated in this war for karmic luck long ago. Although we are weaker, we're still capable of guarding this city, Azure Fox said with a smile. Right? Taofather Ink Bamboo nodded. Even if they attack, all we have to do is defend for now. After all of our forces arrive, we'll give them a real fight. Victory over a single major world usually isn't that important, but this is a realm war. All of you should understand that you have only one path open to you, the path of victory. Everyone, including the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, nodded solemnly. Once they lost, it would be hard for them to flee and escape. Many Empyrean gods and true immortals of the defeated side would perish. Comparatively speaking, the victors would suffer lighter casualties. This was because the true slaughter would occur once one side was completely routed. That was when the most Empyrean gods and true immortals would perish. Don't want to be massacred? Then win. The awe-inspiring immortal armies and Fiendgod armies had all gathered at the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Fortunately, the city spanned 10,000 kilometers and could also transform to become even greater in size. Naturally, everyone was able to fit inside. These tens of millions Fiendgods are enough to form into 78 Pangu war formations. Taofather Crimsonbright was seated high up on his throne, a smile on his face as he gave his orders. They shall be commanded by Empyrean God Fufang, Empyrean God Kindwater, Empyrean God Willow Temple. These 26 Empyrean gods shall each command 3 Fiendgod armies. Yes. Instantly, the 26 Empyrean gods all assented respectfully. Not one of them disobeyed the Deofather's order. The 26 Empyrean gods all immediately used cloning techniques. Empyrean gods could easily create multiple clones of themselves. In a real battle, however, the fewer clones one created, the more powerful one would be. When these 26 each split into 3 clones, they sent each clone to command one of their 3 Fiendgod armies. Although their power was weakened due to the 3-way split, resulting in weaker Fiendgod armies, they were still much more powerful than any void-level Fiendgod commander. In addition, with one Empyrean god commanding 3 Fiendgod army squads, each of the 3 would be able to better reinforce and support the other 2. The forces that Taofather Raindragon sent, according to what Taofather Raindragon said, you 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals shall continue to command those 18 Raindragon armies. Taofather Crimsonbright said. Instantly 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals stood up to salute. These were the reinforcements which Taofather Raindragon had sent. In truth, Taofather Raindragon had only sent reinforcements due to the relationship he had with the Xia Emperor, as well as the fact that the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater had been pulled into this war. The remaining immortal armies shall be divided up to form 326 Heaven Punishers, Taofather Crimsonbright said with a laugh. The Heaven Punisher formation is even better suited for battle than the Crimsonbright formation I previously created. My 326 generals. I am entrusting you with these immortals. Yes. Instantly, 12 true immortals and 314 celestial immortals all rose to their feet, with Ning amongst the ranks of the celestial immortals. The Empyrean god golems and the other tools shall be left in the hands of Shimong, Taofather Crimsonbright said. All right. The Seamless Gate is completely focusing on defense for now. I imagine they will need some time to gather all of their forces. I expect that the Great War will begin within a year. Previous commanders of the Crimsonbright formation need to quickly become familiarized with the Heaven Punisher formation. Now all of you can leave. Yes. Everyone rose to their feet, then departed. Even the Xia Emperor departed. As soon as he left the main palace, he mentally sent to Ning, Ji Ning, Master gave me a special order. He told me to place an extra 2,000 celestial immortals and 200,000 loose immortals under your command. Eh? Ning was puzzled. This way, you'll have a total of 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals under your command, allowing you to form into an even more powerful Heaven Punisher, the Xia Emperor said. You are perfectly suited for your role as the commander of your Heaven Punisher. Naturally, you need to be given more celestial immortals and loose immortals. The perfect Heaven Punisher formation involved a commander, 9,000 celestial immortals, and 810,000 loose immortals. Fine, Ning smiled. If the Xia Emperor hadn't raised it, Ning was planning to do so himself. This was because Ning had made some additional improvements in his Soul Heart Force technique during this temporary ceasefire. He was now able to control 100% of the power of a Heaven Punisher formed from merely 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. I'll send the Immortals to your army camp right away. You need to quickly accustomize yourself to commanding 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals. The power of your heaven punisher will increase yet again. Perhaps, at a critical moment in the war, I'll have to rely on you to save my life. The Xia Emperor laughed. However, you have to be careful. The most outstanding tree within a forest is often the first to be felled. You'll most likely suffer attacks from many members of the Seamless Gate. Understood. Jining nodded. Ideally, you should keep some power hidden in reserve. If you suddenly unleash it at a critical moment in a battle, you can have a major impact on the course of the war, the Xia Emperor reminded. Right? Ning smiled and nodded. He hadn't even told his master, Subhuti, that he had become a pure Yang true immortal. By now, he had already created the 12th stance of the 3-foot sword, a stance which encompassed the entire Tao of the sword. However, he had never before displayed this technique, nor had he spoken to anyone of his improvements in soul heart force. Time flowed onwards. 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jining was seated in the lotus position within a private room inside his residence. The pure Yang Jindan within his body was swollen with golden light, and its luster had become an even denser color. A series of ripples were currently emanating from his Jindan, ripples caused by the merging of his soul into it. The invisible, untouchable power known as heart force was constantly sending commands to his soul. He was meditating nonstop on the soul heart force technique. When meditating, he would often meet with many puzzling problems. Ning would either ponder them alone, or compare them to the information he had in the Heart Sutra in the hopes that he might be inspired. There naturally were differences between Ning's technique and Old Man Yuan's technique, but they sprang from the same foundation and had certain similarities. This was of assistance to Ning in terms of speeding up his meditations. Everyone. The Seamless Gate is prepared for battle. The Xia Emperor's voice rang out by the ears of the Empyrean gods, true immortals, and commanders. The 8 Dragons Cloud City was the protocosmic spirit treasure of the Xia Emperor. He was able to send out these messages with ease. Prepared for battle? Startled, Ning immediately came to a halt. Whoosh! He pushed open the door to his private room, then walked out. Yue gave Ning a puzzled glance. Why have you ended your training so quickly? The war is about to start again, Ning said. Right now. Yue's face completely changed. Yes, Ning nodded. I had thought that I'd be able to give birth to our child first. Yue stroked her belly, which was very large by now. One could tell just by looking at her that childbirth was imminent. She had a very gentle look in her eyes as she stroked her belly, a look that was filled with motherly love. She said softly, I can feel our baby kicking about in my belly. It's very likely that I'll give birth in just another month or 2. I, too, was hoping that the war would only start after our child was born. Unfortunately, that's not up to me, Ning sighed. You have to take care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. We have an absolutely massive immortal army, while you are just one man. Yue looked at Ning. I know. Ning nodded. Forget about him. Even if the 7 Empyrean gods all came out, they would most likely only be able to have a small, localized impact on the realm war. The 300 heaven punishers alone were comparable to 300 Empyrean gods in power. Don't worry about me. I have to go now. Ning immediately turned and walked towards the outside. Yue had a look of worry in her eyes as she watched Ning leave. A realm war. No matter how much faith she had in Ning, she still felt fear in her heart. You have to survive. Yue murmured softly to herself as Ning left. Dark North Army. Assemble. Ning's voice rang out, shaking the entire Dark North Army camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the voices of hundreds of thousands of immortals could be heard as they called out their assent and started to join into formation. Of all the formations that were in the airspace of the 8 Dragons Cloud City, the utterly massive Pangu war formations were the most eye-catching. Although there were only 78 Fiendgod armies, their formations took up more than half of the available space. Next to them was a total of 324 Heaven Punishers, each one 30,000 meters tall and clad in nothing more than fur loincloths. Around them flew the sinuous rain dragons. There were also many Empyrean god golems as well as some Empyrean gods and true immortals. The seamless gate is no longer focusing exclusively on defense. Ning stood there in midair, staring at the scene outside. The distant battlefield now held ancient, towering god-beasts, fiend-gods, and many powerful golems. There were also many Empyrean gods and true immortals. They looked small and unremarkable, but they absolutely could not be underestimated. The army outside had already summoned so much natural energy from heaven and earth that the distant skies had turned dim, with dark clouds filling the skies. The Tao Father has arrived. Tao Father. Ning immediately noticed as Tao Father Crimsonbright appeared in the distance. Instantly, the massive armies that were hovering in the air above the 8 Dragons Cloud City became completely silent. Tao Father Crimsonbright swept his gaze past each and every one of them. "This," he said calmly, his voice carrying a terrifying desire for battle, "is the war between my entire Crimsonbright realm and the Seamless Gate. There is no way to avoid, no way to escape this battle. Our only choice is to face it head-on. If you want to survive, then there is only one path forward, to completely wipe out the Seamless Gate. Either we perish, or the Seamless Gate perishes." Tao Father Crimsonbright now had a terrifying look in his eyes, a look of murder. Even the elderly-looking Tao Father Crimsonbright had a savage side to him. At a time like this, only those who had experienced that ancient war of the primordial era would truly understand that there really was no way out of a great tribulation like this. Even figures as powerful as the 4 ancestors of the river source would eventually have to choose an alliance, once the final end war came. Anyone who tried to avoid the war would be assailed and killed by both camps. Neither side would allow any true gods or Tao Fathers to stand aloof and potentially mop up the survivors. 2 sides. Only one side could survive. Go forth and conquer. Tao Father Crimsonbright finally gave the order. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Countless angry roars shook the skies, causing the ground itself to tremble, as though the world was about to burst apart. In the past, these immortals may have been as graceful as the wind and as pure as the clouds. Now, however, they had all become as savage and berserk as demons. In the past, they may have enjoyed limitless lifespans, allowing them to roam about in a leisurely fashion, wandering the 3 realms and making new friends. In the face of this storm, however, the murderous impulses that lurked deep within the bones of the immortals and fiendgods would be completely unleashed. This was a great war of 2 opposing paths, of 2 opposing Daos. For me to live, you had to die. This was more than just a war. It was a struggle for survival. Rumble. The massive armies shot through the skies, flying outside. As for the Seamless Gate's forces, they stood in perfect formation, waiting and watching coldly as the Crimsonbright Realm's forces came forth. The awesome presence of these armies was enough to cause the celestial immortals and loose immortals to quiver in terror. In the end, however, they were nothing more than tiny chess pieces, just parts of a greater formation. They had entrusted their commanders with their fates, with Ning holding the lives and destinies of 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals in his hands. Ning's personal prowess, in turn, made it so that each of his soldiers were extremely respectful towards him. Boom 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 boom. One heaven punisher after another descended, landing on the ground and causing it to tremble violently. The rain dragons flew about around them, while the utterly massive fiend-god armies emanated the mightiest auras of all. The 2 sides faced off against each other, both of their auras equally terrifying. Once celestial immortals and loose immortals are gathered in such frightening numbers, even someone like myself would have to give way before them. Tao Father Ink Bamboo stood atop the walls of the Seamless City, a smile on his face. He sighed. Those Empyrean gods and true immortals in particular, the most powerful of them are almost comparable to Tao Fathers in might. The most powerful Empyrean god in the entire history of the 3 realms was Hoi. Perhaps there were some other monstrously talented Empyrean gods who were able to give Tao Fathers a fight and live to tell the tale, but when Hui was an Empyrean god, he had actually killed a Tao Father. Of course, Hui eventually broke through to become a true god himself, at which point his reputation and his power grew to an even more incredible level. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 divine archer of the three realms, and he came up with the systemized heart force archery technique known as Hui's archery. This was the one and only heart force technique that was completely systemized, allowing anyone to train in it. The techniques which Ning had come up with, for example, were only suitable for himself to train in. There was no way he could teach it to someone else, no matter how hard he tried. Old Man Yuan, in turn, had simply provided Ning with the sum of his own personal experiences, allowing Ning to benefit from them in coming up with his own ideas. Alas, this great divinity Hui, who had caused the entire three realms to quiver in terror during the primordial era, had completely vanished. Crimson bright, Tao Father Ink Bamboo stared into the distance. Tao Father Crimson Bright stood there atop the distant walls of the Eight Dragons Cloud City, staring towards the Seamless City. These two Tao Fathers stared at each other from afar. As their gazes met, it was as though a streak of black light had suddenly clashed against a streak of azure light, causing space itself to tremble. Crimson Bright, long time no see, Tao Father Ink Bamboo said. Indeed, long time no see. Only, it would be better if you died and I never saw you again, Tao Father Crimson Bright said coldly. Everyone on their side, be it Subhoodie or Crimson Bright, felt nothing more than the utmost of enmity towards the Seamless Gate. This sort of enmity had existed from the earliest of days. This was why Subhoodie, Crimson Bright, and the others were so utterly enraged that Old Man Yuan was just watching without choosing a side. As Subhoodie and the others saw it, he shouldn't have even hesitated to stand with the Nuwa Alliance. Me? Die? Haha. I, Ink Bamboo, specialize in staying alive. During those bygone years, when I followed His Majesty, we nearly wiped you out. Tao Father Ink Bamboo sighed. Alas, in the end, Nuwa actually broke through to Pangu's level. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. Now, the storm has risen once again, and this time you won't be able to escape it. You true gods, you Tao Fathers. All of you will die. None of you will survive. Quite arrogant of you. Back then, the primordial world was shattered. Mother Nuwa made her breakthrough. The Lord of all things was slain, and even your king was forced to merge himself into the heavenly Daos and transform himself into part of them to survive. Even if he's awakened. So what? He's still merely a part of the heavenly Daos, restricted and bound by them at all times, unable to be truly free. Tao Father Crimson Bright laughed coldly. He's no longer the king he once was. His Majesty remains His Majesty. Tao Father Ink Bamboo smirked. Now that the storm has arisen, I trust that you can subconsciously sense the way in which the river of destiny is flowing, and that you understand that there is no way to avoid this storm. His Majesty will move in concert with the Tao of the heavens in aiding our seamless gate in wiping you all out. Wiping us out is the will of the Tao of the heavens? Tao Father Crimson Bright laughed coldly. What a joke! If the Tao of the heavens wished for us to perish, then why engage in a battle for karmic luck? Tao Father Ink Bamboo was startled. He then shook his head, no longer saying anything. In his heart, Tao Father Crimson Bright felt regret. The Seamless Gate was still able to maintain some degree of contact with their ancient king, and so they knew many secrets. Tao Father Crimson Bright wished to suss out some of their secrets, but alas, the Seamless Gate was very cautious, only revealing information which the Nuwa Alliance already knew. One thing was for certain. The Nuwa Alliance was going to fight for every scrap of karmic luck they could. Afterwards, they would wipe out the Seamless Gate in the End War. The ancient, slumbering king of the Seamless Gate was very terrifying, but in the end he was now nothing more than a part of the Tao of the heavens. All things within the three realms were ruled by the Tao of the heavens. One couldn't simply do whatever one wished. This was the reason why the Nuwa Alliance felt absolutely certain that it would win. If that old bastard could do as he pleased, the Nuwa Alliance would have lost long ago. Mother Nuwa herself had left the three realms. After all, having gone exploring the infinite primordial chaos around it. With her gone, no one was strong enough to face that presence head-on. Fight for more karmic luck. Win this war for karmic luck, no matter what the cost. The more karmic luck we have, the more the Tao of the heavens will support us. That old bastard is being restricted by the Tao of the heavens, and so the amount of aid he can provide the Seamless Gate will be lessened as well. Tao Father Crimsonbright swept the vast enemy army with his gaze. These countless immortals and fiendgods were all here for the sake of karmic luck. Only by winning this war could the countless geniuses of the world, such as Ji Ning, be able to survive this great storm, because they had chosen to stand with the Nuwa Alliance. If they lost their karmic luck, and if even the Tao of the heavens stood on the side of the Seamless Gate, it was likely that they would lose the final end war, at which point Ji Ning and the countless immortals and fiendgods would all be wiped out and exterminated. Attack! Tao Father Crimsonbright's voice rang out by the ears of Ji Ning and every single commander. Ning and the others all felt their blood begin to surge and boil. Their eyes instantly turned red with battle lust. Attack! Instantly, the awe-inspiring armies began to charge forward. More than 300 heaven punishers bound forward on bare feet, charging towards their foes. As for the great armies of the Seamless Gate, they too let out an earth-shaking howl. Kill! They too charged forward. Fiendgods, terror beasts, awe-inspiringly large armies. The world was filled with them. It was like two giant floods of power had just crashed into each other. The bare feet of Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher pounded against the ground as it charged forward. Ning led the charge, the other Heaven Punishers by his side. More than 300 of them were charging forward against the forces of the Seamless Gate, including many Empyrean god golems, white-faced flood dragons, Xian apes, and other types of terror beasts and fiend gods. Boom! The two armies collided against each other. Kill! Despite charging forward, Ning's Heaven Punisher continued to move at the speed the other Heaven Punishers were moving at. Although there were 12 Empyrean god or true immortal commanders amongst the 326 Heaven Punishers, neither they nor Ning moved beyond the pack. Once the two armies collided, however, Ning and the 12 all exploded with full power, their speed and their strength increasing dramatically. That one is Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher. Careful! The forces of the Seamless Gate were naturally able to recognize Ning, but there was no way for them to avoid him on this vast field of battle. The only choice was to take him on. A Xian ape, completely covered with white fur and with red feet, bellowed and charged forward with a similarly ferocious aura of power, pushing past the other terror beasts and becoming the first to bar Ning's path. If he dares to block me, he must have at least a bit of power behind him. This is most likely a Xian formation commanded by an Empyrean god or a true immortal. This is the first clash in the Realm War, with both sides striking each other head-on. Such a chaotic battle is the perfect chance to render military merits. A savage light flashed through Ning's eyes, and the top-grade pure yang splitter in his hands instantly transformed into an utterly massive shield. The headless Heaven Punisher held the shield in its two mighty arms and continued to smash forward. The burly Xian ape was shocked. How sly of Ji Ning! I am a pure yang true immortal with many marvelous spells. In skill and technique, I'm naturally vastly superior to him. Although I've heard that Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher is very powerful, if he was to use sword arts, I trust one could tie him down for at least a short period of time. If I can do that, the other members of the Seamless Gate will have arrived to assist me. But he instead chooses to ram forward with a shield. My only option is to take him head-on. Still, even if we are competing in raw strength, I'm in command of 1,800 celestial immortals and many loose immortals. I don't believe I can't beat him. Xian apes were incomparably savage and strong as well. Roar! The Xian picked up a shield and also charged straight forward towards Ning. The two great figures, each holding a giant shield, rammed straight towards each other, their footsteps causing the earth to tremble. Boom! The two shields collided. What? How can he be so strong? He's even stronger than Azure Fox and White Fox claimed him to be. The Xian ape felt a terrifying, irresistible surge of energy push straight towards him. He was knocked flying away, completely unable to control himself. The spectators, however, only saw that as soon as Ning and the Xian ape collided, the Xian was immediately knocked backwards, causing the other Xian apes behind it to hurriedly clear a path to avoid being hit. During the year-long ceasefire, Ning had improved greatly in his soul heart force technique. In this exchange, however, Ning still concealed his true power and true level of improvement. The simple fact that he now had 3 times as many celestial immortals and loose immortals resulted in his heaven punisher instantly and automatically becoming much more powerful. This isn't the time for me to unleash my full power yet. I need to find a turning point capable of influencing the entire war. Massive shield in hands, Ning immediately threw himself towards a second Xian ape after having knocked the first one flying. Get over here. Quick! Stop him! The second Xian ape was panicking. In truth, a pure Yang true immortal was already flying towards them, preparing to cast a spell. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the skies, shining down upon Ning's heaven punisher. This sort of constrictive spell, however, was almost negligible to something as powerful as Ning's heaven punisher. Most likely, only 10 pure Yang true immortals casting the same type of spell simultaneously would be enough to tie Ning down. Let's fight together. 5 more nearby Xian apes charged forward in unison. However, despite being slowed down slightly by the spell, Ning was still able to bound forward far more quickly than the 5 were. He soon arrived next to the fleeing Xian ape. Although the terrified Xian ape wanted to block, the difference in power between him and Ning was far, far too great. Ning's heaven punisher leapt forward, his right hand chopping downwards as sword light flashed. Swish! A simian head went flying, and the white-furred Xian ape completely disintegrated, revealing the utterly terrified immortals that had been inside of it. Boom! A palm leaf fan appeared within Ning's hands. Ning swung it towards the many fleeing immortals, some of whom were using evasive techniques while others were hiding within immortal estates. Boom! 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 Countless immortal estates were instantly disintegrated, with only a very small number of extremely powerful immortal estates being able to safely withstand the power of Ning's palm leaf fan. Alas, the Yin-Yang arcane key bottle appeared before Ning as well. The bottle began to ravenously devour all of the surveying estates, swallowing all of them and the immortals inside them. In this war, they had to wipe out all living creatures on the enemy's side. If he merely destroyed the Xian ape and allowed the majority of the immortals to escape, they would quickly be used to form yet another army. Let's attack! Damn him! There were now a total of 8 Xian apes surrounding Ning, as well as 2 pure Yang true immortals. In truth, in a battle like this, both sides would quickly end up in a deadlocked quagmire. Only at the very beginning would there be a tiny chance to achieve a quick victory, and Ning used that chance to completely destroy that Xian ape. Only a few dozen celestial immortals with exceptionally astonishing evasive techniques had been able to escape. Boom! 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 Ning, all by himself, wildly assaulted those 8 Xian apes. Even after having joined forces together, the 8 were still being utterly dominated and outclassed. Fortunately, they had 2 pure Yang true immortals supporting them, allowing them to just barely hold on. Dark North, we're coming! Nice kill, Dark North! Instantly, the heaven punishers of Celestial Immortal Unity, Celestial Immortal Dustfloat, and a few others came charging from behind to help Ning. Kill! The white-faced flood dragons of the Seamless Gate were drawing near as well. Soon, Ning's combat region became a fairly densely populated battlefield. Almost 1/10 of the full power of each side was concentrated within this region. So that's Ji Ning? The God King seems to pay a great deal of attention to him. The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater were quite accustomed to battlefields. They had already transformed into their true dire monster forms. Of the 3, the eldest brother known as the Great Sage who swallows the mountains was actually a gold-feathered eagle. His wings allowed him to move as fast as a streak of lightning. In terms of speed, this Great Sage who swallows the mountains was the fastest one on this field of battle. The second brother, the Great Sage who swallows the seas, was an ugly dragon that had broken horns and a completely pitch-black body. He swam through the battlefield, his claws striking out with such power that space itself shattered apart. The third brother, the great sage who swallows the skies, was a 9-headed lion that was as massive and majestic as a mountain. Every step he took caused the world to shudder with a strange, inexplicable cadence. Even when the Pangu war formations on the side of the Crimson Bright realm collided head-on against the 9-headed lion, they would be knocked backwards by it. It must be understood that even true immortal Whitepole, when going all out, was just barely strong enough to tie down a Pangu war formation. Each of these 3 dire monster gods possessed overwhelming power, so mighty that it could be said that not a single Empyrean god or true immortal of the Crimson Bright realm could compare to them on this field of battle. In turn, none of the Empyrean gods or true immortals of the Seamless Gate who were taking part in this battle could compare to them either. Their fame had long since spread throughout the 3 realms. Let me give that Ji Ning a test. The gold-feathered eagle, the great sage who swallows the mountains, let out a loud laugh, then gave his wings a flap. Swish! With but that one motion, he threw himself straight towards Ning like a streak of light, moving at an utterly astonishing speed. Follow him. Don't let him run off. There were a total of 6 true immortals on a ship of pure light, with the Xia Emperor one of them. These 6 were riding on a protocosmic spirit treasure, the Worldspan Lightship. It was only thanks to the speed of this ship that they were able to keep up with the gold-feathered eagle. Of the 3 dire monster gods, the eldest wasn't actually the strongest, but he was definitely the fastest. If he was allowed to run about as he pleased on the battlefield, with no one tying him down, he would be incredibly deadly. Thus, the responsibility of the Xia Emperor and the rest of the 6 was to keep an eye on him and tie him down. Chasing me? The gold-feathered eagle let out a snicker, making sudden and unexpected left and right turns as he moved through the field of battle. When moving in straight lines, the Worldspan Lightship was actually slightly faster than the gold-feathered eagle. But in terms of agility, it couldn't compare. We're coming as well. Whoever kills Ji Ning will have won a great victory. His bounty is worth more than the bounty of 20 ordinary heaven punishers. The other 2 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater all immediately charged towards Ning as well. When they attacked, certain forces of the Crimson Bright realm were forced to give chase. Multiple rain dragons and Pangu war formations frantically attacked them, but the 2 were still able to force their way towards Ji Ning's direction. Ji Ning. The gold-feathered eagle quickly reached Ning's location, and it charged straight towards him. Although Ning was currently battling others, he was still keeping an eye on his surroundings. His side had managed to kill some foes, but the Seamless Gate had killed some of them as well. The 6 dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian were particularly deadly. After they joined together into the 6 Unities formation, the 6 of them were able to support each other and sweep through their foes with power far greater than each of them could individually muster. The combined strikes of these 6 dire monster gods had slain 2 heaven punishers and destroyed a Pangu war formation. In the end, it had taken 3 full rain dragons to tie them down. But of course, the Empyrean gods and true immortals on Ning's side were similarly extraordinary, also gaining many victories. This initial clash had already resulted in countless casualties for both sides. While watching the overall battlefield, Ning suddenly saw from the corner of his eyes a flashing golden light. Is that? The eldest brother of the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. When Ning saw the massive, terrifyingly fast gold-feathered eagle fly towards him, he was instantly shocked. Whoosh! Instantly growing cautious, Ning's weapons instantly transformed into 2 shields. Die for me, puny human. The gold-feathered eagle pounced upon Ning, its sharp talons gouging towards him like terrifyingly sharp hooks. Ning just stood there on the ground, not moving to dodge at all. In the instant that the attacks of the gold-feathered eagle reached him, Ning brandished the shields in his arms. Boom! They struck head-on against the sharp claws of the gold-feathered eagle. Now that he was commanding 3 times as many immortals, his heaven punisher was faster than it had been in the past, especially its arms, which were both dexterous and strong. Given that the shields he was using were quite large, he was able to completely block this strange, profound, terrifying claw attack. Boom! The gold-feathered eagle was actually sent spinning backwards through the skies, only coming to a halt a few moments later. This instantly caused the always arrogant and brash dire monster god, the great sage who swallows the mountains, to feel completely humiliated and enraged. Second brother, third brother, get over here. This Ning guy is tremendously strong. Coming. Big brother. Let me give him a try. The nine-headed lion was like mobile mountain range, smashing straight through all opposition and pushing aside the Pangu war formations, rain dragons, and heaven punishers in his path. Although the second brother of the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater, that ugly dragon with snapped horns, was actually more agile than the other three, it clearly found it rather difficult to traverse the battlefield. It wasn't as fast as the clumsy-looking nine-headed lion. Ning could sense space around him shudder. He glanced sideways, instantly seeing the nine-headed lion charge straight towards him. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Him? The most powerful of the three dire monster gods. The nine-headed lion. Nine-headed lions were god beasts. It was the only one of the three who had a truly exalted bloodline, one which was comparable to that of nine-tailed foxes and five elements peacocks. It was normally quite low-key and unobtrusive, but in actual power it was the strongest of the three. The nine-headed lion was ranked amongst the very top experts in the entire three realms, comparable to the likes of Lu Dongbin. But of course, Lu Dongbin was a key refiner, whereas the nine-headed lion was both a key refiner and a Fiendgod body refiner, resulting in Lu Dongbin being at an innate disadvantage. I heard that his strength is comparable to Patriarch Lu's. Ning didn't dare to be overconfident. Perfect timing, third brother. The airborne gold-feathered eagle was delighted. The nine-headed lion was bounding across the ground towards Ning, all of the fiend gods and terror beasts of the seamless gate parting before it. Ning held those two shields in his hands, not dodging in the slightest. I want to see how powerful someone who supposedly stands at the very top tier of power amongst Empyrean gods and true immortals is. Ning's heart was filled with a desire to do battle. The nine-headed lion Empyrean god Reds now Patriarch Lu. All of them stood at the very peak of power for Empyrean gods and true immortals. Each of them were very close to true gods and Tao fathers in power. However, Ning would never have a chance to test his Heaven Punisher out in power against Patriarch Lu and Empyrean god Reds now. Of course, Ning's true body was within the underwater estate, and had sparred with Empyrean god Reds now before. However, Reds now, as the leader of the seven Empyrean gods, had been praised by even Subhuti himself as someone who was just a hair's breadth away from the Tao Father level of power. When Ning's true body had dueled Reds now, Ning had lost catastrophically. On this field of battle, however, Ning's primal twin had the power of a pure Yang true immortal and the power of the Heaven Punisher formation supporting him. Ning absolutely wasn't afraid of giving him a fight. Boom! 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 The ground quivered as the nine-headed lion charged towards Ning, and as Ning leaped forward towards it. Humph! A savage light flashed through the eyes of the nine-headed lion. It lowered its heads, a layer of golden light emerging from them and covering its entire body. Ning hunkered downwards, the two shields in his hands as he rammed straight forward. Both sides were fighting head-on against each other. Nine-headed lions were god beasts that were famous for their strength, and this great sage who devours the skies had a particularly deep level of insight into the Tao, making him even more incredible. Ning's strength didn't need to be described. On the battlefield, he had ravaged the many experts of the Seamless Gate. Boom! The nine-headed lion felt a flood of power sweep through it. There was no skill, no tricks to it. It was a surge of absolutely incredible raw power, causing it to stumble backwards uncontrollably. The nine-headed lion had no time to feel stunned. It hurriedly used an evasive technique, causing the surrounding space to become illusory as it retreated by 1,000 kilometers in a manner that displayed no openings. Such power! Ning felt a strange, powerful vibration transmitted towards him. It wasn't just pure, raw power, it was a type of vibration. The sort of vibration one might feel when an earthquake hit, a vibration that couldn't simply be blocked or deflected. Ning immediately understood. No wonder all of the armies on their side, Be it the Pangu war formations, the Rain Dragons, or the Heaven Punishers were knocked backwards. In addition, the nine-headed lion's headlong charge didn't seem to have consumed much power. This was actually a type of profound, high-level technique. Although Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher possessed nigh-infinite strength, it still couldn't help but take 3 steps back before the vibrating power dissipated. He really is strong. The distant nine-headed lion laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the battlefield. Come again. You think I'm afraid of you? Ning's Heaven Punisher once more charged forward. Boom! Boom! Ning and the nine-headed lion clashed repeatedly on the field of battle. Each time, Ning only took 3 steps back. While the nine-headed lion had a profound grasp over the Tao, with each step on the ground seeming to cause the ground to twist and space to distort, the difference in raw power was simply too great. Each time, the nine-headed lion would still be forced to dodge backwards by 1,000 kilometers. Third brother, if the 3 of us joined together to form the three-eyed god, would we be able to kill this Ji Ning? The airborne gold-feathered eagle, still being harried by the Xia Emperor and the others, sent a mental message. Third brother, Big Brother and I are waiting for you to give the word. The dragon with the shattered horns was flying around the area as well. The 3 dire monster gods were capable of setting up a formation to form a three-eyed god. The three-eyed god was primarily led by the most powerful of the 3 brothers, the nine-headed lion. It was very similar to the 7 planets Empyrean god, which was formed by the 7 Empyrean gods of the star-seizing manner but primarily led by Redsnow. Redsnow and the nine-headed lion had the highest level of insights into the Tao in their respective squads, and they were the strongest in battle as well. I'm not certain, the nine-headed lion sent mentally. This Ji Ning is very skilled in commanding his Heaven Punisher, and his strength is too incredible. Even if we join forces together into the three-eyed god in a one-on-one fight, we'd naturally able to kill him, but a large number of experts of the Crimson Bright realm are nearby. They'll frantically assail us, which means we'll have a very low chance of killing him, less than 30% at most. Both the gold-feathered eagle and the broken-horned dragon understood. It was true. The Crimson Bright realm had sent a total of 6 Empyrean gods and true immortals to tie down the gold-feathered eagle, which was the fastest of the 3. There were other experts who had been assigned to deal with the broken-horned dragon and the nine-headed lion. As soon as they joined into the three-eyed god, the many experts would naturally join forces with Ji Ning against it, giving it less than a 30% chance of killing Ji Ning. What a powerful nine-headed lion! Ning was stunned by their exchange as well. It's actually only at a slight disadvantage in a one-on-one fight against me. I'm a pure Yang true immortal, and I'm commanding 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals. He's too powerful. If the intelligence reports are correct and they really can join together into a three-eyed god, how powerful would that be? One-on-one, I'd probably be killed quite quickly. Ning glanced sideways. Because the 3 dire monster gods were here, a large number of experts of the Crimson Bright realm had hurried here as well. There were 5 rain dragons and 6 heaven punishers that were commanded by Empyrean gods or true immortals. This was how much of a threat the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater posed to them. Atop the walls of the Seamless City, Taofather Ink Bamboo watched the battle for quite some time. Both sides had suffered significant losses, but they continued to battle wildly. The Taofather gave the order, "Pull back." His voice echoed in the minds of every Seamless Gate commander. "Pull back. Let's go. We're done." The Seamless Gate quickly joined together to begin an orderly, step-by-step retreat back to their camp. Taofather Crimson Bright was watching this from atop the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Frowning, he gave the order as well, "Pull back and rest." Atop the walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Ji Ning, how did it go? How were our losses, compared to the losses of the Seamless Gate? Celestial Immortals Unity, Wacko, Dustfloat, All Beasts, and Rainsoar had gathered together with Ning. The 6 had battled together for many years and were very close to each other. They were a tight-knit squad which advanced and retreated in unison on the battlefield. Right? On the battlefield, We didn't have any spare energy to watch the others. Celestial Immortal Dust Float added. Ning sighed. Both sides suffered significant losses, roughly 10,000 celestial immortals each. I'm not sure of the exact numbers. The Xia Emperor should know. We lost that many? That's not bad. The Seamless Gate has many more golems than us. For us to match them in casualties isn't bad. This was just our first engagement. The Realm War is going to be crazy. They all let out sighs. In the past, this had merely been a war for the Grand Xia. Now it was a realm war. It must be understood that the Xia Emperor had only commanded a total of 10,000 celestial immortals, and despite so many years of battle, more than half remained alive. But today, 10,000 had died in a single engagement. Battle. Rest. Battle again a while later. Rest again. This became the cadence of the realm war. Battling for too long would result in one's magic energy and divine power being drained. If they were forced to fight non-stop, they would have to eat immortal pills to replenish their energy, which neither side was particularly willing to do. Thus, after fighting for a while, they would withdraw their forces to rest. On the surface, each clash was simple and didn't result in heavy losses. Both sides, however, were searching for an opportunity, and once they found it, the seemingly morass of a battle would instantly explode. When that happened, large numbers of celestial immortals would perish, and even Empyrean gods and true immortals would fall. It must be understood that despite having clashed 3 times, not a single Empyrean god or true immortal had fallen yet. Even when a Pangu war formation was destroyed, the commanding Empyrean god had easily escaped. Since neither Empyrean gods nor true immortals had perished, the war clearly had yet to reach the critical point yet. Within the vast world of darkness, the God King was seated upon his towering throne, levitating high in the air and staring down at the masses from his position in the center of the world. God King, a figure was kneeling before the throne. This realm war has seen 3 clashes thus far. Taofather Ink Bamboo has essentially finished calculating the Crimsonbright Realm's power, as well as some of their hidden forces. It's time for a fatal attack. The God King looked down towards the kneeling figure. You've been hiding by Taofather Crimsonbright's side for so long. It's time for you to unleash your power. Your subordinate has been awaiting this day for a long, long time. The kneeling figure said respectfully, his voice filled with eagerness. After this battle, your status will have been exposed, and you will no longer be able to remain with the Nuwa Alliance. Come straight to the Seamless Gate. You are the key to this battle. Don't disappoint me, the God King said. The kneeling figure said, your subordinate has been waiting and hiding for countless years for this moment. Everything I've endured, all the lies. It was so that I could explode forth at this moment. Even if I die, I won't disappoint you, God King. Good. Of my many minions, you've always been the most dazzling one. After you return to the Seamless Gate, I'll personally accept you as my disciple and give you the 3 protocosmic spirit treasures of the Vacant Sword Formation, the God King said. Upon hearing the words Vacant Sword Formation, the kneeling figure instantly grew excited. Raising his head, he said resolutely, God King, just watch and see. The upraised face was that of Sword Immortal Evergreen, the 8 Dragons Cloud City, the main palace. Taofather Crimsonbright sat on the throne. Below him sat a host of Empyrean gods, true immortals, and celestial immortal commanders, Ji Ning amongst them. Both Taofather Ink Bamboo and myself have been keeping an eye on our respective armies. Taofather Crimsonbright looked downwards upon his subjects. We are both trying to suss out the true strength of each other's forces, find a weakness, then launch a fatal attack. The Seamless Gate's greatest advantage lies in its intelligence network, making it much easier for them to investigate us. Based on the multiple realm wars which have occurred within the 3 realms, the Seamless Gate often launches a fatal attack first. Thus, I have to warn you, the more battles that occur, the greater the chances that the Seamless Gate will launch an all-out fatal attack on the next one. You have to be vigilant at all times. Master, the Xia Emperor said worriedly, to always be vigilant isn't a winning solution. When will we launch our own all-out attack? Dao Father Crimson Bright nodded. I understand what you are saying, of course. However, I can dimly sense that the Seamless Gate has another force that is lying in wait. I have to hold some of my forces in abeyance to deal with it. Otherwise, if we launch our all-out attack, we might end up being tricked and countered by the Seamless Gate, resulting in a great loss. Everyone, Jining included, nodded. There was nothing for it. Whenever there was a significant disparity in intelligence, the only choice was to allow the enemy to strike first. Perhaps one might suffer a bit for it, but they would still be able to deal with the forces they saw. If they revealed all of their trump cards at once in an attack, their fate would be completely up to luck. There's one thing we can be certain of. Dao Father Crimson Bright looked at Ning. Ji Ning. Dao Father, Ning replied respectfully. Dao Father Crimson Bright looked at Ning. You have a talent for commanding heaven punishers. Once you break through to become a pure Yang true immortal, the power of your heaven punisher shall explode to a new level. Thus, the Seamless Gate is definitely going to try and kill you to avoid future problems. The intelligence we've obtained regarding them concurs. They've wanted to get rid of you this entire time. During each of the past 3 battles, the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater have been in your surrounding area, Dao Father Crimson Bright said. This has resulted in much of both sides' forces being concentrated around you, roughly 30% or so of the entire battlefield. Minor battles are going on in other places. The only place where both sides are concentrating their forces is the area around you. Once an all-out attack is launched, that place will be the most dangerous place on the entire battlefield. And the first target they will want to eliminate is you, Jining. Xiamang. Dao Father Crimson Bright looked towards the Xia Emperor. Stay next to him and assist him. You have to protect Jining. Be wary of any sudden changes in the battlefield. Yes, Master, the Xia Emperor said respectfully. The rest of you need to keep an eye out as well. Even if the other minor battlefields take a turn for the worse, casualties will be limited. The region around Jining and Shimong, however, once there are casualties there, the casualties will be heavy, so heavy as to potentially change the entire dynamic. You need to keep an eye out and be prepared to deal with anything on the fly, Dao Father Crimson Bright instructed. Yes, Dao Father. Yes, Master. Dao Father Crimson Bright nodded. All right, you can go back and rest now. Ning and the hundreds of immortals and fiendgods present all walked out of the main palace. Only after exiting did they start to discuss matters in small groups. Jining, if you can just keep those 3 from Mount Dragoneater tied down, you'll have rendered a major contribution, the Xia Emperor said, walking alongside Ning. Don't be in a rush to try and kill enemies. Keep an eye out for those 3 at all times. Right? Dark North, if you are defeated, will have lost a powerful military unit. For you right now, not screwing up is already a contribution. A bald old man in loose robes next to them chuckled while fanning himself with a fan. Right now, you are our main defense against those 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. Multiple Empyrean gods and true immortals spoke out. They were all responsible for tying down those 3 dire monster gods, and so during the 3 clashes of this realm war, they had been by Jining's side. To be honest, it was rather strange. Those 3 dire monster gods were always close to Ning. The main reason for this was that the God King viewed Ning as an extremely important target, believing that if Ning suddenly broke through to the pure Yang true immortal level, his heaven punisher would instantly rise to a level of power where it would be no weaker than the combined power of those 3 dire monster gods. To be honest, with Jining around, it makes things easier for us. His heaven punisher is so strong, not even those 3 dire monster gods can suppress him. Jining is indeed formidable as a heaven punisher commander. If he becomes a pure Yang true immortal, how powerful would he become? The Empyrean gods and true immortals continued to chat with Ning and amongst themselves. Suddenly, someone walked past them. It was Sword Immortal Evergreen, who gave them a sideways glance and a cold snort. All of you are quite smug, aren't you? Don't forget. If Jining dies in battle, the entire situation will become quite ugly for us. As I see it, you need to focus on what you will do in the event that Jining dies. After finishing his words, Sword Immortal Evergreen walked out. Ning frowned upon hearing these words. On the surface, Sword Immortal Evergreen was reminding them to be careful. But he kept on saying Ning dies. Ning dies? Anyone would feel displeased upon hearing someone say such things. Ning, don't mind him. The Xia Emperor glanced at Sword Immortal Evergreen, frowning at him before turning to smile at Ning. That's just how Junior Apprentice Brother Evergreen is. Still, he's not wrong to remind us that we need to be careful. Understood. Ning nodded. Fellow Taoist Dark North. After Sword Immortal Evergreen walked away, a delicate, white-robed female immortal who had heard his words walked towards Ning and hurriedly said, Senior Apprentice Brother Evergreen is always like that. Please don't mind him. Ning smiled. A minor matter. Fellow Taoist Snowdance. Fairy Snowdance smiled towards Ning, then followed Sword Immortal Evergreen in leaving. Ning asked the nearby Xia Emperor, what is the exact relationship between Fairy Snowdance and Sword Immortal Evergreen? I often see them together, and even on the field of battle, they are an inseparable duo. Junior Apprentice Sister Snowdance is devoted to Junior Apprentice Brother Evergreen, but he is excessively solitary and aloof. He's completely unreceptive to her advances. She, however, continues to quietly watch over him. Although the two haven't joined together to become Tao companions, Evergreen is indeed closer to Snowdance than to any of our other fellow disciples. Still, in the end, he always treats her in an icy manner. Junior Apprentice Sister Snowdance really is blinded. A barbaric-looking man said with a sigh. Evergreen's simply too sharp. His heart is like a sword, and he acts like a sword in dealing with both people and business. He's let her wait for him for so long, alas. The various Empyrean gods and true immortals chatted amongst themselves for a bit, then all departed. A few days later, the Xia Emperor sent the mental order for his army to assemble. Be careful. You said it yourself. The Seamless Gate is trying to kill you if at all possible. Our child is soon to be born. I don't want our child to never have the chance to meet you, Yue warned. Don't worry, Senior Apprentice Sister. The Seamless Gate is far from being able to kill me, Ning said with a laugh. Since the start of the Realm War, before each clash Yue would give Ning many warnings to be careful. I'm off. Ning smiled, then transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Yue rubbed her stomach, watching as Ning flew away. She could sense that their child was most likely going to enter the world in around half a month. But why was it that she was feeling increasingly nervous? The vast, awe-inspiring army had assembled, then flown out from the 8 Dragons Cloud City. The wilderness outside the city had long been transformed into a desolate, crater-ridden wasteland. The two opposing armies once more charged against each other, and everything was as it had been in the past. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Both sides were now experienced with each other. The heaviest casualties had come in the first clash, while the following clashes had seen much fewer deaths. In this clash, the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater once more had their sights set on Ning. Once the opportunity arises, you have to kill this Ning. The most important mission you have in this realm war is to kill Ning. These were the instructions which both Tao Father Ink Bamboo and the God King had given them. Oh! Both sides were evenly matched. Junior Apprentice Sister, those 6 heaven punishers are in danger. Let's go help them. Sword Immortal Evergreen and Fairy Snowdance were flying through the sky. Sword Immortal Evergreen scanned the field of battle, then sent a mental message to her. Fairy Snowdance glanced over as well. Far from within the region where Ning and the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater were, 6 heaven punishers were being assaulted by 3 white-faced flood dragons, with one of them apparently being commanded by an Empyrean god or true immortal. They were clearly superior to the 6 heaven punishers in power, but the heaven punishers weren't in any real danger yet. By joining forces, they were able to stave off defeat. Still, Fairy Snowdance didn't refuse. Fine, Senior Apprentice Brother. Swoosh, swoosh. They immediately flew down to the battlefield, beginning to cast spells and use their magic treasures to support those 6 heaven punishers. With their help, the six instantly found the battle much easier, and in fact they were even able to seize the advantage. Senior apprentice brother, be careful. This region is the most dangerous region in the entire battlefield. Fairy Snowdance sent mentally. Both sides have sent more than 20 Empyrean gods and true immortals to this place, and we have over 50 heaven punishers here, as well as rain dragons and Pangu war formations. Don't worry, Evergreen said confidently. We just need to be careful, right? Fairy Snowdance was just giving him a reminder. Thus far, not a single Empyrean god or true immortal had died in this realm war. As long as there wasn't a sudden change in events, it wasn't likely that one of them would die. Sword Immortal Evergreen continued to cast spells to help the heaven punishers below, while keeping a careful eye on the battlefield. The Xia Emperor, one of the 6 Empyrean gods and true immortals on his ship of light, noticed that Sword Immortal Evergreen and Fairy Snowdance had arrived as well. It must be understood that the Xia Emperor was controlling the local formation. He naturally saw everything that happened on the battlefield, and he generally would arrange for the disposition of their forces. He immediately sent mentally, Junior Apprentice Brother Evergreen, Junior Apprentice Sister Snowdance, go and help out those 5 heaven punishers to your left. They are in serious danger. All right. Sword Immortal Evergreen and Fairy Snowdance immediately noticed it as well. Those 5 were indeed suffering a group attack, and there were no other Empyrean gods or true immortals nearby, aside from the 2 of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 flew in that direction while casting their spells. Go! Fairy Snowdance pointed, and instantly a snowy white lance pierced through the skies. Slash! Suddenly, a streak of sword light flashed past her. Blood splattered everywhere, and as the blood splattered on the snowy white lance of light, it was instantly frozen. Fairy Snowdance stared at her chest uncomprehendingly. A sword had pierced straight through it, cutting quite cleanly through her pure yang jindan. She raised her head to look towards Sword Immortal Evergreen in disbelief. Senior apprentice brother. In her heart, there was one thing she wanted to say. If you want to join the Seamless Gate, I'm willing to join you. Fairy Snowdance revealed a hint of a smile. The smile of release. Snick. Sword Immortal Evergreen pulled his sword out, and as his sword key trembled, her entire body was instantly turned into dust. Her treasures left for Sword Immortal Evergreen to pick up. In his heart, Sword Immortal Evergreen felt a certain dull pain. If you spend years raising a dog, you'll feel pain when it dies. Sword Immortal Evergreen immediately wiped away the tiny bit of pity he felt in his heart, then looked downwards. He charged straight downwards, charging towards those 5 heaven punishers. Not only did he not support them, he launched an assault that caused those 5 to feel utterly shocked. Evergreen! The distant Xia Emperor saw this happen. Upon seeing Fairy Snowdance's chest be pierced, his eyes widened so much they threatened to split apart. He let out an utterly enraged roar that caused the heavens themselves to tremble. Sword Immortal Evergreen paid no attention to the Xia Emperor's furious roar at all. His eyes flashed with red light. Clearly he had gone berserk. I, Evergreen, have waited for so many years, and this day shall be my most glorious, most dazzling moment. He fully released all of his hidden power, and the immortal swords he controlled transformed into 3 streaks of azure-black swordlight that pierced through the skies. No! Sword Immortal Evergreen. Spy! Traitor! The 5 heaven punishers felt completely despair. They were already in a dangerous situation, having suffered a group assault by the forces of the Seamless Gate. That was the reason why the Xia Emperor had sent Sword Immortal Evergreen and Fairy Snowdance to reinforce them. If they hadn't, the 5 heaven punishers wouldn't have been able to hold on for much longer. Sword Immortal Evergreen had slain Fairy Snowdance, then unleashed an attack that wasn't one whit inferior to the attacks of True Immortal Whitepole or the Xia Emperor. This terrifying attack was not meant to reinforce them. It was meant to kill them. How could the 5 heaven punishers possibly resist? Slash! Boom! Swish! Under repeated assaults from Sword Immortal Evergreen, Xian apes, white-faced flood dragons, and Empyrean god golems, The 5 heaven punishers instantly were shattered into tiny pieces. The local battlefield, which held 30% of the forces of each side, had just changed dramatically. The walls of the Seamless City. Taofather Ink Bamboo was watching this entire battle from afar. The God King had secretly told him long ago that the Seamless Gate had hidden an extremely important chess piece within the forces of the Crimson Bright Realm, a chess piece which, when employed at the right moment, could cause the entire course of the battle to change. As for who that chess piece was, Taofather Ink Bamboo didn't know. Only the God King himself knew. Clearly, this was an extremely important secret. Taofather Ink Bamboo's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw Sword Immortal Evergreen suddenly kill Fairy Snowdance, then assault the 5 heaven punishers below. In the blink of an eye, all 5 heaven punishers were destroyed. The local battlefield had instantly changed. The Crimson Bright Realm had lost 2 pure Yang True Immortals and 5 heaven punishers, whereas the Seamless Gate had not only gained the powerful Sword Immortal Evergreen, the forces that had been assaulting the 5 heaven punishers were freed up as well. Launch an all-out attack. Taofather Ink Bamboo knew how rare an opportunity like this was. He immediately sent out the order. Launch an all-out attack. The Taofather's voice rang out in the minds of every single commander, Empyrean God, and true immortal of the Seamless Gate. Attack! The 9 cloud mist fairies, who had previously been locked into a stalemate, suddenly exploded with power. Attack! The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, who had been battling separately in the region, all revealed looks of joy. Dire monster god Skies, Wallower roared loudly, "Assemble into formation!" Instantly, the 3 dire monster gods charged towards each other, joining together into formation. Divine power flowed across them like light, quickly transforming them into a towering, bald, 3-eyed Fiendgod. The 3-eyed god's aura was utterly unearthly. Attack! The various white-faced flood dragons and Juyen apes actually began to crumble. But as they crumbled, they reformed into multiple Empyrean god golems. Each white-faced flood dragon instantly transformed into 10 Empyrean god golems. The entire battlefield had suddenly changed. Evergreen. Even as the Xia Emperor roared with rage, Ji Ning saw Evergreen make his move as well. He was watching the entire battlefield at all times. He couldn't help but feel disbelief as he saw it happen. Although he didn't have any positive feelings towards Sword Immortal Evergreen, he had never suspected that Evergreen was actually a spy for the Seamless Gate. Fairy Snowdance had followed him for so long. How could he have been hard-hearted enough to actually kill her? Vile creature! Ning ground his teeth, rage blazing within his heart. Launch an all-out attack. A heartbeat after Taofather Ink Bamboo gave the order. Taofather Crimsonbright's voice rang out in the minds of his subordinates as well. Launch an all-out attack. Time to go all out. The Crimson Bright Realm and the Seamless Gate almost simultaneously began to launch their most powerful attacks. Within one of the minor worlds of the 3 realms, a dirty-looking middle-aged man was displaying his martial prowess, leading a group of beggars at high speed towards a large inn-house. "Kids, seal that door up," the dirty-looking beggar called out. "Yes." The group of beggars completely blocked up the doorway, terrifying the guests and customers who had been eating inside it and preventing any outsiders from entering. "Honorable sir, if there's something you want, just tell us. Why have you brought so many people to seal off my inn-house?" The innkeeper hurriedly came out, bowing and scraping. "If the beggar's clan wishes to block your door, we'll block your door. I've never liked you. Today I've come to eat something," the middle-aged beggar barked. "Got a problem?" No problems at all." The innkeeper felt misery in his hearts. He knew exactly how powerful the beggar's clan was within this city. Fortunately, these people were just here to eat. "If you want something to eat, just tell me. Simple. Gimme." Halfway through his words, the look on the face of the middle-aged beggar changed. This was because, right at this moment, a voice rang out within his mind. "East Break. Come to the Grand Xia battlefield right away." When the Realm War had first started, he had been told that he would serve as a lethal weapon for the Crimsonbright realm. To prevent the Seamless Gate from finding out, the only people who were aware of this were two Dao Fathers and the beggar himself. Even the message delivery system was an extremely secretive one. He had been extremely careful, and indeed, the Seamless Gate hadn't discovered him. The beggar raised his head. A black light flashed. Boom! A large rift suddenly appeared in the skies above him. The middle-aged beggar took a single step, soaring into the rift in the skies. And then the massive rift vanished as well. The guests, beggars, and innkeeper were all completely dazed by what they had just seen. Clan? Clan leader? The beggars stared stupidly. The person extorting me was actually... The innkeeper was even more dazed. A divinity. A divinity. He must have been an immortal. In fact, the countless mortals in the region all fell to their knees, kowtowing. They had seen this immortal with their own eyes. The massive rift in the skies, the aura of power and majesty from it. It had filled the deepest parts of their hearts with utter terror and awe. They would never even think of resisting such power. The Xianxia, the battlefield within White Pole Commandery. Boom! A massive rift appeared, and the middle-aged beggar with tousled hair appeared out of nowhere. He had been roaming a minor mortal world that was located very close to the Xianxia, and so as soon as the order had come, he had been able to immediately tear a rift through the void to arrive here. Eastbreak. Eastbreak, the divine archer. The forces of the Seamless Gate who saw the middle-aged beggar appear were all terrified. Eastbreak. Ever since the great divinity Hui had vanished, the most powerful divine archers of the three realms had consisted of Eastbreak and his peers. Empyrean god Eastbreak possessed tremendous power, and his heart force had reached the peak of the 4th level. His divine arrows. They had more than enough power to cause each and every Empyrean god and true immortal to feel utter terror. So what if Eastbreak has come? We have many allies on the battlefield. 2 or 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals can combine their power to block his arrows. How can a single Eastbreak possibly have an impact on our great army? But just as they were consoling themselves, the divine archer Eastbreak produced a gray fruit in his hands. He swallowed it, then manifested a silvery white great bow as well as a black arrow. He knocked his bow, then drew it, the tip of the arrow covered with a blurry gray energy aura. Chaos Dao Fruit? The power of primordial chaos? Not good. The arrow flashed. It lanced through the skies. Arg! No! 3 white-faced flood dragons were pierced by that black streak of light. The 3 white-faced flood dragons immediately collapsed, revealing the celestial immortals and loose immortals inside. A single arrow had slain 3 of the white-faced flood dragons. Eastbreak pulled back his bow yet again. Madman! He's using both the power of primordial chaos and filling his arrows with heart force. Given his terrifying archery skills, his arrows are almost comparable to a Deofather's strikes. They even cause spatial compression. We won't even have a chance to hide into our immortal estates. But he's going after the white-faced flood dragons and the Bifong cranes instead of us. The Empyrean gods and true immortals were both furious and frantic, because they knew that Empyrean god Eastbreak was making the right choice. He was extremely close to the Dao Father level to begin with. By relying on the power of the Dao Fruit of Primordial Chaos, his full-strength arrow attacks had already reached the level of power a Dao Father's attacks would have. But of course, he paid a heavy price for this. A single Chaos Dao Fruit would most likely only be enough to allow him to shoot 2 arrows, with each fruit representing a true god or Dao Father sacrificing some of their insights into the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos. It must be understood that the Empyrean gods and true immortals on both sides were moving in pairs or triplets. In fact, some of them were moving in groups of 7 or 8. If he used his arrows to assault Empyrean gods or true immortals, they would be able to stay alive by joining forces to defend. Even if he did manage to kill an Empyrean god or a true immortal, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the overall course of the battle. But by killing white-faced flood dragons, Bifong cranes, Zhuyan apes, and such creatures, he was able to slay 2 or 3 with each arrow. Dao Father Ink Bamboo, atop the walls of the Seamless City, just coldly watched as this all happened. He smiled grimly. The Nuwa Alliance really is willing to spend its resources. They are actually using Dao Fruit of Primordial Chaos to allow a single Supreme Archer to have an impact on the entire war. But despite that, he's only on par with the combined power of the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. Perhaps the 3 combined are even slightly weaker than Empyrean God Eastbreak. But they can fight for a long period of time, whereas he is using up a Dao Fruit every 2 arrows. Let's see how many arrows he can shoot. On the battlefield, some of the white-faced flood dragons, Bifong cranes, and Zhuyan apes had been voluntarily disbanded when the all-out attack was initiated, transforming into multiple Empyrean god golems. After all, 1,000 celestial immortals could command 10 of the Empyrean god golems, while 3 golems were comparable to each white-faced flood dragon in power. Clearly, using the same number of celestial immortals to control the Empyrean god golems was more powerful and effective. However, manufacturing the golems was very difficult. Dao Father Ink Bamboo was only able to have 20% of his celestial immortals control the golems, but despite that, the Seamless Gate's forces had just been strengthened dramatically. To put it another way, although Empyrean God Eastbreak was very valiant, slaying 2,000 or 3,000 celestial immortals with each arrow, his impact merely neutralized the sudden appearance of so many Empyrean God golems. Right now, the flow of battle within the area where both sides had concentrated 30% of their forces was extremely detrimental to the forces of the Crimson Bright realm. Careful! Hold on! Damn that evergreen! The forces of the Crimson Bright realm were livid. The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater's power was within their realm of expectations, and they had planned for it. Sword Immortal Evergreen's betrayal, however, caused their situation to turn uglier than they had expected. It must be understood that in mortal wars, there had been cases where a flag-bearing soldier fell, bringing his flag down with him and resulting in the loss of both the battle and his country. Sword Immortal Evergreen's slaying of Fairy Snowdance and the 5 Heaven Punishers, then continued attacks alongside the Seamless Gate against the forces of the Crimson Bright realm. It had caught them completely off guard. Unable to reinforce each other in time, they lost another Rain Dragon, 2 Pangu War Formations, and 6 more Heaven Punishers. Only after such heavy losses was Evergreen forced back by the utterly berserk forces of the Crimson Bright realm, driving him into the protective embrace of the 3 dire monster gods. But alas, the state of the battle around Jining had turned horribly grim for the Crimson Bright realm. The disparity in power between 2 sides was now enormous. The city walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Dao Father Crimson Bright was watching over the entire battlefield, his heart scorching with worry. He immediately saw how ugly the situation had become in the area where Jining and the Xia Emperor were battling. Sword Immortal Evergreen had launched his traitorous attack there, causing a minor collapse in the battle lines of the Crimson Bright realm. Fortunately, the Xia Emperor and Jining had gone all out to hold their positions, allowing things to settle down. But the situation was still extremely grim. There's nothing I can do. The many Empyrean god golems that just appeared on the Seamless Gate side are spread out throughout the battlefield. Multiple areas need reinforcements. Dao Father Crimson Bright stared at the battlefield. The distant divine archer, Eastbreak, was sending out arrows like needles from the god of death. Every single arrow slew 2 or 3 white-faced flood dragons, Zhuyan apes, or other types of terror beasts. I can only choose to give up Shimong's region for now. Have Eastbreak keep his region suppressed. Dao Father Crimson Bright knew that he had to make his choice right away. If he had Eastbreak suppress the entire battlefield, because of how bad the situation was for Jining and the Xia Emperor's area, they would still probably be at a disadvantage. As for the other regions, if Eastbreak wasn't able to help them out enough, they would probably only be able to reach a stalemate. Now, however, with Eastbreak going berserk on a few select regions, although Jining's region was in trouble, the other 7 regions temporarily gained the upper hand. Eastbreak's arrows were simply too terrifying. However, Both Taofather Crimsonbright and Taofather Ink Bamboo knew very well that these terrifying arrows used up Tao fruits of primordial chaos, with each Tao fruit only sustaining 2 arrows. He wouldn't be able to maintain this state for too long, and so he had to kill as many as he could while he could. Shimong, your region will have to rely on yourselves. Taofather Crimsonbright hardened his heart. He had experienced the destruction of the primordial world. He knew that sometimes sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the bigger picture. Evergreen! Taofather Crimsonbright stared at the distant sword Immortal Evergreen, cold light flaring from his eyes, his face completely ashen. Humiliation. He had been catastrophically deceived. He had trusted sword Immortal Evergreen too much. He hadn't suspected him of being a spy at all. The main reason for this was because Evergreen normally didn't have any friends. In fact, he was an extremely solitary person who focused completely on the Tao. Evergreen had lived in seclusion within that Taoist temple on his minor world for countless years, focusing on the Tao. It might be easy for a person to pretend for a period of time, but to pretend for their entire life. Evergreen, however, was terrifying in this regard. In the past, Taofather Crimsonbright had rather admired Evergreen for his temperament and his complete dedication to pursuing the Tao. He had believed that of his many disciples, Evergreen had the best chance of becoming a Taofather. Evergreen is focused on pursuing the Tao, and his heart has no other desires. I definitely wasn't wrong about this. When he killed Snowdance, he showed no mercy or hesitancy at all. He didn't even show the slightest hint of doubt in his eyes. After killing her, he immediately destroyed her corpse. His heart is truly merciless. I wasn't wrong. He is indeed incredibly dangerous. Taofather Crimsonbright knew very well that such a decisive, merciless person would likely become an astonishing figure in the future. One's level of accomplishments had nothing to do with whether one was virtuous or vile. The stronger one's Tao heart was, the easier it would be for one to travel a long distance on the immortal path. For the most vile of individuals, even when they did vile things, they wouldn't truly believe themselves to be vile. A completely pure Tao heart could be a terrifyingly powerful thing, even if that pureness was evil. Not even demon heart tribulations and other such tribulations would have an effect on it. However, there were very, very few such natural-born devils. Prior to this, Taofather Crimsonbright hadn't been able to tell that Evergreen was such a person. The battlefield region where Ning and the Xia Emperor were located. Evergreen. Ning was utterly enraged by what he was seeing. All-out attack. The Taofather's order came. The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon-Eater temporarily paused their attacks, beginning to join together into a formation. Taking advantage of the lull offered by the 3 dire monster gods pausing, the enraged Ji Ning charged straight towards Sword Immortal Evergreen. Fuck off! Ning swept out with his 2 arms. Boom! 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 The Empyrean god golems that had been bothering him were all knocked flying backwards. The difference in power was simply too great. Quick! Stop him! Stop him! A Bifong crane commanded by an Empyrean god golem flew forward towards him. This particular terror beast looked like an immortal crane. Its body was completely azure, and it was bathed in fiery flames as its blazing wings flapped. It only had a single claw, but this claw was enormous and pitch black. As the Bifong crane flew forward, its claw ripped forward towards Ning. As for Ning, he reached out with both arms. Whoosh! He grabbed that giant claw with his hands. The Bifong crane suddenly manifested a black wing in front of it, smashing it down towards Ning. Die! Wielding the claw with both hands, Ning smashed the Bifong crane towards a white-faced flood dragon in front of him. As for the black wing, Ning just gritted his teeth and endured the blow. In this moment, he unleashed all of the power of his Soul Heart Force technique. By now, he had nearly reached the expert level in the Soul Heart Force technique. The increase in power was quite noticeable. This made it so that he was able to take control over increasingly greater amounts of the flood of natural energy being generated by the Heaven Punisher. His body quickly began even stronger and even more resilient. Boom! 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 The black wing slammed against Ning, but it only left behind a small wound. How did his strength just... The Bifong crane was shocked. Boom! The Bifong crane was slammed straight down against a white-faced flood dragon, knocking it flying away. Ning kept one hand around the claw of the Bifong crane, manifesting an incredibly sharp sword within his other hand. Tightening his grip around the sword, he viciously stabbed it towards Bifong crane's body. Slash! Slash! Two lightning-fast sword strikes passed straight through the Bifong crane's body, causing it to instantly begin to break apart. Many celestial immortals and loose immortals began to run, with the pure Yang true immortal commander the first to flee in terror. Die! Two massive shields appeared within Ning's hands, and he smashed them towards each other, with the fleeing pure Yang true immortal caught between them. Boom! When the two shields slammed together, countless loose immortals and celestial immortals perished. The true immortal simultaneously used an evasive technique as well as magic treasures to resist, but Ning had already unleashed his true power. His soul heart force had nearly reached the expert level, and the amount of power he now unleashed was simply astonishing. How could this? The true immortal felt a great power sweep through his magic treasures like a sword sweeping through rotted wood. And then, boom! He was completely disintegrated by the collision of the two massive mountain-like shields. Kill him. Kill this Ji Ning. Off in the distance, the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragon-Eater had already transformed into the three-eyed god. They were stunned and furious. They hadn't expected that during the short period of time when they had paused their attacks, Ji Ning would have wiped out one of their immortal armies. And even more importantly, he had even killed the true immortal commander. They thought that the deceased true immortal was to blame for his carelessness. They had no idea that Ji Ning, upon seeing Evergreen turn traitor, had known that the situation was grim and so had finally unleashed his full power. The power of Ning's Heaven Punisher had instantly increased several times over. If the nine-headed lion, the great sage who devours the skies, was to once more fight head-on against Ning, he would lose even more disastrously than last time. Kill! The three-eyed god charged towards Ning. Block it! Tie it down! The true immortals and rain dragons were all going all out. Ning knew that he had no time to continue his slaughter of the fleeing immortals. He immediately turned and charged straight towards the three-eyed god. While charging forward, Ning launched a kick towards a nearby Xian ape. Boom! The Xian ape was not only knocked flying, it also blew apart in midair. Die! Chains, black dragons, golden light, snow flowers, vines, tendrils, strange runes. All sorts of spells and magic treasures landed on the body of the three-eyed god. However, three-eyed god's aura wasn't diminished in the slightest. It completely ignored the spells and magic treasures, focusing only on Ji Ning. Kill Evergreen. Kill this traitor. Kill him. The other rain dragons and heaven punishers had gone berserk as well. In fact, they ignored their own safety as they launched all-out assaults of their own. Sword Immortal Evergreen had taken advantage of the earlier opening to lead the Seamless Gate army in wiping out a rain dragon, 2 Pangu war formations, and 6 heaven punishers. After the situation turned dangerous, he had immediately begun to flee towards the three-eyed god. Although Ning and the others were going all out in their efforts, the three-eyed god simply held too enormous of an advantage. The Seamless Gate had also sent out other Empyrean gods, true immortals, and armies as well. After Sword Immortal Evergreen had caused heavy casualties, more forces of the Seamless Gate had been freed up to assist the three-eyed god. The Seamless Gate is definitely going to win this battle. As Sword Immortal Evergreen flew towards the three-eyed god, he actually said aloud, "You should all join our Seamless Gate. You'll be able to survive if you do. Vile traitor, I swear I'll kill you." The Xia Emperor's eyes were completely bloodshot. Despicable creature. Foul thing. The Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Crimson Bright realm were all enraged. They had been stabbed in the back at a critical moment by one of their allies. How could they not be angry? and their dearly beloved junior apprentice sister Snowdance had also been killed as well. Boom! Ning's Heaven Punisher, the mightiest one of them all, finally clashed with the three-eyed god for the first time. Bang! Ning had been very cautious, choosing to use shields, but he was still knocked flying backwards. The difference in strength is too great. Ning instantly realized this as he flew backwards. The stories were true. The three-eyed god's power has already reached the Tao Father level. The three dire monster gods already possessed tremendous, overwhelming power. The three-eyed god they joined together to form had a qualitatively superior level of strength. It had reached the Tao Father threshold. Perhaps Eastbreak, by relying on Tao Fruit of Primordial Chaos, was able to unleash arrows that were comparable or even slightly superior in strength. But the three-eyed god still definitely had a Tao Father's power. Ning was far from being a match for it. Hurry up and kill Ji Ning. Atop the distant walls of the Seamless City, Tao Father Ink Bamboo was sending a mental order to the three dire monster gods. Ignore all else for now. Get rid of Ji Ning. Get rid of Ji Ning. The God King's voice rang out within the minds of the three dire monster gods as well. Don't worry. The three-eyed god, filled with a terrifying unearthly aura, was staring at Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher with all three of its eyes, watching as it was sent flying backwards. The three-eyed god bounded forward with large steps, ignoring all spells and magic treasures. Its charge simply couldn't be stopped. Right now, the three-eyed god had only a single goal: to kill Ji Ning. The underwater estate. The calm Empyrean god Reds now. The childlike Empyrean god Primal Fire, whose eyes flashed with savage light. Empyrean god Snow Scorpion. Empyrean god Dove Snake. Empyrean god Nine Fangs. Empyrean god Sunblaze. Empyrean god Dark Moon. The six of them were watching the battle outside. The giant yellow bear, through his attunement to the scenes happening outside the estate, was revealing images of the battle in midair. They saw the three-eyed god take form. They also saw how Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher was instantly knocked flying by the three-eyed god. Those three little brats of Mount Dragon Eater. Back then, they were nothing more than jokes. But now, they've become this powerful. A desire for battle could be seen in Empyrean god Redsnow's eyes. We've disappeared for far, far too long. Naturally, some powerful figures will have emerged. But the three realms have nearly forgotten how formidable our star-seizing manor was. The bald old man, Empyrean god Ninefangs, narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. As for the nearby fur-clad Ji Ning, he bowed respectfully and said, "I'd like to ask you, 7 seniors, to please assist." As soon as Ji Ning spoke out, all 7 of the Empyrean gods, along with the giant yellow bear, simultaneously turned to look towards him. "You really want us to act?" the lovely Empyrean god Snow Scorpion sent urgently to him. "Don't regret it," the childlike Empyrean god Primal Fire sent mentally as well. "We've only promised to assist you once." The bald Empyrean god Ninefangs looked at Ning as well. Empyrean god Dove Snake, Empyrean god Sunblaze, Empyrean god Dark Moon, and even the giant yellow bear sent urgent mental queries as well. The reason why they sent mental messages was because the battle outside had reached a fever pitch. They had to communicate in the shortest amount of time possible. Only Empyrean god Reds now remained silent. He just looked at Ning, who looked back at him. Their gazes met, and there was no hesitation in either of their eyes. "Assemble the formation." This was the only thing Empyrean god Reds now said. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." The other 6 Empyrean gods couldn't help but begin to laugh. Blazing eagerness appeared within their eyes. They had been in seclusion for far, far too long. Although they had been peaceful for countless years, they remained as hot-blooded as ever, and had always been looking forward to the day when they could once more enjoy a blood-soaked battle. The realm war for the Crimson Bright Realm. This was exactly what they were hungering for. Instantly, there was an explosion of light within the underwater estate as a rainbow of colors appeared. The outside world. The battlefield where Ji Ning, the Xia Emperor, and the three-eyed demon were located. The battle here between the two sides had truly reached a fever pitch, with the heart of the battle centering around the three-eyed demon. The three-eyed demon served as the leader for the Empyrean gods, true immortals, white-faced flood dragons, Bifong cranes, Xian apes, and golems of the Seamless Gate. On the Crimson Bright Realm side, the Heaven Punishers, Rain Dragons, Pangu War Formations, Empyrean gods, and true immortals were struggling to hold on. Alas, they were at a clear disadvantage. Sword Immortal Evergreen had broken the balance between the two sides, and the three-eyed demon had just made things worse for the Crimson Bright Realm. Most importantly of all, even Daofather Crimson Bright had painfully given up on their region for the sake of the bigger picture. Jining's side was now in extremely dire straits. Fortunately, Jining, the Xia Emperor, and some of the other powerful figures on their side were still able to fight back for now. Die, all of you. Just die. What's the point of struggling? The three-eyed demon was acting with wanton brashness. At this moment, the three-eyed demon was brandishing two giant warhammers in his hands, smashing them down in every direction. This was the weapon of choice, because the three-eyed demon was being commanded by the nine-headed lion, the great sage who swallows the skies, who was especially skilled in using giant warhammers. Whoosh! A rain dragon that was being assaulted by the forces of the Seamless Gate was knocked flying towards the direction of the three-eyed demon. Seeing this, the three-eyed demon immediately leapt forward, smashing down the giant warhammer in his hands. No! Watch out! Although the rain dragon tried to dodge, and although the Xia Emperor and the others wanted to assist, it was too late. Boom! A giant warhammer smashed directly on the body of the rain dragon. With a boom, the body blasted apart, revealing the many immortals inside of it, as well as a terrified, silver-haired Empyrean god who immediately began to flee. Fleeing, the incomparably savage three-eyed giant once more smashed down with his giant warhammer, sending it towards the silver-haired Empyrean god in a vicious blow. Fortunately, the Empyrean god hurriedly split his body in half and began to flee in two different directions. Although one of his bodies was destroyed, the other one managed to escape, allowing him to avoid catastrophe. Despite this, half of his divine power was instantly used up. The three-eyed demon has definitely reached the Daofather level of power. I couldn't block him, no matter how hard I tried. The silver-haired Empyrean god frantically warned the others mentally while flying away. After moving a good distance away, he cast a few spells and used some magical treasures, then began to battle against the other white-faced flood dragons, no longer daring to fight against the three-eyed demon head-on again. The only ones who did dare to fight the three-eyed demon head-on were Jining, as well as the rain dragons, Pangu War Formations, and Heaven Punishers that were commanded by Empyrean gods and true immortals. So long as they weren't caught off guard, and as long as there was at least 2 or 3 of them, they were capable of blocking the blows of the three-eyed demon. Boom! Ning was once more knocked flying backwards. During that short period of time, he had already clashed 3 times against the three-eyed demon. Each time, he had been completely suppressed. If the three-eyed Fiendgod had been given just an extra breath's war, though F-time, Ning probably would have been killed. Fortunately, many of his allies were helping him, giving him a chance to recover. They're coming. As Ning flew backwards, a hint of joy actually appeared on his face. Whoosh! Directly behind Jining, a towering Empyrean god appeared out of nowhere, dressed in a rainbow-colored armor and wielding a long spear that was 30,000 meters long. The face of this Empyrean god was fairly handsome. It was the face of Empyrean god Reds now. An Empyrean god? A Fiendgod? Where'd he come from? As Ning flew backwards, the terror beasts of the Seamless Gate who had come to try and pin him down were badly shocked. However, moments later they dismissed the new threat. Who cares which Fiendgod this is? Just kill him. If he appeared out of nowhere, he had to have come out from a dimensional treasure. He's just here to provide a bit of help. They weren't really to blame for the fact that they couldn't tell how powerful the 7 planets Empyrean god was. Empyrean god Reds now and the rest of the 7 worked together absolutely perfectly, and they had completely retracted their auras of power. In addition, this type of Empyrean God formation was different from the Heaven Punisher formation. The Heaven Punisher formation drew out the natural energy of heaven and earth, resulting in tremendous power that was hard to control. This type of Empyrean God formation, however, pooled together the divine power of the multiple Empyrean gods who participated in it, using it to form a physical body that, from the surface, looked absolutely identical to a real body. Attack. Kill. Jining's Heaven Punisher is very hard to deal with. Most likely, only the three-eyed demon can kill him. Let's get rid of this new Fiendgod instead. Right? Get rid of him first. The terror beasts of the Seamless Gate knew very well that in a fight, it was better to sever a single finger than to damage 10. Thus, quite a few combatants of the Seamless Gate chose to temporarily spare Jining, instead focusing their attacks on the 7 planets Empyrean God. The 7 planets Empyrean God stared at them coldly in a manner reminiscent of Empyrean God Red's now. However, the long spear in its hands swung out in a simple sweeping motion. Whoosh! It completed a full circle around. The 30,000-meter-long spear instantly caused snow to begin to drift down in the surrounding area, with time itself beginning to turn chaotic. What's going on? A Xianxia was just about to charge forward, but it suddenly felt an incredibly sick feeling, one generated after suffering from temporal distortion. He felt as though his movements were alternately between speeding up and slowing down dramatically. This sort of temporal distortion made it want to vomit blood. Boom! It felt trapped within a nightmare. Before it could wake up, a long spear smashed directly onto its body. Boom! His body instantly blew apart. The immortals within it began to flee in terror, but the drifting flakes of snow instantly froze them solid. Aside from a very small number who managed to hide into their immortal estates, the rest all perished. Boom! 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 That simple sweeping motion by the long spear resulted in the destruction of a total of 4 white-faced flood dragons, 2 Xianxias, and 3 Empyrean God golems in the surrounding area. Even the incredibly resilient golems had been completely destroyed. One of the 4 white-faced flood dragons had been commanded by an Empyrean God. White snow drifting about. A long spear. Can it be him? The fleeing Empyrean God revealed a look of terror. If it's the 7 planets Empyrean God, I'm finished. He instantly split his body into 7 parts, beginning to flee in multiple directions. Swish, 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 swish. Light reflected off the long spear, creating 7 flowery streaks of spearlight that wiped out all 7 of the clones of the fleeing Empyrean God. If the three-eyed demon could be described as focusing on overwhelming and crushing its foes, then the 7 planets Empyrean God commanded by Reds now focused on accuracy and precision. His spear arts were simply perfect. The field of temporal distortion only lasted an instant, but to the enemies trapped within, it felt like an eternity. In truth, the fleeing Empyrean God already knew that he was doomed. If he divided into too many bodies, each body would be extremely weak. Most likely, even the snowflakes would be capable of destroying him. However, if he didn't create enough bodies, then he probably wouldn't be able to dodge the spear. Thus, he chose to split into 7 and give it a try. But he failed, and so he died. Ahahaha! How long has it been? Our 7 planets Empyrean God of the star-seizing manner has once more appeared in the world. Wonderful, wonderful! Dark Moon. It's been a long time since we brothers have fought together like this. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them until their blood flows like a river. Fight until the heavens collapse and the earth caves. Humph. Kill them all. All 7 Empyrean gods were filled with a desire to do battle. While the other 6 Empyrean gods called out in delight, the controller of the 7 planets Empyrean God, Reds now, sent it charging forward with full power as he displayed the full power of the terrifying spear arts he had spent countless eras perfecting. It must be understood that when the 7 planets Empyrean God had battled against the 3 Queen Mothers, those 3 had created bodies from an enormous amount of energy, with each body having reached the Tao Father level. When faced with the 7 planets Empyrean God, however, they were still injured. The only issue was that their bodies had no weak spots at all. allowing them to automatically recover from any wounds. Boom! The long spear swept sideways. Slash! It stabbed forward. Bang! It smashed downwards. The long spear moved like a roving dragon. Wherever the 7 planets Empyrean god moved past, it left devastation in its wake. It actually slaughtered its foes even faster than the three-eyed demon. Clearly, its unfathomable ghost-like spear arts were even harder to defend against than the overwhelmingly powerful warhammers. Atop the city walls of the Seamless City, Taofather Ink Bamboo had a hint of a smile on his face as he watched the entire battlefield. Ink Bamboo, it seems we are going to win. Yes, the stage is already set. Crimson Bright shouldn't have any cards left to play that can change the course of events. You really are formidable. You were actually able to place a chess piece like Sword Immortal Evergreen by Crimson Bright's side. Ha! That was Dash. The God King's voice suddenly halted, but not before a hint of shock and rage appeared within it. Taofather Ink Bamboo and the God King were conversing through space through usage of core sense. Right now, they both revealed looks of astonishment, because they saw the 7 planets Empyrean god suddenly appear out of nowhere. When it began to massacre their soldiers, when its long spear began to lay waste to the many fiend gods and terror beasts of the Seamless Gate, and especially when it slew an Empyrean god, all doubts were erased from their minds. White snow drifting about, hair as crimson as blood. Can it really be? The 3 of you be careful. That's the number 1 war god of the star-seizing manor, Empyrean god Reds now. He's dressed in that rainbow army. This is very likely the former 7 planets Empyrean god of the star-seizing manor, with Reds now as the commander. Taofather Ink Bamboo immediately sent a mental message to the 3. He had never personally seen Empyrean god Reds now before, but as a Taofather, he had long ago seen reports which included Redsnow's appearance. On the battlefield, the three-eyed demon had been engaging in a wild slaughter. Upon hearing this message, they took a look at what was happening, and saw the 7 planets Empyrean god, which was slaughtering its foes even faster than the three-eyed demon had been. The number 1 war god of the star-seizing manor? White snow drifting about, hair crimson as blood. Empyrean god Reds now, who roamed about during the primordial era. The 9-headed lion was shocked, while the gold-feathered eagle and the broken-horned dragon felt stunned as well. They had lived through the primordial era. Back then, however, they weren't very well known. When they had styled themselves as the great sages, they had actually been mocked. Back then, however, Empyrean god Reds now had been an even greater legend than the 7 great dire monster sages. He was a peerless god of war who had been famous long ago, back when the humans had begun to fight with the fiend gods for control of the world. Of the Empyrean god spear-wielders of the primordial era, there were 2 who were exceptionally famous and exceptionally powerful. The first was the most powerful war god of the celestial court, Xianxia. The second was the ancient Empyrean god Reds now, who had followed the true god of primordial chaos, Taoist 3 lives. In the primordial era, the difference between them and Empyrean god Reds now was simply unfathomable. Now, however, the 3 of them stood at the very pinnacle of power amongst Empyrean gods. So what if it's him? So what if he was strong back then? We're not the weaklings we used to be, right? I refuse to believe that we can't beat those 7 cowardly mice who have been hiding all this time. The star-seizing manor? It might have been famous in the primordial era, but that was countless years ago. Elder brother, second brother, let's attack. Attack! The three-eyed demon didn't show any fear at all as it charged forward. This is... What a powerful Empyrean god. Where did he come from? Is he here to help our Crimson Bright realm? He's too powerful. White snow drifting about. A long spear? Can this be the number 1 war god of the star-seizing manor of the primordial era? Is that Reds now? It's the 7 planets Empyrean god, with Reds now as the commander. Reds now. Right, that's Empyrean god Reds now. The forces of the Crimson Bright realm also noticed this terrifying fiend god, filled with an unearthly, murderous aura and possessed of a power that had reached the Tao Father level. There were quite a few Empyrean gods and true immortals who had been alive during the primordial era, and so they had heard of the legends of Empyrean god Redsnow. Some had even seen him in person. For example, the Xia Emperor himself. However, the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater possess unstoppable might as well. They stand at the very pinnacle of power amongst Empyrean gods, and the three-eyed demon they've joined together to form has reached the Tao Father level of power. Can the seven planets Empyrean god which Redsnow is commanding defeat the three-eyed demon? It'll be dangerous. The Crimson Bright Realm's forces were slightly nervous as well. Die! Bellowing loudly, the three-eyed demon charged forward towards the seven planets Empyrean god with two warhammers at the ready, each step causing a minor earthquake. It no longer paid any attention to Jining. Its full focus was on the seven planets Empyrean god before it. The three-eyed demon had only one thought in its mind: to completely wipe out this target. Redsnow? Humph. Naught but an old bastard who had been hiding like a coward for countless years. Boom! 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 The seven planets Empyrean god charged towards the three-eyed demon as well, sending the long spear in its hands to sweep forward. It was like pushing through tall grass. The fiend gods and terror beasts of the Seamless Gate that were unable to dodge in time all exploded. Not even the armies commanded by Empyrean gods and true immortals dared to move close to the seven planets Empyrean god. The two of them instantly closed the gap. In this moment, almost everyone on the entire battlefield was focused on their location. Even the divine archer Eastbreak, who had only 2 Tao fruits of primordial chaos left due to his frantic arrow storm assault, was focused on this location. Even the Tao Fathers on both sides were watching this fight nervously. The seven planets Empyrean god, the three-eyed demon. If one of them was defeated, a lethally effective blow would have been dealt to their side. Die! Go die! I'm the strongest now! The three-eyed demon struck like a giant windmill, hammering down with its 2 mighty warhammers. The warhammers even carried spatial ripples with them, a sensation of absolute massiveness and weight. It felt as though 2 unfathomably large continents were smashing towards the seven planets Empyrean god. The seven planets Empyrean god didn't use its marvelous, intricate spear arts. Instead, it took the blow head-on. The seven planets Empyrean god took a 2-handed grip over the long spear. Focusing its strength around its waist, it suddenly unleashed its full power. Time itself seemed to twist as countless snowflakes suddenly began to manifest atop the long spear, forming an utterly enormous and snow-white silhouette. Boom! A collision that seemed to cause the heavens themselves to collapse. The snow-white long spear silhouette swept sideways against the great warhammer. Although it trembled slightly, it still twisted and struck against the body of the three-eyed demon. The three-eyed demon only had enough time to place a warhammer in a blocking position before its chest, but was still struck so hard that it was knocked off of its feet and sent flying backwards. Die! The eyes of the seven planets Empyrean god flashed with cold light as it thrust the long spear in its hands forward. Swoosh! The long spear struck out like lightning, and around it swirled an almost ripple-like pattern of spatial distortions, with the tip of the spear gleaming with light. No one would doubt how astonishing the power was of this spear. The three-eyed demon had just been knocked flying, but it didn't have any time to feel rage or embarrassment. It immediately leapt backwards, causing the space around it to seemingly blur as it used an evasive technique. Its movements were very orderly, and it swept the 2 warhammers forward to strike at the attacking spear. Third brother, Redsnow's not that special. There's 7 of them but just 3 of us. It only makes sense that their 7 planets Empyrean god is slightly more powerful than our three-eyed demon. Right? We're a bit weaker in terms of the strength of our divine body, but in a real battle we can still kill them. The golden-feathered eagle and the broken-horned dragon sent mental messages to each other. Don't worry, there are no Empyrean gods who can defeat me. Flames of rage were blazing within the 9-headed lion's heart. He was an extremely proud person. Although he was ranked 3rd amongst the 3 brothers, and although he was normally very low-key, His ambitions were far greater than the ambitions of the other two. His actions in his youth, his roaming of the primordial world, and even his decision to call himself the great sage who swallows the skies. All of these were due to his tremendous ambition. His greatest desire was to grow more powerful, and he had indeed become incomparably mighty. You were born before me. In fact, you were born when the universe was first established. You were also a follower of a true god of primordial chaos. However, no matter how good your luck was, I can still defeat you. The nine-headed lion had entered a completely berserk state. Today, during this realm war which is being watched by countless Tao fathers, I am going to take your life, Empyrean God Reds now, and use it to prove how mighty I am. Die! The great warhammers in the three-eyed demon's hands no longer were swung with mere brute force. Instead, they began to carry a strange, rippling force with them. The seven planets' Empyrean god remained icily calm as it stabbed forward with its long spear. Clang! Boom! Clash! The sounds of the long spear slamming against the warhammer suddenly became rather odd. The seven planets' Empyrean god was actually unable to overcome the three-eyed demon for a time. During the primordial era, this little fellow wasn't very famous. He seems rather similar to that old bull, however, and he's even a bit more sinister than the old bull. Empyrean god Reds now had tremendous experience. He immediately understood what the nine-headed lion's battle strategy was. He also immediately understood what the best way to defeat the three-eyed demon was. At the beginning, both the seven planets' Empyrean god and the three-eyed demon had all relied on using tremendous physical power. Now, however, the spear arts of the seven planets' Empyrean god suddenly changed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, drifting, unpredictable spearlight began to appear in the air as the long spear seemed to have transformed into an agile serpent, striking about with no apparent pattern. The three-eyed demon swung about its twin warhammers with tremendous force. Although they still contained that strange, powerful rippling attribute, the seven planets' Empyrean god's long spear seemed to be empty and void-like. The ripples of the twin warhammers were completely unable to affect it. What sort of devilish spear art is this? The nine-headed lion was enraged. Calm down, third brother. During the primordial era, Empyrean god Reds now was especially famous for his fusion of the Grand Tao of Time and the Grand Tao of Snow, which he applied in his battle strategies. Given that he had mastered the Grand Tao of Snow, he must certainly have a high level of insight into the heavenly Tao of Water. Look at his spear arts. They flow like water in an unbreaking stream, surrounding by temporal fluctuations. You need to be steadier. The golden-feathered eagle sent mentally. The eldest brother and the second brother were quite formidable as well, and they had been alive for longer than their third brother had been. They were quite observant as well. I started to use a Chenquin-based hammer art, so he began to use this devilish spear art. When I slow down and fight more stably, he goes berserk on me. The nine-headed lion was impatient as well. His previously arcane hammer arts suddenly became as stable and as weighty as a mountain, with each blow of his warhammer containing incomparably massive force. Boom! The seven planets' Empyrean god used all sorts of techniques, be it ferocious chops, lashing blows, or vicious slashes. The three-eyed demon was repeatedly to retreat repeatedly, having been forced into a losing position. Tao Father, we can't hold this area much longer. The nine-headed lion finally began to grow truly frantic. He truly felt stifled during this battle. Although he possessed tremendous power, his three-eyed demon was innately weaker than the seven planets' Empyrean god. His supreme battle technique had been completely suppressed as well. Red Snow's spear arts were simply unfathomably mysterious and profound. Ji Ning continued to fight, wielding Anunda world swords that were many thousands of meters long in each hand. Sword light flashed about him as the fiend gods and terror beast about him fell. Kill! Die! The Xia Emperor and his 5 allies on his ship of light were casting their spells and using their magic treasures as they wildly assaulted the Seamless Gate. The other Rain Dragons, Heaven Punishers, and Pangawar formations were assaulting the Seamless Gate's forces as well. It must be understood that prior to this, All of these forces had been focusing on the three-eyed demon. Now that the 7 planets Empyrean God was beating the three-eyed demon backwards, Ji Ning and the others who had been dealing with the demon were suddenly freed up. They could begin to launch unobstructed assaults against the nearby fiend gods, terror beasts, Empyrean gods, and true immortals of the Seamless Gate. All of a sudden, the Crimson Bright realm held an absolute advantage in this battle region. Evergreen, don't flee. Evergreen, die. The Xia Emperor and the others were still utterly furious. Humph. As soon as Sword Immortal Evergreen saw the 7 planets Empyrean God emerge, he had a bad feeling. He had immediately begun to flee and only launch spells and magic treasures from a great distance. Whenever the Xia Emperor and the others drew near him, Evergreen would immediately retreat once more. If he retreated any further, he would have left this battlefield region and entered another one. The Xia Emperor and the others understood. Killing Evergreen was important, but winning this battle was more important. Thus, they temporarily gave up their attempt to kill Evergreen, instead turning their energy to slaughtering the other forces of the Seamless Gate. Atop the walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City, Father Crimsonbright's face turned completely ruddy from excitement, and his lips were parted in a huge grin. Reds now. Ahahaha. It's been forever since I've seen him. His power seems to have improved a bit compared to before. Is that the 7 planets Empyrean God of 3 lives? With the 7 of them, we have a chance to win this war. Alas, we're out of Chaos Dao fruits. Father Crimsonbright glanced towards the distant divine archer, Eastbreak. Eastbreak had shot out a total of 16 arrows, and he had used up almost all of his heart force as well as his 8 Chaos Dao fruits. Although he had only destroyed around 30+ white-faced flood dragons, Bifong cranes, and other terror beasts, he had tactically chosen his targets from across the entire field of battle. As a result, the Seamless Gate actually lost nearly 100 terror beasts in total. However, they still had far too many Empyrean God golems. Eastbreak is out of arrows. Counterattack. Attack. The morale of the Seamless Gate's forces, previously at a disadvantage, instantly surged as they began a wild counterattack. When they had launched their all-out attack, they had produced many Empyrean God golems. Although Eastbreak had caused them to lose a portion of their forces, their remaining combat power was no lower than the combat power of the Crimson Bright realm. Father Ink Bamboo's face was ashen. A perfectly superb situation had suddenly ended up like this. Based on his previous predictions, once Eastbreak ran out of arrows, the other battlefield regions would return to a stalemate, while the three-eyed demon would be able to completely dominate Jining and the Xia Emperor in their region. The three-eyed demon would then lead the Seamless Gate's forces to reinforce the other battle regions, breaking through the forces of the Crimson Bright realm and crushing them until their entire line of battle collapsed. When that happened, they would have won this war. Even if Father Crimson Bright immediately ordered his forces to retreat, the Seamless Gate would have still dealt the Crimson Bright realm a devastating blow. But Reds Now? This Reds Now character is actually this powerful. Father Ink Bamboo had an ugly look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he sent mentally, "The 18 of you are to go reinforce the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater right away." Yes. Yes. 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate who were scattered throughout the battlefield heard and immediately acknowledged the order. Father Ink Bamboo watched coldly as 18 of his Empyrean gods and true immortals began to move. This resulted in the situation in multiple other battle regions becoming dangerous for the Seamless Gate. But Father Ink Bamboo had picked quite carefully. The battle wouldn't be lost as a result. The Seamless Gate still had many Empyrean god golems, after all, and killing them was very difficult. The combined power of 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals, as well as the three-eyed demon, I refuse to believe they aren't enough to suppress the 7 planets Empyrean god. After defeating you, the three-eyed demon will then lead the 18 to sweep through and lay waste to the other battle regions. Father Ink Bamboo's eyes were filled with ice. The battle region where Ning was located. Senior Reds Now, be careful. Ning immediately noticed the streaks of light flying towards them from far away. There were a total of 18 streaks of light, each of which represented an Empyrean god or a true immortal. He couldn't help but feel shocked and sent a mental message to Reds now. 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals. They actually sent 18. On the Crimson Bright Realms side, Jining, the Xia Emperor, and the others were immediately shocked. And then their eyes turned red with bloodlust. Kill, kill, kill. The more we kill, the easier it will be to deal with the others. Die for me. A sharp awl appeared atop Ning's right fist. He launched 3 heavy, vicious attacks towards the head of an Empyrean god golem. Boom! 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 The 3 lightning-fast punches caused the Empyrean god golem to completely collapse. Get in here! The Xia Emperor and the others cast multiple spells, completely binding an Empyrean god golem, then sealing it away within a treasure. Ning and the others were frantically trying to whittle away the Seamless Gate's combat power, so that they could go and assist the 7 planets Empyrean god. Attack Reds now. Annihilate that 7 planets Empyrean god. Assemble into formation. The 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals flying in the air began to launch their attacks. The 18 of them quickly divided into 3 groups. 9 of the true immortals joined together to form a formation, the 9 Precious God Towers formation. 3 of the Empyrean gods joined together to form a second staff-wielding 3-eyed demon. The 6 remaining Empyrean gods and true immortals focused on casting spells and using magic treasures to slow down and bind the 7 planets Empyrean god. Just in time, the original 3-eyed god, who had been beaten so badly it had been considering fleeing, finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, invigorated, he turned to launch a counterattack. Kill! The staff-wielding 3-eyed god bounded forward as well. Descend! The eyes of the 9 true immortals were filled with madness. They pointed into the distance, and instantly a pagoda that glowed with golden light began to descend from the heavens, moving to swallow the 7 planets Empyrean god within its depths. Go! Bind! The 6 remaining Empyrean gods and true immortals began to cast spells as well. Ning and the others wanted to move to assist, but Red Snow's voice suddenly rang out, shaking the entire battlefield. Don't worry about me. Wipe out the other members of the Seamless Gate. His long spear flashed like lightning. Break! Space-time itself trembled. Boom! The golden pagoda of light that was descending towards the 7 planets Empyrean god was actually pierced apart by a single spear strike. It ignored the binding spells, sending its long spear out in dragon-like strikes that caused space-time itself to twist. Boom! Boom! The unfathomable long spear seemed to somehow simultaneously strike both of the 3-eyed gods at once. The one wielding the long staff was instantly knocked far away, while the one led by the 9-headed lion staggered back multiple steps as well. 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals, combined with the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon-Eater, were actually being completely suppressed. What? Taofather Ink Bamboo was watching from far away, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly to behold. Good. Formidable. Excellent. All the Crimson Bright Realms forces, spread throughout the battlefield, began to roar in jubilation. In a completely different world, Mount Innerheart, Patriarch Subhuti was seated in the lotus position. Next to him sat a wizened old man who held a fan in his hands. Subhuti's second disciple, Crazy G. The 2 of them were both watching this realm war. Space-time, Crazy G called out in surprise. Subhuti's eyes lit up as he revealed a smile. This red-haired kid has actually managed to merge the Grand Tao of space and the Grand Tao of time into one. He's begun to truly touch upon the power of space-time. Congratulations, Master, for having found such another talent, Crazy G said immediately. Don't overstate things. This red-haired kid has just touched upon space-time. He can be considered to have just barely gained a basic level of insight into it. Subhuti sighed. Still, I've finally found a suitable successor to the supreme skills I developed, just as the Great Tribulation has arrived. It seems the heavens have taken pity on me. Crazy G nodded as well. All of Subhoodie's disciples believed that their second brother, Crazy G, had become the true heir and successor to their master's skills. This wasn't wrong. Crazy G had learned all of Subhoodie's Buddhist techniques and Taoist techniques, as well as even the dream of the three realms. Naturally, Crazy G had long ago reached the Tao Father level, and was ranked as the highest authority amongst the countless arhats of the Buddhist Sangha. Crazy G himself knew very well, however, that the true supreme technique of his master Patriarch Subhoodie was a supreme spacetime technique. The reason why Subhoodie was able to be so mysterious was precisely because his mastery over spacetime was absolutely astonishing. Other Tao Fathers couldn't even locate his crescent major world, thanks to his utterly amazing control over spacetime. Master has finally found a successor for his supreme technique. It seems as though the heavens are on our side, Crazy G said. The heavens. Subhoodie raised his head to glance towards the skies. The Seamless Gates King ended up merging himself into the Tao of the heavens. My crescent world is governed by the Tao of the heavens as well. The other Tao Fathers might not be able to find it, but the Seamless Gates King, he might not have been able to find it before fusing with the Tao of the heavens, but now, by relying on the Tao of the heavens, he can. This means that the living creatures on this world will not be able to escape this storm either. You are worrying too much, Master. That king, in the end, he's still just a part of the Tao of the heavens now. He cannot simply act as he wishes, Crazy G said. Yes. And so we have a chance to win. Subhoodie nodded. Empyrean God Reds now wasn't the only one in the three realms to have gained a basic level of skill in spacetime. Two other Tao Fathers had as well. They were members of the Nuwa Alliance, but these two Tao Fathers had their own paths to follow. There was no way they would divide their attention to focus solely on the path of spacetime. After all, there were many paths of training in the Tao, with the most powerful one still being the path of primordial chaos. The two who had completed that path were Pangu and Nuwa. The Grand Xia, White Pole Commandery, the battlefield of the Realm War. Die! The seven planets god brandished its long spear, causing spacetime to fluctuate and change as white snow drifted down. It hammered down upon the forces of the Seamless Gate, including the group of true immortals and the three dire monster gods, to the point where they found it hard to even withstand its blows. Too powerful. Empyrean God Reds now is too powerful. He has no weaknesses at all. His group combat skills and his solo combat skills, all of them are perfect and flawless. No matter how well we coordinate with each other, we still have some flaws and openings. We're going to lose for sure. We simply can't stop him. The three dire monster gods, the immortals of the 9 precious god towers formation, and the others all felt completely despair and powerlessness. His Tao of combat is completely flawless. It's as though he was born to fight this sort of war. The eldest brother of the three, the gold-feathered eagle, let out a shocked sigh. Don't forget that he was born when heaven and earth was first created. He experienced the very earliest wars of the universe. Large-scale battles like this. He's been through countless numbers of them, and his battle style was honed, tempered, and perfected countless times through those countless battles. In the end, we simply didn't have the chance to experience that era. We haven't experienced enough of these large-scale battles. Although our third brother is comparable to Empyrean God Reds now in terms of the Tao in a real life-and-death battle, especially one on a battlefield like this, he's still a bit inferior. Now that Empyrean God Reds now is commanding the 7 planets god, the three-eyed demon which our third brother is commanding is naturally going to be weaker. Third brother, let's retreat. We can't stop him, right? Let's retreat. Let's reflect on what we've learned, then fight him again in the future. Fine. The 9-headed lion nodded. Let's go. The three-eyed demon sent a mental message that echoed in the minds of all allies present. Whoosh! Instantly, the many Empyrean gods and true immortals that had been battling the 7 planets god immediately began to retreat. Attack! Don't let them escape. Attack! Jining, the Xia Emperor, and the other Empyrean gods, true immortals, heaven punishers, rain dragons, and Pangu war formations instantly began a frenzied pursuit upon seeing this. The most dazzling figure of all was that of the seven planets god. His long spear, it was a life-taking instrument of death. Even the three-eyed demons had fled rather than face it. Naturally, there was now nothing and no one capable of stopping it at all. Within this battle region, the Seamless Gate's forces quickly began to collapse. The walls of the Seamless City. Taofather Ink Bamboo was watching over the entire battlefield here. Upon seeing that the 18 Empyrean gods and true immortals he had sent out were still unable to stop the seven planets god, he knew that this battle was over. As he expected, just a short while later, the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater began to lead the others in a frantic retreat. Withdraw! Taofather Ink Bamboo had a dark look on his face. He said just that single word, his voice echoing throughout the entire battlefield. The forces of the Seamless Gate in every single region on the battlefield were in difficult situations. Upon hearing the order be given, they all let out sighs of relief and began to flee. This Empyrean god Reds now. Taofather Ink Bamboo stared at the seven planets god, an ugly look on his face. He knew that there was a limit to the amount of energy it could unleash. The reason why it had been so incredibly powerful was because of the person commanding it. The reason why the three-eyed demon was so powerful as to have reached the Taofather level was because its commander, the nine-headed lion, had an extremely high level of insight into the Tao. The seven planets god was even more powerful, precisely because its commander, Empyrean god Redsnow, was simply far too formidable. Redsnow. In terms of his insights into the Tao, he was actually roughly on par with the nine-headed lion. He had far too many combat techniques, however, resulting in the nine-headed lion feeling complete despair. Press the attack. Don't let them run off. Kill them. The forces of the Crimson-Bright realm immediately began to chase after and slaughter their foes. The Seamless Gate's entire battle line began to collapse as they began to flee. The three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, the six dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian, and the other powerful Empyrean gods were now all fleeing as well. When faced with such an awe-inspiring enemy army, if they let themselves be trapped, they would be doomed. This sort of large-scale, disorderly retreat actually resulted in incredibly heavy casualties. The forces of the Seamless Gate had lost all their desire to fight. The only thing they wanted to do was flee. The battle right now was a slaughter. Taofather Ink Bamboo watched silently, not saying a single thing as he saw it all unfold. He had been forced to give the order to withdraw. If he had tried to insist on continuing this battle, even more of his forces would be wiped out. If he didn't order a retreat right away, he might lose the majority of his forces. The difference in power between the two sides wasn't that great right now. The losses they were sustaining were acceptable, if painful. Taofather Ink Bamboo looked towards the walls of the Eight Dragons Cloud City, where Taofather Crimsonbright was. Taofather Crimsonbright had a smile on his face. A wide smile. Humph. Taofather Ink Bamboo turned and left the city walls. Within the Eight Dragons Cloud City, everyone was cheering in celebration. The countless celestial immortals and loose immortals were incomparably jubilant right now. This had been a simply wonderful battle, that final pursuit in particular. The enemies they managed to catch and trap had all been utterly massacred. The sensation of being able to massacre their foes. It was glorious. Reds now. The countless immortals all looked towards a group of Empyrean gods who were standing in midair. The most dazzling figure was a red-haired Empyrean god. Reds now. All of the immortals and Fiendgods present knew that the person who had changed the entire outcome of this battle was Empyrean god Reds now. As a result, they all looked towards him with scorching, excited gazes. He was too strong. He was the most powerful Empyrean god they had ever seen, and the way he had used his spear, it was simply unbelievable. Fellow Taoist Reds now, long time no see. Fellow Taoist Reds now, you saved the day. Reds now, why have you come? Some of those who had met Empyrean god Reds now before, such as the Xia Emperor and a few other Empyrean gods and true immortals, were chatting with him. Prime Light. The Xia Emperor was particularly animated when chatting with the foster son of Daoist 3 Lives, Empyrean God Prime Light. They two actually had quite a good relationship in the past. A short time later, the entire 8 Dragons Cloud City began a massive celebratory banquet, with the countless immortals and fiend gods celebrating together. In the main palace, Taofather Crimsonbright personally fated the Empyrean gods, true immortals, and celestial immortal commanders who had risked their lives in battle. Halfway through the banquet, Reds now, Taofather Crimsonbright sent a mental message over. Taofather, Empyrean God Reds now replied mentally as well. Your sudden appearance. Why is it that I haven't heard of any Tao fathers arranging you to come here? Taofather Crimsonbright asked. We promised Jining to help him once, Empyrean God Reds now replied. After having helped him this time, we've finished our assignment. Ah! Taofather Crimsonbright was surprised that it was Jining who had caused them to come. Immediately afterward, he grew rather worried. He immediately sent over, You are only helping out once? You won't be helping out after this. Empyrean God Reds now nodded gently. Taofather Crimsonbright sent urgently. The Seamless Gate has suffered heavy casualties during this realm war. It is very possible that they might retreat, which means the realm war will be over. But if they aren't willing to accept this outcome and attack again, without the 7 of you standing against the 3-eyed demon, we might not be able to win. He knew exactly how important the 7 planets god was, and how much of an impact it had on the battlefield. Last time you helped Jining. This time help me. Taofather Crimsonbright sent mentally. I'm not insisting that you join me in battle, but if the Seamless Gate refuses to give up and assaults us once again, I'd like you to assist our Crimsonbright realm. Empyrean God Reds now hesitated momentarily, then began to confer mentally with the nearby Primelight, Dove Snake, Snow Scorpion, and the others. A Taofather was asking them to help out. In addition, Taofather Crimsonbright had indeed been on very good terms with Daoist 3 Lives. Jining was participating in this war as well. Soon they came to an accord. Since you have made the request, Taofather, the 7 of us shall do as you ask. If the Seamless Gate once more comes in force, we shall continue battle, only stopping once this realm war is completed. Empyrean God Reds now sent mentally. Taofather Crimsonbright instantly let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. These 7 Empyrean gods had been the most elite of generals under 3 Lives. It was true that 3 Lives' death had resulted in the disbanding of his forces, with quite a few of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the star-seizing manor leaving for other pastures. Only Reds now and the rest of the 7 had been unwilling to leave due to the loyalty and devotion they felt towards 3 Lives. They had continued to hide within the star-seizing manor and waited for their new leader to arise. Each of the 7 were incredibly powerful, and when they joined forces, 20 or 30 ordinary Empyrean gods or true immortals wouldn't necessarily be a match for them. We lost. Taofather Ink Bamboo knew that there was a limit to how much strength the Seamless Gate could employ. They had reached that limit for the sake of this realm war. It was unlikely that further reinforcements would be made available. Even if there were further reinforcements, it'd be hard to make up for difference in power that now existed. The 7 planets god was simply too powerful. The 3 realms. A mysterious major world. This major world was known as the Alfian's world. This was the true headquarters of the many myriad demons' caves. There were 100 seamless gates. In turn, there were also 100 myriad demon caves. They were spread out throughout the 3 realms, frantically collecting precious materials and building golems. The reason why the Seamless Gate was so terrifyingly strong was in large part because their skill in the Tao of constructs was truly unrivaled in the 3 realms. They were able to produce some truly top-tier golems that the Nuwa Alliance was completely unable to manufacture. As for how secretive and mysterious the Alfian's world was, not even the commander of the Seamless Gate, the God King, was qualified to interfere with it. The Alfian's world was under the protection of an even more powerful leader of the Seamless Alliance. The entire Nuwa Alliance had been frantically attempting to find a core formation diagram for the golems, but alas, They weren't able to find diagrams for even the Empyrean god golems, to say nothing of the truly top-class golems. Rumble. Within a massive, levitating fortress. This fortress had been completely sealed off. Inside the sealed fortress, there was an enormous palace that was 100,000 kilometers in size. Inside the palace, there was a veritable horde of celestial immortals, at least 1 million of them or more. They were as numerous as ants, scattered throughout the palace as they focused on manufacturing various parts. At the highest part of the palace, a massive throne was levitating in the air, with 2 pure young true immortals standing respectfully before it. Atop the throne sat a wanton, dissolute-looking man. He slouched against the throne, resting his jaw on his right hand while holding a gourd of wine with his left hand. He stared downwards. 1,800,000 celestial immortals. It's been 3 full years, but they still haven't finished this Tao Father Golem. It'll be done soon, Grandmaster Black Heaven. The 2 true immortals said hurriedly. The man seated atop the throne was, amazingly, celestial immortal Black Heaven. The 2 true immortals knew that Grandmaster Black Heaven usually lived a relaxed, carefree life. All he did these days was order his disciples and grand-disciples around in creating various golems. It was now quite rare for him to personally take control over golem production. He was, after all, the most skilled expert in the Alfian's world in the Tao of constructs. In fact, even this celestial immortal body of his was actually manufactured through the art of constructs. Not even true gods or Tao fathers could tell that this body of Black Heavens was merely a golem body. Even if the Nuwa Alliance slew it, they would have merely killed a golem body. Grandmaster Black Heaven. Supposedly, he himself wasn't particularly powerful in combat. His skill in golems, however, was unrivaled in the 3 realms. Even the toys he casually created possessed enormous power, and by relying on these little toys Black Heaven was able to roam the 3 realms with ease. It was hard for even Empyrean gods and true immortals to deal with him, which was why almost everyone in the 3 realms treated Black Heaven as they would a true immortal. But none of them knew the truth. Not even Azure Fox or true immortal White Pole knew the truth, that Black Heaven was in reality the Seamless Gate's most skilled expert in the art of constructs. His status in this regard was a tightly held secret. Although quite a few celestial immortals and true immortals in the Alfian's world knew, they weren't permitted to leave this place at all. Celestial immortal Black Heaven's face sank. Crack. The wine gourd in his hand was crushed into tiny pieces. Despite all that, they still weren't able to kill Jining. Empyrean God Reds now? Empyrean God Reds now actually appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything. Fortunately, I didn't place all of my hopes on those 3 dire monster gods. In the end, it'll be up to my golems. Black Heaven had an ugly look on his face as he coldly issued an order. Issue a decree in my name. The Tao Father Golem must be completedly within 1 month. The 1,800,000 celestial immortals are merely focusing on these parts, whereas I am managing the manufacturing of the Tao Father Golem as a whole, but it still isn't finished. If it isn't finished within 1 month, then all celestial immortals shall be punished by the 7 flames, as will you too. Upon hearing the words punished by the 7 flames, the 2 true immortals were horrified. They immediately said respectfully, yes, Grandmaster, it will definitely be completed within a month. Go. You don't need to stay here and serve me, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven instructed. Yes. The 2 true immortals immediately flew downwards, beginning to make the arrangements for countless celestial immortals to refocus on the project. The 2 began to go all out to manufacture some parts as well. Black Heaven just looked downwards at them. Black Heaven. Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out by Black Heaven's ears. Black Heaven was startled. He immediately said respectfully, Master, your powers are all-encompassing. This type of Tao Father Golem is too weak. They are just barely at the Tao Father level. When the end war comes, the truly supreme true gods and Tao Fathers of the 3 realms, like the leaders of the Taoist path and Buddhist way, will be able to annihilate these golems with 1 blow. The sonorous voice said calmly, you shouldn't divide your attention. Focus on manufacturing the envoy of all creatures. Master, This is merely one of my avatars, Black Heaven said respectfully. And as you said, Master, this sort of Taofather golem is just barely at the Taofather level. It's fairly simple for me to work on it. It's just 2 or 3 years. It won't have much of an impact on things. All these years, I've roamed the 3 realms in a carefree, relaxed manner. That little girl Violetgrass. I did indeed dote on her. She's dead now. There's no way I can let it go without taking revenge for her. I never would have thought you'd feel affection for someone. The sonorous voice held a hint of amusement within it. If that's the case, then go do what you need to do. However, you should know what truly matters and what does not. Yes, once this Taofather golem is completed, I'll immediately send back these 1,080,000 celestial immortals and have them continue to work on the envoy of all living things, Black Heaven said respectfully. The Seamless Alliance only had so many celestial immortals after all. The number of celestial immortals who were skilled in the art of golems was even lower. 1,080,000 celestial immortals who were skilled in golems. This represented nearly 20% of the total number available. Sending them to work on this Taofather golem did indeed have a negative impact on the advancement of the envoy of all creatures. However, manufacturing that golem was a very arduous, lengthy task. It was true that wasting the time of 20% of their celestial immortals for just 3 years wouldn't make much of a difference. If that wasn't the case, Black Heaven wouldn't have dared to reallocate these celestial immortals. It's good that you understand this. We absolutely must win the end war. We already lost once. I don't wish to lose a second time, the sonorous voice said. Yes, Black Heaven said respectfully. The presence departed from his mind. Only now did Black Heaven let out a sigh of relief. I have to go see the God King as well. Otherwise, they might foolishly decide to give up that realm war. Black Heaven mused to himself. The vast world of darkness. The God King was seated high up on his towering throne, looking down at the world below him. A figure appeared in the darkness below. It was celestial immortal Black Heaven. God King, Black Heaven said. Grandmaster. The black-robed God King had a hint of amusement in his voice. Why have you come to my place, Grandmaster? I'd like to ask you, God King, to invite Taofather Ink Bamboo as well, Black Heaven said. Fine. The God King nodded. Soon, yet another figure appeared within the world of darkness. It was Taofather Ink Bamboo, who glanced towards Black Heaven and said with surprise, Grandmaster. Only the most top-tier figures of the Seamless Alliance knew who Black Heaven really was. It was precisely because of his status that they treated Black Heaven as they would an equal, and in fact were quite courteous to him. First of all, Black Heaven's master was, at present, the most powerful figure of the entire Seamless Alliance, the Lord of all Fiends. In addition, Black Heaven was the most skilled Grandmaster the Seamless Alliance had in the Tao of Constructs. Whether it was his own artistry in golems, or his master being the Lord of all Fiends, Black Heaven had a truly transcendental status. I've created a Taofather golem, Black Heaven said. Taofather golem? The God King frowned. Those golems use up many precious materials but are fairly weak. Didn't the Fiend Lord give up on them? Taofather Ink Bamboo looked towards Black Heaven in puzzlement as well. These were core members of the Seamless Gate. They knew much about the plans they had to conquer the universe. The God King was the leader who commanded the various parties of the Seamless Alliance. But it was the Lord of all Fiends, however, who was the most powerful figure of the Seamless Alliance. It was precisely because the Lord of all Fiends was guarding the All-Fiend world that the Nuwa Alliance was completely unable to acquire the core formation diagrams they so desperately wanted. The most supremely powerful golems were all built within the All-Fiend world, and the Lord of all Fiends was reverentially referred to by the Seamless Alliance as the Fiend Lord. The Lord of all things didn't take part in worldly matters, and so it was left to the God King to command the Seamless Alliance. It must be understood that even when the former king of the Seamless Alliance was alive, the Lord of all Fiends was second only to him. After the king had failed to defeat Mother Nuwa, he had been forced to merge his body into the Tao of the heavens. That way, at least his soul wouldn't be destroyed. The Lord of all Fiends, however, had relied on his own techniques to flee from and escape Nuwa. After so many years having passed, the Lord of all Fiends had only grown even more unfathomably powerful. Even major powers like the God King or Taofather Ink Bamboo would be extremely respectful when meeting the Lord of all Fiends. Master knows of this, of course, Black Heaven said. I've created this Taofather Golem for the purpose of killing someone. Killing someone? The God King and Taofather Ink Bamboo both looked at Black Heaven. The God King asked, Ji Ning. Yes, I watched Violet Grass grow up. I absolutely won't allow her to have died for nothing. I'm gonna make Ji Ning pay a price. Cold light flashed in Black Heaven's eyes. He has to die. I know that you encountered the 7 planets Empyrean God during this realm war. Once my Taofather Golem appears, the 7 planets Empyrean God will definitely be defeated. If the 7 planets Empyrean God is defeated, you should be able to win this battle, yes? Black Heaven asked. If it really is a Taofather Golem, then we can win this battle. Taofather Ink Bamboo nodded. They knew exactly how powerful Taofather Golems were. Even some actual Taofathers such as Taofather Ink Bamboo, the weaker ones, would find it very hard to actually do anything to a Taofather Golem. It was much like how many Empyrean gods found it hard to do anything to an Empyrean god Golem. The principle was the same. Taofather Golems had bodies comparable to protocosmic spirit treasures. They were very hard to damage. They also possessed enormous, unearthly amounts of power. Of course, the truly supreme true gods and Taofathers of the 3 realms could easily destroy these golems. But the 7 planets Empyrean God? The 7 planets Empyrean God was merely created through a formation of 7 Empyrean gods. Its attack power was just barely at the Taofather level. Its attacks wouldn't even scratch the body of a Taofather Golem. The Taofather Golem, however, could launch attacks with impunity. In the entire Crimson Bright realm, there was nothing and no one that was a match for it. The only option was for many armies to join forces against it. This Black Heaven character really is quite the madman. The amount of precious materials needed to forge a Taofather Golem is enough to create more than 1,000 pure Yang treasures. We are currently in the process of creating the envoy of all creatures, but he's actually split off so many immortals and precious materials to manufacture a Taofather Golem. I imagine the Fiend Lord can't be too happy about this either. The God King and Taofather Ink Bamboo both had the same thoughts about this. With Black Heaven's Taofather Golem joining us, naturally we would win. But if the Nuwa Alliance ends up sending over the 8 Immortals of the High Caves or similarly powerful Empyrean gods or true Immortals to assist the 7 planets Empyrean God, they'd absolutely be able to block the Taofather Golem. Taofather Ink Bamboo expressed his concerns. If that happens, then forget about the battle. There's only one target, Ji Ning, Black Heaven said. If it's just to kill Ji Ning, fine. Agreed. Both the God King and Taofather Ink Bamboo agreed. They both knew very well that the Crimson Bright realm had already summoned a significant amount of their forces for this realm war. The Nuwa Alliance had to worry about many different theaters of war as well. It wasn't that likely that they would send some of their supremely powerful forces to take part in the Crimson Bright realm. If they did, their other regions would be thrown into danger. Thus, they should be able to win this battle. 1 month. The Taofather Golem will be ready in 1 month. A month from now, go to the All-Fiend world and I'll give it to you, Black Heaven said, then disappeared into thin air. The God King and Taofather Ink Bamboo exchanged a glance. This realm war in the Crimson Bright realm is starting to spin out of our control, the God King said softly. Once the 7 planets Empyrean God which Taoist 3 lives left behind emerged, the entire battlefield was thrown into a state of frenzied chaos. Taofather Ink Bamboo said. To be honest, to manufacture a Taofather Golem simply for the sake of winning a single realm war isn't really worth it. Still, we've already paid a very high price, which makes winning this realm war all the more important, the God King said heavily. Time passed, one day after another. What's going on? The Seamless Gate isn't retreating. The Seamless City is still there. The walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City were often occupied by Empyrean gods and true immortals, as well as the celestial immortal commanders. They would stare at the distant seamless city, and indeed, that towering black citadel was still there, not having budged at all. They've suffered catastrophic losses, and our 7 planets Empyrean god is much stronger than their 3-eyed demon. Why haven't they retreated? They fled quite quickly last time. If they dare to fight us again, we'll completely wipe them out. The Crimson Bright Realm's forces had very high morale right now. In fact, Taofather Crimson Bright often ordered his armies to go out and call for the Seamless Gate's forces to come out and fight, but the Seamless Gate's armies remained inside their city, not budging at all. Soon, half a month passed after the last major battle. Within a world of pristine mountains and lovely streams. This was the vast world within the pure Yang treasure, Violet Dawn Pearl. Long ago, Ji Ning had relocated all of the Ji clansmen to this place. Uncle White, Mu North Sun, Little Qing, and Autumn Leaf were living here as well. A short time ago, Ning had moved Yue to this place as well. His primal twin, however, remained within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, prepared to enter combat at a moment's notice. Within a quiet courtyard, Ji Ning, Ji True Keep, Uncle White, Little Qing, and Mu North Sun were all here. Ji Ning was seated on a stool, occasionally glancing towards the closed door of the courtyard residence. His senior apprentice sister, Yue, was currently within that room along with Autumn Leaf. Look at him. He's not saying a thing, and he has a strange little look on his face. North Sun snickered. He's about to become a father. Of course things are going to be different. The Whitewater Hound lay there to one side as he smiled towards Ning. He felt quite gratified. Ji Ning was finally about to become a father. Finally, he would have a child of his own. Ning, son, don't be nervous. Wait patiently. You've been able to wait for several years. It's just a little bit longer, Uncle White said with a laugh. Right? Ning nodded. Yue was a celestial immortal. Naturally, she would be completely safe in childbirth. But when he thought of how his child was about to enter this world, Ning felt an inexplicable nervousness and uneasiness. Would he be able to take good care of his child? To protect his child? 5 years, 2 months in the womb. I wonder what your child will look like, senior apprentice brother. North Sun let out a sigh. This made Ning even more nervous. A while later, suddenly, your child greets you, mother. Where's my father? A clear, crisp, childish voice rang out from within the room, followed by a surprised cry from Autumn Leaf. Ning had previously been nervous. Now he was simply stunned. Don't be in such a rush. Get dressed before you go out. Yue's voice could be heard within the room. The clothes we prepared were too small. Autumn Leaf's worried voice rang out as well. Boom! The door to the residence was blasted open, and a butt-naked child with tousled hair came flying straight out of it. Ji Ning immediately saw that this child was a little girl. Her skin was so soft and tender, it seemed as though water was about to come out of it. Her eyes were filled with lively intelligence, and she actually had the divine tattoo of a flame in the middle of her forehead. The area around the little girl was surrounded by flames, as though she was a young fire elemental. Boom! The little girl first happily flew out, then gave the wooden door yet another kick, causing it to completely splinter apart. She revealed a look of delight, then turned and swept Ji Ning, Mu North Sun, Ji True Keep, and the Whitewater Hound with her gaze. She said in a clear, crisp voice, You guys, which one of you is my father? Ning, North Sun, Uncle White, and the others all stared in amazement. A long moment passed before they were able to recover. Good heavens! North Sun blinked several times. This is a newborn? According to the legends, the children of immortals and fiendgods are quite incredible. This is my first time seeing one. This is two. True Keep was somewhat dazed as well. So this is the child of my son Ning and Yue? Uncle White was rather dazed as well. My son Ning is such an obedient child, while Yue is kind and virtuous. How is it that they've given birth to a little girl like this? Thanks to his formidable Dao heart, Ning was the first one to go back to normal. Laughing, he said, You can't just run around butt naked like that. You have to wear clothes in the outside world. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at. You are the size of a 3-year-old child. They didn't exactly prepare the appropriately sized clothes for you, but ordinary clothes can't withstand the flames that you are born with control over. Ning pointed towards her. Whoosh! Strands of fire and strands of water began to twist around her body, quickly forming an adorable-looking watercolored undergarment. So you are my father? The girl child stared at Ning. Ning felt a very satisfied feeling in his heart as the girl stared at him. The main reason was that this daughter of his was simply too adorable. The heavens must have absolutely doted on her, to have blessed her with such cleverness and cuteness. Yes, Ning smiled and nodded. He's your father. Yue and Autumn Leaf walked out from the residence. The looks on their faces were absolutely priceless. The look on Yue's face was particularly complicated. Clearly, the fact that the child was so big, could speak, could run around, and control fire, wasn't exactly what she had expected. Although it was said that the children of immortals and fiendgods would be rather special, most would still be ordinary infants when first born. When I was in mother's belly, I could hear people chatting outside. I know that my father is named Ji Ning. Is your name Ji Ning? The girl child nibbled on her fingers as she stared at Ning. Right? I am Ji Ning. Ji Ning nodded. Your child greets you, father. With a thudding sound, the girl immediately fell to both knees, kowtowing towards him. Father, mother. The girl looked at Ji Ning and Yue. Quite excitedly, she asked, have you picked a name for me yet? Ning and Yue exchanged a glance. This daughter really wasn't what they had expected. But neither Ning nor Yue were ordinary figures either. Ning laughed. Senior apprentice sister, you said that you would pick out a name. Yue nodded gently. Since our child is a daughter, let's call her Bright Moon. Bright Moon. Ning was startled. That year, Ning had shocked everyone during the conclave of immortal destiny. It was within the Bright Moon diagram of the mountains and reverse that he and Yue had grown close and become Dao companions. From today forth, you shall be named Ji Bright Moon. Ning looked at the flame-wreathed girl. Ji Bright Moon? Ji Bright Moon? Haha. Ji Bright Moon. Ji Bright Moon. The girl happily ran around the courtyard, calling her name out repeatedly in excitement. The nearby little Qing drew close to Ning. In a low voice, she whispered, Master, why is it that your daughter seems to be even more energetic and wilder than a boy? She was just born, but she's already this crazy. I can't even imagine what she'll be like in the future. Ning laughed and nodded. Yes, in the future, I'll have to teach and guide her properly. His daughter, Bright Moon, truly possessed tremendous innate talent. From the moment of her birth, she possessed a Zifu-level Fiendgod body, and was able to control the power of fire. This was actually quite normal. Even the weakest of Fiendgods that were born from the natural world were at least at the Xianxia level of power, while the most powerful ones that were born forth from the primordial chaos were the Empyrean gods and true gods of primordial chaos. The 9 children of the ancestor dragon, for example, were all born at the Empyrean god level. In the primordial era, it was quite common for immortals and fiendgods to have children. The ancestor of the Young Flame clan, Young Flame Freak, for example, was born from the couple of a Young Flame clan member and a fiendgod, which was why he was so ugly. Many god beasts, in turn, were created during the primordial era when powerful fiendgods couple with certain dire monsters. Their monstrous bodies contained fiendgod blood in them, and so they were referred to as god beasts. The more pure their bloodline was, the more powerful they would be. Ji Ning and Yue were both humans, and so their child was naturally a human as well. Since Ji Ning's bloodline was a bit weaker, his daughter was merely born with a Zifu-level Fiendgod body. However, she had no skills as a key refiner at all. In this regard, she would have to train from scratch. Any and every Fiendgod, even the most supreme of true gods of primordial chaos, would have to train from scratch if they wished to become key refiners. Taofather Crimsonbright, Patriarch Subhoodie, and the other true gods of primordial chaos had to slowly train as key refiners as well, eventually reaching the Taofather of the Great Firmament level. Father, Piggyback, piggyback. Father's the best. Ning carried his daughter on his back, wandering Brightheart Island. Although it had been moved to the Violet Dawn Pearl's world, it hadn't changed all that much. Father, Fiendgod body refining is so boring. Let's train in Ki instead. Bright Moon, do you want a taste of your mother's crop? Bad father, you are so bad. When facing his adorable daughter, Ning simply couldn't put on a show of being the strict father, no matter how he tried. Yue, however, was hard-hearted enough to carry a riding crop around with her. Whenever her daughter was disobedient, she would use the crop to teach her daughter a lesson and spank her. This caused Bright Moon to be rather nervous around her. In front of Ning, she would be playful and silly, but in front of Yue, she would be respectful and extremely obedient. Honestly, you don't have to be so strict with her. Ning had discussed this matter with Yue in private before. Our daughter is still young. You can tell how talented she is. She's like a scroll of white parchment right now, waiting to be filled up. We have to teach her patiently. There's no rush. We are in the middle of a great tribulation right now. We can't just slack off. Yue shook her head. Demonstrate the 16 stances of the Fire Cloud Sword, which your father taught you. Yue held a willow branch in her hands. Although this was just an ordinary willow branch, there was a layer of celestial immortal energy protecting it. When Yue grew angry, she'd grab Bright Moon and then whack Bright Moon on her little bottom with it until Bright Moon began to howl. As a celestial immortal, it was easy for her to control her power so that the spanking hurt but didn't cause her any actual damage. Yes, Bright Moon's eyes were slightly red. She bit her little lips, as though she was about to start crying. Eh? Yue frowned. Terrified, Bright Moon immediately picked up a sword and began to train in sword arts. This was a sword art technique which Ning had created. It was perfectly suited for someone who needed to build up a solid foundation. The 16 stances were divided into two parts, the first part hard, and the other part soft. Both parts, however, fully encompassed the Tao of the Inferno. Ning stood off to one side, beaming merrily as he watched. Bright Moon gave Ning a sad look, secretly mumbling to herself, "Bad father, both of you are bullying me." Her potential truly is exceptional. She's only trained for 3 days, but she's already broken through to the Xianxia level as a key refiner. Ning sighed with feeling. And from the many sword arts that I've taught her, it seems as though her talent in fire is particularly high, far higher than in metal, wood, water, or earth. Senior apprentice sister was referred to as the Rainbow Flame Fairy, but she was quite talented in water as well. I myself am talented in all 5 of the 5 elements. Why, then, is this daughter of mine so very different? Of the 5 elements, her talent in the other 4 elements could be considered as ordinary for a cultivator. Her talent in fire, however, was at an absolutely monstrous level. Still, Ji Ning and Yue didn't think about it too much. Both of them were very talented. Yue had become a celestial immortal. How could she not be? As for Ji Ning, his primal twin had become a pure Yang true immortal. Thus, for his daughter to be so incredibly talented in the element of fire wasn't that surprising. Rumble. A series of thundering sounds rang out unabated as dark clouds covered the earth. The 8 Dragons Cloud City and the Seamless City, these 2 massive cities, remained in their original positions, levitating high in the sky. Ink bamboo. A thought strand suddenly reached out from across the void. Crimson Bright. Another thought strand replied. Your seamless gate really is quite lavish. You actually created a Taofather golem for this realm war. Is it worth it? Even if you win, and even if you take over the entire Crimson Bright realm, in the future we'll still counterattack and take it back. Taofather Crimson Bright's thought strand was filled with absolute furious. Oh? Your Nuwa Alliance intelligence reports are quite timely. Taofather Ink Bamboo replied. He had just received the Taofather golem moments ago. Who would have thought that the Nuwa Alliance would find out right away? There had been nothing Taofather Ink Bamboo could do. If it wasn't for the fact that they held absolute advantages over the New Alliance in terms of intelligence and the Tao of constructs, they wouldn't be a match for the New Alliance at all. The New Alliance had controlled the three realms ever since the primordial era, after all. The Taoist path, the Buddhist Sangha, and even the primordial imperial clan, all of them belonged to the New Alliance. In the New Alliance, experts were as common as the clouds, and they had quite a few top-tier major powers as well. The three most powerful emperors of the primordial imperial clan, the two leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha, some true gods who had been born from the primordial chaos. Thus, the New Alliance had formidable tools available to them as well. In terms of intelligence, they were only inferior because they couldn't match the Seamless Gate's king, who had become one with the Tao of the heavens itself. However, 1,080,000 celestial immortals had been dispatched to work on the creation of the Tao Father Golem, and an enormous amount of resources had been diverted. This was a huge affair, and the New Alliance had learned of it long ago. Although they weren't able to break their way into the All-Fiend world, they had never ceased their infiltration attempts or their surveillance. Ink Bamboo, you should know that although this realm war is important, the struggle for karmic luck has just begun. You are acting rather excessively in your attempts to conquer my Crimson Bright realm. Tao Father Crimson Bright was extremely dissatisfied. The three realms were incredibly vast. Up till now, there had only been a few realm war, and the struggle for karmic luck had just started. For them to start using Tao Father Golems right away meant that if the New Alliance wished to win, they would have to use enormous amounts of resources as well. If this was how the game was going to be played each time, even Tao Fathers and true gods would feel heartache at the cost. The cost would be utterly ruinous, be more than what either side could endure. The three realms only had so many treasures in them, after all, and the Seamless Gate only had so many manufacturing materials. This was why Black Heaven's Tao Father Golem project had resulted in the Lord of all Fiends having made a personal inquiry. The only reason why the Lord of all Fiends didn't pursue the matter any further was because of Black Heaven's special status. This time, our Seamless Gate is definitely going to win, Tao Father Ink Bamboo said. Since you know we have a Tao Father Golem, you should spend some time thinking about how you are going to deal with it. Within the Seamless City, Tao Father, 61 Empyrean gods and true immortals all called out respectfully in unison. As for the others, they had all died in that great clash when the 7 planets Empyrean god had appeared. The Seamless Gate had suffered heavy casualties during that battle. If it hadn't been for Grandmaster Black Heaven intervening, the God King and Tao Father Ink Bamboo probably would have chosen to give up the fight for the Xianxia. Our losses in this realm war were very heavy. Tao Father Ink Bamboo stared downwards at his forces. However, our Seamless Gate isn't giving up this realm war. Not giving up? The 61 Empyrean gods and true immortals were all surprised. The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater in particular stared intently at Tao Father Ink Bamboo. The 3 of them had truly been beaten so badly by Red Snow's 7 planets Empyrean god that they didn't have any of their usual bravado remaining. Tao Father, dare I ask, how are we to deal with the 7 planets Empyrean god? The eldest of the 3 dire monster gods, the great sage who swallows the mountains, called out in a loud voice. Look! Tao Father Ink Bamboo waved his hand. Whoosh! An enormous creature suddenly appeared out of nowhere into the air above the palace. It was a red-gold color, dazzling to behold. It had a body similar to that of a spider's, with a total of 8 slender and knife-sharp legs. It crouched there in the air, emanating an aura that caused the Empyrean gods and true immortals below to feel shocked. A Tao Father Golem? A series of shocked cries rang out. Tao Father Ink Bamboo nodded. It is indeed a Tao Father Golem. I need to pick one of you to be the controller of this Tao Father Golem, Tao Father Ink Bamboo said. The 61 Empyrean gods and true immortals were all stunned for a moment, and then they grew wildly excited. Even the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater were rather eager. They all knew exactly how powerful a Tao Father Golem was, how tough its body was. Not even true gods or Tao Fathers would find it easy to destroy it. It possessed the strength of a Tao Father and was nearly indestructible. The might of a Tao Father Golem was definitely above that of the three-eyed demon. These are spoils of war which we gained from vanquished members of the Crimson Bright Realms. Splitters. Tao Father Ink Bamboo willed the splitter to transform into the appearance of the Tao Father Golem. Each of you shall take control over a splitter that has been transformed into the form of a Tao Father Golem. Use the 8 legs to launch your attacks. Spar against each other. Tao Father Ink Bamboo ordered. The victor shall control the real Tao Father Golem. Yes, the Empyrean gods and true immortals were all extremely excited. They began to spar internally against each other. Soon, the more formidable ones were clearly evident, such as true immortal Whitepole, sword immortal Evergreen, the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, the elder fairy of the 9 cloud mist fairies, and then they began to compete against each other as well. The most dazzling performances were actually rendered by sword immortal Evergreen and the 9-headed lion. In the end, after a long and hard struggle, sword immortal Evergreen was actually able to just barely achieve victory over the 9-headed lion. Great sage who swallows the skies. The 8 slender legs of this Tao Father Golem are like 8 immortal swords. I am a sword immortal and specialize in the 8 trigrams Demon's Lair sword formation that was created by human Emperor Fuxi. I'm perfectly suited for controlling this Tao Father Golem, which is why I was able to fight against you for so long and just barely win. Sword immortal Evergreen said with a smile. You, great sage, are an Empyrean god. You are best suited for close combat, and so were at a disadvantage when competing with me in this manner. I won, but I was lucky to win. Evergreen had a very modest attitude right now. He knew very well when he could afford to be arrogant, and when he had to lower his head. The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater clearly weren't people he could afford to offend. Even if he ended up controlling the Tao Father Golem, that was only in service to the Seamless Gate. The Tao Father Golem belonged to the Seamless Gate. It hadn't been gifted to him. Humph! The 9-headed lion had an ugly look on his face. He had actually lost. Sword immortal Evergreen's face flickered slightly, then quickly returned to normal. In his heart, however, he mused to himself, "It's rare for me to be so courteous, but he actually gives me no face at all. Once I become a Tao Father, you'll be kneeling before me like an obedient puppy. Evergreen, you shall have temporary control over this Tao Father Golem." Tao Father Ink Bamboo said. Evergreen shall not let you down, Tao Father. Sword immortal Evergreen was extremely respectful, but his voice was filled with complete confidence. Dark clouds covered the skies, and a savage wind howled through the land. Drops of rain could be seen within the clouds. The vast army of the Seamless Gate, however, was filled with an utterly indomitable aura. The energy of the natural world flooded through them in a tidal wave, causing even the golden crow in the skies to appear distorted. The dark clouds in the skies rammed into each other, causing lightning to crash down chaotically, as though they too were terrified of the immortal army below it. Crimson Bright, come out and fight! The Grand Army was calling for their foes to come out and engage them. They were within just a few thousand kilometers of the 8 Dragons Cloud City, and the sound of their cries filled the heavens themselves. They actually dare to call us out? They didn't dare to come out earlier, but now they do? Humph. It seems as though the Seamless Gate feels that they haven't lost enough men yet. Let's teach them a good lesson. Instantly, the 8 Dragons Cloud City became filled with eager cries. The Empyrean gods, true immortals, and army commanders all flew towards the main palace. Within the main palace, Tao Father Crimson Bright was already seated upon his throne. Ji Ning and the others entered, their eyes filled with an eagerness to do battle. Clearly, they wanted to go out and fight right away. You are not to engage. A hint of worry could be seen on Tao Father Crimson Bright's face as he spoke in a low voice. Eh? Everyone was stunned. Not to engage. Dare I ask, Tao Father, why not? Empyrean God Reds now asked. The Seamless Gate feels a very, very strong desire to take over the Crimson Bright realm. They've actually manufactured a Tao Father Golem for that purpose. Tao Father Crimson Bright shook his head. Sending you out right now is tantamount to sending you to your deaths. Tao Father Golem? Empyrean gods Reds Now, Prime Light, Snow Scorpion, and the others revealed puzzled looks. The 7 of them had been staying in seclusion on the Starsizer Major world for far too long. They knew very little about the outside world. Tao Father Golem? The Xia Emperor and the others, however, cried out in shock. Ning was puzzled as well. He didn't know what this golem was either. You should have already seen Empyrean god golems, Tao Father Crimson Bright said. I trust you are fully aware of how hard they are to deal with. Yes, they've just barely reached the Empyrean god level in terms of power, but they are incredibly tough. It is very hard for ordinary true immortals or Empyrean gods to damage them. Empyrean god Reds Now nodded. Tao Father golems have just barely reached the Tao Father level of power. They possess enormous power, and are also incredibly tough. Even I am unable to destroy one. Tao Father Crimson Bright sighed. There's no way whatsoever for the rest of you to damage it, while it can damage you. Reds Now. We would probably need a second 7 planets Empyrean god of equal power to yours in order to tie down that Tao Father golem. Otherwise, you by yourselves will be completely dominated to the point of not being able to fight back. Everyone present now understood. Their hearts turned icy cold. For them to have gained the assistance of one 7 planets Empyrean god was already a stroke of tremendous luck. A second one? How likely was that? A single Tao Father golem was much more powerful than the 7 planets Empyrean god and Jining's Heaven Punisher combined. There was simply no way to fight such a thing. It must be understood that the enemy also had a 3-eyed demon, which was only slightly weaker than the 7 planets Empyrean god. If they were to truly fight, it really would be a lopsided battle. The mood within the main hall was quite depressing. Everyone felt resentful and unwilling to accept this. Rumble. Suddenly, a ripple began to spread out. Ning and the others couldn't help but look upwards. Through the gates to the main palace, they saw that in the distant skies above them, a tear in the heavens could be seen. Through that tear, out walked a handsome youth who had a red dot in the center of his forehead. The handsome youth was dressed in Taoist robes, and he gracefully flew towards the main palace of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Cloudust greets you, Tao Father, the youth said with a smile as he bowed. Tao Father Crimson Bright's eyes lit up. On orders of human Emperor Shenong, I have come here to assist you in winning this battle, Tao Father. The robed youth smiled confidently as he spoke. Human Sovereign Shenong? The immortals and fiendgods nearby, Ji Ning included, were shocked. Nuwa was the creator of mankind, and mankind had quickly multiplied. During the primordial era, however, mankind was still a very weak race amongst a myriad of races. However, the puny race had given birth to 3 dazzling, brilliant figures. They were Swerin, Fushi, and Shenong. Under their command, mankind rapidly and steadily began to grow more powerful, rising to prominence amongst the races. Mother Nuwa herself cared deeply about the 3 of them, and their accomplishments caused the entire 3 realms to feel stunned. The most powerful figures of the Nuwa alliance were, without a doubt, the leader of the Buddhist Sangha and the leader of the Taoist path. The 3 human sovereigns, however, were comparable to these 2 mighty leaders. The likes of Old Man Yuan and Patriarch Subhuti were ranked below them. But of course, that didn't mean that Old Man Yuan and Patriarch Subhuti were necessarily weaker than them. After all, after countless ages of training, they might have made breakthroughs that allowed them to reach brand new levels of power. Without actually engaging in battle, it'd be hard to say, but from the power that the 3 human sovereigns had already displayed, there was no question about their might at all. It was precisely because the 3 of them existed that mankind became the masters of the 3 realms. Although the primordial imperial clan had successive generations of emperors, only the 3 of them were truly acknowledged as sovereigns by the entire 3 realms. Even major powers had to bow their heads in their presence. There was nothing for it. The 3 sovereigns were simply too strong. Shenong, one of the 3 sovereigns. He's actually made his move. He is someone who is a true ruler of the 3 realms. Ning secretly sighed in amazement. I wonder, now that one of the three sovereigns has made a move, what sort of a move will it be? Upon hearing the youth before him say that he came on the orders of human sovereign Xianxia, Tao Father Crimsonbright was delighted. He deeply trusted and tremendously respected Xianxia, but he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, does the human sovereign know what dire straits my Crimsonbright realm is in? Tao Father Ink Bamboo's army now includes a Tao Father golem within it. The human sovereign already knows, the youth said. Can we win? Tao Father Crimsonbright grew excited. Both sides had truly fought viciously in this war. Tao Father Crimsonbright truly wished to win as well. I'm confident we can. The youth nodded. However, we still need to plan things out carefully, and I need to speak to you in private, Tao Father. I have to keep this private and away from the other immortals and Fiendgods for now. Tao Father Crimsonbright nodded. Sweeping his soldiers with his gaze, he laughed. You can leave for now. Yes, Tao Father. Ji Ning and the others all assented respectfully, then departed. Outside the main palace, the immortals and Fiendgods were all chatting animatedly. Xianxia has actually intervened. He's one of the three sovereigns of mankind. We're definitely going to win. I wonder what sort of method Xianxia is going to employ against that Tao Father golem. Everyone was discussing this matter, and everyone was eager to know the answer. Ning was walking by the side with Reds Now and the rest of the seven. Senior Reds Now, do you think we can win? Ning asked. We should, but nothing is guaranteed, Reds Now said in a low voice. Xianxia is one of the three sovereigns of mankind. He's unfathomably more powerful than even Master had been. For him to send people, he must have some degree of confidence. However, our foe is the Seamless Alliance, after all. They have terrifying major powers amongst their ranks as well. You can view it as them competing on a strategic level. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Empyrean God Reds Now knew very well how powerful both sides were, because during that war that ended the primordial era, it was so close. Mother Nuwa had been finished. Their side had suffered countless casualties, and even the likes of Daoist Three Lives fell during that final battle. Fortunately, Mother Nuwa made a sudden breakthrough and reached Pangu's level, which was why they had suddenly stormed to victory. Despite that, the king of the Seamless Gate had managed to merge himself into the Tao of the heavens to preserve his life. As for the Lord of all Fiends, he had managed to escape, preventing Mother Nuwa from being able to kill him. For now, let's just watch as the two sides compete strategically with each other, Reds Now said. For this battle to have reached a state like this is crazier than I expected. Ning nodded slowly. It was indeed quite crazy. There had already been several realm wars, but they had all occurred within fairly weak realms. In truth, the Crimsonbright realm could also be considered a fairly weak world. After all, Tao Father Crimsonbright himself wasn't one of the most powerful figures of the three realms. None of the previous realm wars, however, had reached such a crazy level as the Crimsonbright realm's realm war had. All we have to do is wait for our orders. In the midst of this great storm, that's all we can do. Ning thought of his newborn daughter, his incomparably adorable and naughty daughter. A powerful desire to grow strong filled Ning's heart. I have to become even more powerful. In the midst of this tribulation, only growing in power will allow me to have a chance to protect Bright Moon and senior apprentice sister. What Ning didn't realize, a major reason why this realm war had escalated to this degree was because of him, Ji Ning. First, Old Man Yuan had transmitted to Ning the Heart Sutra, resulting in his Heaven Punisher gaining such extraordinary strength that even the God King viewed him as a threat that had to be eliminated as early as possible. And secondly, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven wished to gain revenge for Violet Grass. Ning asking the Seven Planets God to help out was yet another new variable that changed this realm war yet again. But of course, if the Seven Planets God hadn't appeared, the Crimsonbright realm would have lost long ago. The vast world of darkness. The towering throne levitated in the air at the very center of this world. The God King sat on his throne, his right hand resting on the throne's armrest and gently tapping on it. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed throughout the entire world. Xianxia is intervening as well. Lightning flashed through the black eyes of the God King. It seems our seamless gate has pushed too hard, incurring the wrath of the three sovereigns. They want to use this realm war as an opportunity to frighten and shake the seamless gate. What should I do? What exactly should I do? The God King began to worry. True Immortal Cloudust and Tao Father Crimsonbright. What exactly are they planning? What is their scheme? Also, Xianxia has sent over just one pure young true immortal. What does he have up his sleeves? The God King was extremely worried. These were things which he hadn't been able to find out yet. Master! The God King raised his head to stare at the dark sky. His voice was very low. What exactly is Xianxia doing? What is the Crimsonbright realm planning? Please help me. The Tao of the heavens was omnipresent in all places, and nothing within the purview of the Tao of the heavens could be hidden from the king. Rumble. A powerful yet incredibly arcane thought ripple was sent directly to the God King. The God King was momentarily startled. He instantly revealed a look of delight, then said respectfully, "Thank you, Master. During the war that destroyed the primordial era, their king had suffered extremely serious injuries. Nuwa had been unwilling to let up on her pursuit of him, resulting in him being forced to merge himself into the Tao of the heavens. Even now, the largest part of the king's consciousness remained asleep. But perhaps because he was part of the Tao of the heavens, that tiny sliver of consciousness was enough to engage in some degree of communications with the seamless gate. It seems that if we are to win, our opportunity lies with Yu Wei." The God King nodded slightly. He immediately began to summon Yu Wei. A short while later, a white-robed woman appeared on the ground within the vast world of darkness. It was indeed Yu Wei. Her aura had changed slightly. She was quite similar to Yuchi Snow, filled with a warm, motherly aura. After arriving, Yu Wei immediately knelt down. "Respectful greetings to you, God King." The God King sat atop his throne, staring downwards towards her. "Yu Wei, how have I treated you?" The God King's benevolence towards Yu Wei has been weightier than a mountain. Yu Wei responded respectfully from her kneeling position. These words sprang from the bottom of her heart. In her previous life, she had turned into a complete demon, had become as berserk as an Azura. It was the God King who had guided her out from her berserk state and helped her recover from it, regaining her mind and her sanity. If it hadn't been for the God King, she would have been lost long ago. It had also been the God King who had patiently taught them all, one by one. They were all filled with the utmost of veneration towards the God King, and were all willing to die for him. Yu Wei was nothing more than one of countless such individuals. When Yu Wei had become apprenticed to Patriarch Lu, her status amongst the countless spies under the control of the Seamless Gate had instantly skyrocketed. The vast majority of the spies were merely at the Earth Immortal or Loose Immortal level, after all. Less than 1 in 10,000 would be at the Celestial Immortal level, much less have a connection to an important figure like Patriarch Lu. And now, Yu Wei was connected to not only Patriarch Lu, but also to Jining. She had become the sole chance the Seamless Gate had at reversing their fortunes during this realm war. "It is now time for you to sacrifice yourself," the God King said. Yu Wei couldn't help but tremble. Then she pressed her forehead to the ground and said respectfully, "Please give me your command, God King." Every single spy was waiting for the moment where they would be used. Things weren't so bad for the likes of Sword Immortal Evergreen. Even after being exposed, he could flee back to the Seamless Gate. Yu Wei, however, was merely a celestial immortal. There was no way she could possibly escape at all. And, to the Seamless Gate, even though Yu Wei was a celestial immortal, once her status was exposed she would instantly become much less valuable to them. One of the 3 emperors of mankind, Xianxia, has sent true immortal Cloudust to the 8 Dragons Cloud City. The God King began to narrate things to order. Yu Wei listened attentively. In her heart, Jining and her daughter were who mattered most to her. But the God King was very important to her as well. This was partially because of gratitude, but was also because the God King had left behind his imprint upon her soul. The God King was capable of influencing her inner heart without her even knowing about it, causing her to trust him even more and make her feel even more indebted to him for his kindness, to the point where she was willing to give up life itself. Within the Violet Dawn Pearl's world, Ji Ning, Yu Wei, and their daughter Bright Moon were living a blissful life together. Ning had a hint of anger on his face. Oh! His daughter Bright Moon meekly fell to her knees, her little mouth trembling as though she was about to cry. Ning said angrily, "You need to understand the consequences of your actions. Not everyone is an immortal cultivator. Your mother and I, as well as your Uncle Mu and your Grandpa White are very powerful, and we aren't afraid of the power of your flames. Most of the servants and attendants of Brightheart Island, however, are mortals. To you, you were just using flames to prank them, but to them they were just a heartbeat away from death. If I hadn't noticed in time, you would have burned your maid to death." Bright Moon didn't dare to say a thing. Her parents, Ji Ning, had always been very gentle, whereas Yu Wei was fairly strict. This time, however, Ji Ning had been truly angered, and his anger had completely stunned and terrified Bright Moon. Ning couldn't be blamed for his anger. Just 2 days ago, he had picked a pair of female maids for his daughter. Both were of the same age, roughly 11 or 12 years old. The two had naturally been extremely attentive in taking care of their young mistress, and Bright Moon had liked them very much and had been very happy when playing with them. And then, she started to use her flames to tease and prank the maids, just as she often did with the Whitewater Hound. That maid had instantly been burned beyond recognition. Fortunately, Ning had reacted very quickly, immediately casting spells on her and providing her with a spirit pill, allowing her to make a complete recovery. "I told you how important it was for you to remember that you live in a world of immortal cultivators. I told you that you can be tremendously dangerous to ordinary commoners. Have you forgotten everything I told you?" Ning roared. I, Bright Moon quavered. "And you are still crying?" Ning growled. "I want you to stay here on your knees today. You are not allowed to rise until I tell you to. Let's go." Ning led Yu Wei away, leaving behind Bright Moon by herself, kneeling there pitiably on the ground inside the room. A while later, a giant, snowy white hound padded past. "Grandpa White!" Bright Moon hurriedly called out. The snowy white hound gave her a glance, then continued to pad forward. After another period of time, an azure-robed woman walked past as well. "Aunt Ching!" Bright Moon immediately called out. The azure-robed woman revealed a resigned look on her face as she continued to walk forward. "Are we being too severe to her?" Yu Wei said worriedly. "If I don't give her some punishment this time in the future, she'll cause utter chaos," Ning said angrily. He then looked towards Yu Wei with surprise. Laughing, he said, "Senior apprentice sister, usually you are even stricter with her than I am. Why are you so soft-hearted today?" When I see that sad little look on the kid's face. Yu Wei shook her head. Ning said, "She's just acting. She knows very well that whenever she puts that look on her face, we'll feel sorry for her and ease up on her. That's why she's acting this way right now. This time we really do need to teach her a lesson. She's clearly very talented and innately clever, but she was still born just a short while ago. She's like a blank sheet of paper. She doesn't know the consequences of her actions, doesn't know right from wrong. We have to teach her well." "Yes, we do. It seems as though you are even better suited to teaching her than me," Yu Wei said. "No, senior apprentice sister. You are a better teacher." Ning shook his head. "Mothers are usually more careful and attentive when teaching children." Yu Wei nodded blankly, not responding. "What is it?" Ning could sense that something seemed a bit off. This was his Dao companion, who had been by his side for many years after all. He could naturally sense that her mood was off. "Oh!" Yu Wei seemed to come back to her senses. Shaking her head, she said, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about the realm war going on outside. Now that my child is born, I'll probably have to take part in the war soon." Ning was startled for a moment, but then he nodded slowly. "Right? All celestial immortals must take part in the war. Prior to this, you were pregnant and temporarily exempted. But now you'll probably have to participate as well. Still, there's no rush. As long as the Tao Father or the Xia Emperor don't say anything, for you to delay a while is a minor matter. It's best not to make things difficult for the Xia Emperor, Yue said. I'll leave behind an incarnation to accompany our daughter. I had best return to the 8 Dragons Cloud City and prepare to join the war. All right, that works as well. You can stay in my Dark North army. Ning smiled. Go to war by my side. Ning would only have peace of mind if she was within his own army. Yue nodded as well. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, Yue returned to the residence they previously stayed in. Don't be hasty. Right now, both sides are watching and waiting. The Seamless Gate has a Tao Father Golem, while we should be receiving assistance from human Emperor Shinong. They should be planning things out now. It isn't time for Anater battle just yet, Ning said. This next battle will most likely be the final, decisive battle that will decide this realm war, Yue said with a sigh. Yes, thus it's very dangerous. Later on, we'll work together in the Heaven Punisher formation. You'll be right by my side, Ning said. If anything unexpected happens, I'll still be able to protect you. Yue looked towards Ning. She could see from Ning's eyes how much he cared about her. This made her emotions only become even more complicated. She felt both warm and miserable. All right, Yue nodded gently. Ji Ning, come to my place. Tao Father Crimsonbright's voice rang out by Ning's ears. Ning was startled. I'm going to go meet with the Tao Father. Ning rose to his feet, then immediately flew outwards. As he left, Yue quietly gazed at his departing figure, as though she didn't want to miss any glimpse of him. Within the main palace. Upon entering, Ning realized to his amazement that the only figures within the entire main palace were Tao Father Crimsonbright and true Immortal Cloudust. Respectful greetings to you, Tao Father. Respectful greetings to you, true Immortal, Ning said. Sit. Tao Father Crimsonbright smiled towards Ning, as did true Immortal Cloudust. Ning sat down. Tao Father Crimsonbright said, I've invited you here because I have an important mission to give you. Oh! Ning immediately began to listen attentively. This time, Cloudust has come on human Emperor Shinong's orders to bring me 2 treasures. Tao Father Crimsonbright waved his hand, producing 2 jade bottles, one completely black and the other completely white. Both immediately caught Ning's eye. Could it be that the treasures within these 2 bottles were capable of deciding the fate of this realm war? It must be understood that their foes had a Tao Father Golem. Were these things even more powerful than Tao Father Golems? Within the black jade bottle is a type of immortal medicine which Shinong just finished creating, having spent enormous amounts of work on it. Tao Father Crimsonbright pointed towards the black bottle. If you shatter this black bottle, then the medicine within it will quickly spread out and take effect within a field of 10,000 kilometers. All immortals within the region, including pure young true immortals, will find their immortal energy to be completely locked and unusable. What? Ning called out in shock. Even true immortals are affected by this? If they can't use their immortal energy, won't they be like ordinary mortals? Yes. Tao Father Crimsonbright nodded. This immortal medicine is newly manufactured. Since the Seamless Gate has never even seen this sort of medicine, they naturally can't manufacture an antidote for it. This concoction does, however, have a major flaw. It doesn't differ between friends or foes. Within 10,000 kilometers, all immortals, friendly or enemy, will be affected by it. Ning nodded. This was normal and common for most poisons. Poison wasn't sentient, after all. It couldn't differentiate between friend or foe. Thus, the white jade bottle has the antidote within it. Tao Father Crimsonbright pointed towards the white jade bottle. When you go back, pour out the medicine into this wine gourd. Tao Father Crimsonbright next produced a calabash gourd. Every single loose immortal only needs a single drop. Celestial immortals need 10, while pure young true immortals need 100. The Dark North army under your command has 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals. All of them need to drink the medicine. When battle begins, The Seamless Gate will definitely continue to try to kill you. They'll send their armies to surround and assault you. When the time comes, just shatter the Black Jade Tablet. And instantly all immortals within 10,000 meters will collapse. Since your army will have consumed the medicine in advance, you won't be affected at all. And the only thing you'll have to do is massacre them, Tao Father Crimson Bright said with a smile. Ning was overjoyed upon hearing this. How wonderful! The Seamless Gate currently had an absolute advantage in terms of immortal power, as their many Empyrean god golems were all controlled by celestial immortals. Is it useless against Empyrean gods? Ning asked. The influence on the divine power of Empyrean gods is negligible. Tao Father Crimson Bright nodded. Given the Seamless Gate's intelligence capabilities, I imagine that they will soon know that this thing is in my hands. This concoction of Shinongs is incredibly valuable. The Emperor of Mankind just recently finished manufacturing it at an extremely high cost. Although we only have a small amount, we have given it to another person as well, in addition to you. Tao Father Crimson Bright laughed. When the time comes, both of your armies are to simultaneously use the medicine. Even though the Seamless Gate knows about it, there's nothing they can do. You are very powerful, and the Seamless Gate has a deep urge to kill you. If they surround and assault you, you'll use Shinong's concoction. If they don't surround and assault you, break them down and destroy them one by one, Tao Father Crimson Bright said. This is an obvious ploy, but there's nothing they can do about it. Ning's eyes lit up when he heard this. They were definitely going to win. Don't disappoint me. Tao Father Crimson Bright looked towards Ning. Don't worry at all, Tao Father. Ning was filled with confidence. Ji Ning reverently accepted the black jade bottle, the white jade bottle, and the calabash gourd. You can go now. Tao Father Crimson Bright smiled and nodded. Ning left the main hall, now in an absolutely wonderful mood. He returned to the Dark North Army camp, going back to his own residence. Back so soon. Yue was there to welcome Ning back. Haha. Ning just couldn't stop chortling. Bring me some wine. Yue immediately produced a bottle of immortal nectar. Even as she was just beginning to bring out the wine cups and other drinking implements, Ning immediately grabbed the bottle, raised his head up high, then began to guzzle it down happily. He felt a smooth feeling fill his entire body, surging straight to his head. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful! It seems you are in quite a good mood, junior apprentice brother." Yue sat down next to him. "How can I not be?" Ning laughed. "I'll have you by my side on the battlefield, senior apprentice sister, and we now have a daughter. In addition, we are going to achieve a grand victory in this realm war. Everything will be just perfect. The heavens are truly kind to me." Yue smiled as well. She reached out with her left hand to take Ning's hand as well. Ning laughed again. "Let me mix up the medicine first." Ning waved his hand, producing the white jade bottle and a gourd. He pulled the stoppers out from the gourd and the jade bottle. The gourd was a magic treasure meant for the express purpose of holding wine. It wasn't that precious, merely an immortal-ranked magic treasure. Tao Fathers were capable of casually manufacturing such items. A suctioning power appeared within the mouth of the gourd, pulling all of the medicine within the jade bottle into it. Mix up the medicine? Yue was puzzled. Right. Later, we'll give this antidote to our 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals to ingest, Ning said with a laugh. You need to ingest it as well. Ingest this antidote? Why? Yue asked. Ning said, "Can't you guess? Senior apprentice sister, human Emperor Shenong is a master of medicine. In terms of creating immortal medicines, no one in the entire 3 realms can compare to him. Once this medicine is released, all immortals within 10,000 kilometers will have their energy completely frozen and unusable. They'll be like ordinary mortals. Tell me, if this is suddenly used on the battlefield, what will happen to the Seamless Gate? It's that amazing?" Yue nodded slowly in amazement. "If that happens, the Seamless Gate will lose disastrously. But junior apprentice brother, the Seamless Gate supposedly has formidable intelligence networks at their fingers. Can it be that they don't know and aren't prepared?" Given their intelligence networks, they probably already know. Ning shook his head. But this is an open scheme, not a hidden one. If they assault me en masse, I'll release the immortal medicine and wipe them all out. If they don't, given the power of my Dark North army, I can break them down one at a time. Yue nodded gently. This truly is an open scheme. They know you have the immortal poison, but without the antidote, there's nothing the seamless gate can do. The human emperor truly is incredible. Ning let out a sigh. He's actually able to manufacturing such an incredible immortal medicine as this. Slosh, slosh. Ning picked up the wine gourd and gave it a good shake, listening to the sound of the wine sloshing around within it. The medicine's been mixed in. Ning smiled as he looked at Yue. Want to be the first one to use it? No rush. Yue said with curiosity. What does this immortal medicine look like? Ning chuckled. The antidote? It was in this white jade bottle, while the poison is in this black jade bottle. Waving his hand, Ning produced the black jade bottle as well. Oh! Yue reached out for it. Let me take a look. Ning was startled. For a brief moment he wanted to refuse. But it was just a brief moment and a brief thought. He didn't actually refuse or stop her. Careful with it, senior apprentice sister, Ning instructed. Of course. Yue held the black jade bottle in her hands. Within the world of the Violet Dawn Pearl, Yue's incarnation was here, alongside Bright Moon. Mother, her daughter, Bright Moon, continued to kneel there. She stared wide-eyed at Yue. I know I was wrong. Can you plead with Father on my behalf? Ask him not to be angry with me. I really know I was wrong. Yue's incarnation walked over to her daughter's side, kneeling down next to her and gently embracing her. Bright Moon was startled, and then she happily inhaled deeply, smelling of her mother's scent. Mother, you smell so nice. Bright Moon loves it. Bright Moon. Ha! You need to be a good girl. In the future, don't make your father angry. Understood? Oh, I really know that I made a mistake this time. I know you are a good girl, Bright Moon. The best girl. Yue's incarnation held Bright Moon in her arms. Suddenly, her tears began to fall. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yue's incarnation held Bright Moon in her arms, while the confused Bright Moon raised her head to look at her mother puzzledly. Yue just looked back at her, as though wanting to firmly engrave the memory of her daughter into her heart. And then, she dissipated like a mist. Mother! Bright Moon hurriedly called out. The world of the Grand Xia, White Pole Commandery, within the 8 Dragons Cloud City hovering in midair. Ning's residence. Yue's slender, pale fingers held the black jade bottle as she looked towards Ning. She still remembered the first time she had met this junior apprentice brother of hers. It was back when Ning had first entered the Black-White College. During the Dao debates at the Black-White College, Ning had repeatedly overcome all challengers in an absolutely dazzling fashion, causing Yue to become intrigued. She thus personally challenged Ning to a duel. Perhaps, even as far as back then, she had subconsciously wanted to leave Ning with an impression of her. That trip to the Witch River Immortal Estate. She had watched as Ning and Nine Lotus had parted ways, watched as Ning had left all by himself. In the Bright Moon diagram of the mountains and rivers, she had experienced life and death by his side. She had protected him and he had protected her. Their hearts had grown closer, and when she suddenly was faced with life-threatening danger, he had finally charged forward and taken her into his arms. Faced with his embrace, she could no longer hold back. Even though she was a member of the Seamless Alliance, she swore an oath to herself to never, ever hurt him. Later on, she had returned from her tutelage under Patriarch Lu, and Ning had come back as well. Finally, they were together, be it her past life or her present life. These days were the happiest days she had ever experienced. They had viewed flowers together, watched the moon together, and their two hearts were like one. She would stroke her belly, watching as her junior apprentice brother practiced with the sword. She would prepare delicacies as she waited for her junior apprentice brother to return. And finally, their daughter was safely born into the world. Although the God King had issued the order soon afterwards, at least the two of them had been given some time together, and at least they now had a child together. It was enough. These happy days had been the most blissful, joyful days she had ever experienced, in this life or the previous one. Only, she truly felt sorry towards her junior apprentice brother, towards their daughter. Thousands of thoughts, countless emotions. They all flashed through her mind. Right at this moment, within the Violet Dawn Pearl's world, Yui's incarnation was tightly holding her daughter in her arms as tears began to cascade from her eyes. Crack! The slender, white, dainty fingers shattered the black jade bottle. Ning had been in a superb mood. The sound of the shattering jade bottle was like an explosion that rang out against his very soul. He stared at the already shattered black jade bottle in disbelief. How could? Hush! Silently and soundlessly, Xianxia's medicine that had been contained within the black jade bottle began to immediately spread outwards in every direction. Ning and Yue were the first to be affected by it. The immortal energy within their bodies was instantly congealed, giving them no way to activate it at all. What just happened? This? Heavens! Almost instantly, all of the loose immortals and celestial immortals within the Dark North Army camp felt their bodies turn soft. Their immortal energy became completely unusable, and the light, airy feeling of grace they usually felt was gone as well. They were like completely ordinary mortals. Xianxia's medicine quickly began to spread out in every direction. It spread out to cover an area of 10,000 kilometers. And in truth, the entire 8 Dragons Cloud City was only 10,000 kilometers in size. Shit! A furious roar rang out, echoing throughout the entire 8 Dragons Cloud City. This was Father Crimsonbright's voice. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy swept out and encompassed the city, immediately curtailing the spread of Xianxia's medicine and causing it to remain where it was. However, although Father Crimsonbright had reacted quite quickly, a terrifying number of celestial immortals and loose immortals had been afflicted. The poison had spread far, far beyond the confines of the Dark North Army camp. Ning just stared disbelievingly at his senior apprentice sister. His soul was shaking. His heart was trembling. His Dao heart was strong. But no matter how strong it was, Ning was still thrust into a state of terror and absolute disbelief. Not even the most terrifying of demon heart tribulations would have been capable of throwing Ning into a state of despair like he currently felt. When the black jade bottle had been shattered, Ning had instantly realized. But his realization only caused him utter terror. Yue looked at Ji Ning. Ji Ning looked at Yue. Their gazes met in midair. This moment, it became a moment eternal, a memory eternal. Ning could sense the endless love and affection contained within his senior apprentice sister's eyes, could sense how absolutely unwilling she was to part from him. He could sense that her love for him in this moment was so deep, it was etched into her very bones, into her very soul. He could also sense something else in her gaze, regret. "I'm sorry." Yue said these words softly. She just looked at Ning, as though she wanted to completely memorize his appearance and imprint it into the deepest parts of her soul. Whoosh! The wind blows. The sand flies. Yue's immediately body began to break apart and collapse, as though it was being transformed into tiny granules of sand. It was like a tiny flame being extinguished. In the instant that she had shattered the black jade bottle, she had unhesitatingly chosen to end her life as well. Her celestial immortal Jindan had already completely collapsed. It was like a wind blew past, and she was like smoke being blown away by the wind, completely vanishing from the world. Ning reached out with his hands, wanting to catch something, but there was nothing to catch. He stood there stupidly, arms stretched out. His inability to use his immortal energy, the fact that the destruction of Xianxia's medicine would influence the entire realm war, the fact that they might lose this realm war, none of these thoughts entered Ning's mind at all. He just stared blankly at the spot where his senior apprentice sister had been sitting. Just now, a moment ago, she had been sitting there. She had prepared immortal wine for him, had smiled merrily at him, just as she had always done whenever he had returned from those many battles. But it was all gone now. There was no one seated on that chair. It was empty, as though Yue had never been there, had never existed. Her soul's gone. It's all gone. Ning mumbled to himself. Gone. She's gone. Gone forever. Why is it? Why did it have to be like this? Father and mother are gone. Now she's gone as well. Ning just sat there woodenly. It was though he had lost his soul. He just stared blankly at the place where she had sat. Just moments ago she had sat there. She had smiled at him. A smile that had made Ning feel so warm, so blissful. Boom! A figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the utterly enraged Dao Father Crimsonbright. Ning, however, just continued to sit there, staring at the place where she had sat. Staring at the place where she had been. Dao Father Crimsonbright stared at the immortal wine, drinking instruments, and shattered pieces of black jade that were on the table. He then looked towards the numb, unmoving Ji Ning. The look in Ning's eyes caused Dao Father Crimsonbright to shake his head. Ugh! He flourished his sleeves and left. Master! Just as Dao Father Crimsonbright was leaving the room, the Xia Emperor came in. The 8 Dragons Cloud City was the Xia Emperor's treasure. Thus, he was the second to find out about what had happened. Master! The Xia Emperor called out repeatedly. We lost, we lost. Dao Father Crimsonbright shook his head and sighed. Our Crimsonbright realm has already suffered heavy casualties during this realm war. I had thought that with human Emperor Xianxia's help we would be able to win, but who would have thought that Ji Ning's Dao companion, Yue, a disciple of Lu Dongbin, was actually a spy for the Seamless Gate as well. All our plans have come to nothing. Don't we have another bottle of Xianxia's medicine? The Xia Emperor asked frantically. It's useless. Dao Father Crimsonbright sighed. Those Empyrean god golems of the Seamless Gate require 100 celestial immortals, but the Dao Father golem only requires a single pure Yang true immortal. This is because the core formation diagrams of the Dao Father golem can be powered by essence chaos tones. The power of the essence chaos tones can be converted directly into the power of primordial chaos, giving the Dao Father golem endless amounts of power. The Dao Father golem, however, is protected by layers of defenses. Even if I were to personally intervene, I wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Not with a core sense attack, not with any other attacks. Xianxia's medicine is unable to penetrate the Dao Father golem as well. Now that Ji Ning's portion of the medicine is gone, leaving only one portion behind, the Dao Father golem of the Seamless Gate will completely focus on the holder of that portion. When it strikes, the rest of us will be completely unable to keep that portion safe. Dao Father Crimsonbright felt quite resigned. Can't we split up that portion into 2 smaller portions? The Xia Emperor asked. What do you take it for? It's a perfect, complete concoction. You can't just split it up. Its power comes from its perfection and its completeness. Dao Father Crimsonbright shook his head. If it could be split apart, I would have split it into 100 parts long ago. Is there really nothing left to us? The Xia Emperor simply couldn't accept this. He truly could not. The world of the Grand Xia which he had commanded and toiled over for countless years. The homeland of his Shimong clan. It was now gone, just like that. There's nothing left. Dao Father Crimsonbright shook his head. Our only choice is to seek out human Emperor Xianxia once more and see if he has any ideas. However, the human Emperor has already done much for us. Alas! The antidote is with Ji Ning. Go and spread it out to the others. Rescue the pure Yang true immortals and celestial immortals first. Yes. The Xia Emperor nodded, then hurriedly said, Master, don't take your anger out on Ji Ning. I saw him through the door just now. He's completely dazed by this blow. His Dao companion was actually a spy that had been inserted by the Seamless Gate. This has been a tremendous mental blow to him. His most beloved Dao companion was a spy, an enemy. The Xia Emperor sighed. Of course I won't take it out on him. Yue was a spy. But Ji Ning is one of our warriors. Dao Father Crimson Bright turned his head to stare through the doorway as well, looking at Ji Ning. I hope that this won't do too much lasting damage to him. Snowdance was killed by the person she loved. While Ji Ning didn't die, I imagine the amount of pain he feels right now isn't much less than the amount which Snowdance felt. Help out and ensure that others don't come here to berate him either. He's only trained for a short period of time after all. Yes, the Xia Emperor acknowledged respectfully. What? Yue Wei was a traitor. She actually harmed so many fellow immortals. Pity our fellow Taoist Dark North. His most beloved Dao companion was actually an enemy spy. This Ji Ning character really is an idiot. This was a critical moment, and Shinong's medicine was so absolutely precious to us. How could he be so careless? Soon, all the Empyrean gods and true immortals within the 8 Dragons Cloud City learned of this matter. They all found it hard to accept this outcome, and some even were furious with Ning. Most of them, however, felt pity for him. Everyone, it's best if you don't bother Ji Ning. The Xia Emperor prevented many from going in to speak to Ning. Only those who had extremely close relationships with Ning were allowed to go in. True Immortal Dongyan came as well. He just stood outside the door, looking at Ning. For something like this to happen to him, True Immortal Dongyan let out a soft sigh. However, based on what I know, generally speaking, when the spies of the Seamless Gate reveal themselves, they will go berserk and show no mercy at all. Yue Wei actually didn't kill Ji Ning. It doesn't matter. Yue Wei's dead now. The Xia Emperor nodded. Ji Ning is definitely going to hate the Seamless Gate even more now. The Seamless Gate. They truly are willing to make use of anything and anyone. They truly will stoop to nothing at all. They all deserve to die. Within the skies of the Grand Xia, an azure-robed figure with an immortal sword on his back stood there, gazing at the distant 8 Dragons Cloud City, his eyes filled with grief and pain. He let out a soft sigh. Foolish child. She always kept everything hidden away. Although I could tell that she was hiding something, I didn't imagine that she was actually a spy for the Seamless Gate. But she's not a bad person by nature. Grief and pain were apparent in Lu Dongbin's eyes. Given how much trust Ning placed in her over the years, she could have slain him long ago. And in the end, she only destroyed the Black Jade bottle. She didn't hurt Ji Ning at all. She shattered her own soul? She would rather shatter her own soul than let it return to the Seamless Gate? Lu Dongbin shook his head. The God King of the Seamless Gate was capable of forcibly carrying off the souls of those he had imprinted. But Yue Wei had instead chosen to shatter her own soul than to let that happen. The reason why she decided to shatter that Black Jade bottle was probably to repay the God King for his benevolence. I heard long ago that the Seamless Gate has many spies, all of whom are extremely devoted to their God King and willing to die for him if needed. He truly lives up to his reputation as the disciple of the Lord of the Demon Heart. His ability to manipulate the hearts of men is indeed impressive. That foolish child shattered the Jade Black bottle to repay the God King. As for suicide, she didn't want to cause Ji Ning any more problems in the future. Lu Dongbin loved to roam the mortal worlds, and had seen many scenes of grief, joy, parting, and gathering. He naturally understood what Yue Wei was thinking. She was simply a silly girl. She had truly believed that the God King had been extremely kind and benevolent towards her. To the God King, she was nothing more than a slave, a weapon. Lu Dongbin shook his head. But Ji Ning, alas. Lu Dongbin felt helpless as well. Ji Ning was indeed a peerless talent. The storm had just barely begun, but he had already started shine and dazzle. But now, the person he cared about the most had died and left him. This blow. There was nothing Lu Dongbin could do to soften it. The only person who could help Ji Ning right now was Ji Ning himself. Outside the 3 realms, at the end of the vast void, there was the even vaster primordial chaos. Within the primordial chaos, all things were possible. It was the primordial chaos that had given birth to many powerful fiend gods, to Panlong, to Nuwa, to the Ancestor Dragon, to the Phoenix, to the Torch Dragon, to Taoist 3 Lives, to Subhoodie, to Crimson Bright, to all of them. The most powerful fiend god, Pangu, had established heaven and earth, creating the utterly massive Pangu's primordial world and perishing after his labors. If yet another Pangu-like presence was born, he would absolutely be capable of establishing yet another world within the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos was truly infinite and limitless. After all, after Mother Nuwa had entered the primordial chaos, she had never returned from it. Within an area in the primordial chaos that was very close to the three realms, there was a medicine field within the primordial chaos, and next to it was a thatched cottage. Two people were seated by the side of the cottage. One was the white-bearded patriarch Subhuti, while the other was dressed in plain clothes and had unkempt hair and a tousled beard. He looked like an old farmer, but his eyes contained eternity within them, an ancientness that brought peace to the hearts of those who saw him. He was one of the three emperors of mankind. Xianxia. Of the three emperors, Suiren was the most ancient, while Fuxi was always dressed in his 8 trigram robes. Both had extraordinary appearances. Only Xianxia dressed very simply, as though he was naught but an old farmer toiling away in his fields. This event is most likely going to cast a shadow over your disciple's heart. Xianxia personally poured Subhuti a cup of tea. The tea bubbled and hissed, but it emanated a soothing, intoxicating fragrance. The seamless gate's subterfuge abilities are indeed unparalleled. There's no way to investigate them at all. Subhuti shook his head. I've been thinking carefully about Yue Wei's past life and present life. I think it must be due to the fact that she suffered too much in her past life. She transformed into a demon and massacred countless people. In the midst of her massacres, she was probably influenced by demon heart. She was naturally guided towards their side, and in the end became a chess piece for their god king. Yes, Xianxia nodded. Now that they knew for a fact that Yue Wei was a spy, it wasn't too hard for them to spot the reason as to why she had joined the Seamless Gate. However, if they didn't already know this, there was no way to find out. There were far, far too many immortal cultivators who descended into madness and slaughter. After all, some might have become truly filled with bloodlust and the desire to kill, while others had been driven crazy by the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. There was no way to tell on the surface, no way at all. This time, Crimson Bright is going to lose. Xianxia shook his head. I just finished creating those 2 portions of immortal medicine. Both were created using some unique herbs that I located in the primordial chaos that are incredibly rare. I can grow more of those herbs in my farm, but even if I change the flow of time to make them grow faster, I'll still need at least another century before I can finish another batch. If Crimson Bright loses, he'll naturally lead his army away from the Grand Xia. This disciple of yours, what are you planning to do about him? Xianxia asked. Neither side had reached the point of entering a truly life-and-death struggle against the other yet. Both sides could easily retreat if they chose to. They could simply tear a hole through space and easily leave. Ji Ning has the star-seizing hand of 3 lives, and he's quite talented in heart force as well. I feel, however, that his talent with the sword is even higher. Subhuti sighed. He absolutely has the potential to become yet another Hui. Hui? Xianxia gently nodded. Hui was someone who, as an Empyrean god, had slain a Tao father. He was an absolute legend. But this truly was a heavy blow for him. Still, fortune and disaster ride together. Perhaps this will serve to help him temper his heart. Patriarch Subhuti shook his head. Emotional matters like this, he'll have to rely on himself to overcome it. There's nothing I can do. The 8 Dragons Cloud City. Ji Ning's residence. Ning was finally on his feet. He began to collect the table, the immortal wine, and the drinking utensils in an extremely careful manner. He even picked up all the shattered pieces of black jade. Ji Ning. 8th brother. Celestial Immortals Unity, all beasts, Wacko, and the others had all arrived. Don't let yourself hurt too much. Celestial Immortal All Beasts patted Ning on the shoulder and said, something like this is completely unpredictable. Since Yue Wei was a spy, then you should just forget about her 8th brother. Don't let this misery and unhappiness fester away in your heart. Forget her, Celestial immortal Wacko exhorted softly as well. When Thousand Needles died, I felt so much pain that I wanted to die. But what can you do? We have to look forward, move forward. Forget her. It'll make things easier for you. Ning raised his head to look at Wacko. His voice was slightly hoarse. Seventh brother. Have you been able to forget her? Wacko was stunned. For a moment he couldn't say a word. All of you can go back now. Let me be by myself for a while, Ning said, then began to walk towards a nearby private room. This was the private room which Yue had designed for him back when they had first arrived here. Celestial Immortals, all beasts, Rainsoar, Unity, and the others all watched as Ning walked away, then exchanged glances with each other. There was nothing they could do. They left the house. The private room was very simple, as were the prayer mats and the incense burners. But Yue had personally laid out this room. Ning swept the room with his gaze. He felt as though he could see Yue decorating the room. Senior apprentice sister, Ning murmured softly. He then sat down in the lotus position by himself, closing his eyes. His thoughts were a complete mess. The countless scenes of him being together with Yue flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but repeatedly grimace. Rumble. A profound, arcane sort of ripple that came from another level of existence brushed past Ning. Not even Tao Father Crimsonbright could detect this ripple. As it brushed past Ning, a powerful desire to sleep quickly filled him. Eh? Ning was shocked. He was a pure Yang true immortal. He wouldn't be so easily mesmerized. I am the God King of the Seamless Gate. You should know of me. A voice rang out in Ning's mind. You? Ning's mind was filled with boundless hate. After having fought for so long, Ning had naturally engaged the Xia Emperor and the others in conversation. He knew, of course, that the true supreme commander of the Seamless Gate was the God King. The Nuwa Alliance had learned long ago that the God King was able to control the world of dreams, was capable of meeting others in their dreams. The Nuwa Alliance, however, was unable to counter this ability of his. They were completely unable to penetrate the dream worlds which the God King created. I'm going to guide a strand of your thoughts into my world. Let us converse, the God King said. Fine. Ning didn't refuse. He was within the 8 Dragons Cloud City. He wouldn't be in much danger at all. Just a strand of his thoughts. Even if that strand was severed, it wouldn't be much of a loss. Ning allowed a strand of his mind to be guided downwards into the abyss. Within a vast world of darkness, a gigantic throne that was 30,000 meters high was levitating in midair. The God King was seated on his throne, and before him appeared the figure of Ji Ning. Ning raised his head to glance coldly at the black-robed figure in midair. The aura around the black robes caused the God King to seem exceptionally inscrutable and mysterious. Ning said coldly, Why has an exalted Tao Father such as yourself come to seek me out? Although his heart was filled with boundless hatred, enough hatred to cause an ordinary mortal to go insane. Ning knew very well that the difference in power between himself and the supreme commander of the Seamless Alliance was too great. No need to feel such hatred for me. The God King sat up high on his throne as he spoke calmly to Ji Ning. We are enemies, after all. The actions I took to guarantee that the Seamless Gate would win. I've come to you because I wish for you to join the Seamless Gate. Idiocy. This was the only word Ning said. He couldn't even be bothered to say more. Do you think that Yue is dead? The God King asked. Ning was stunned. What? Ning stared at the God King. I personally watched as my senior apprentice sister's soul was shattered. How could she not be? Yes, her soul was shattered, but she didn't die. Amusement could be heard within the God King's voice. After her soul was shattered, her true soul would have headed straight towards the River of Destiny, yes? Ning didn't say anything. This was indeed true. Even if Yue's soul was shattered. If one could locate Yue's true soul within the River of Destiny, the true soul could be used to bring her back to life once more. However, to find a true soul within the River of Destiny, based on what Ning knew, The only one in the entire 3 realms capable of this was Mother Nuwa. Mother Nuwa, however, had long ago entered the infinite primordial chaos. Yu Wei was one of the many spies I sent to infiltrate the Nuwa alliance, the God King said. Of the many spies, some were absolutely and unwaveringly loyal to me. They obey all my orders and commands, and are willing to die for me. These true believers, I long ago left behind my imprint upon their souls. Ning's pupils contracted. Yu Wei committed suicide, shattering her soul, but thanks to the imprint I left behind on it, I knew right away what she had done, the God King said. Thus, as her soul was shattering, I immediately reached out to latch onto her true soul, taking it away. Her true soul isn't in the river of destiny at all. Ning's heart began to quiver. After taking away her true soul, I sent it to be reincarnated within a lesser cycle of reincarnation which I set up, the God King said. Ning knew that most Tao Fathers were capable of setting up a lesser cycle of reincarnation. Tao Father Crimsonbright himself had done such a thing. Once a true soul entered the cycle of reincarnation, it would naturally be reborn. When celestial immortals and true immortals were reborn, it was generally their true souls which were reborn. After she was reborn, I immediately awakened her memories and captured her young soul. Take a close look. The God King pointed with one finger. Instantly, roughly 100 meters to the right of Ji Ning, a black-robed maiden appeared out of thin air. Her appearance, her aura, her eyes. Senior apprentice sister? Ning couldn't believe it, but he knew it to be true. Some things could be imitated, but the look in one's eyes could not. Ji Ning, she cannot hear you or see you. Just stand there and watch. The God King's voice rang out. Respectful greetings to you, God King. Yu Wei had a somewhat stunned look her face as she fell to her knees. Yu Wei, did you think that if you committed suicide, your soul would be destroyed? The God King's voice held a hint of wrath within it. I told you that once you were prepared to destroy Shinong's medicine, you were to first touch the imprint I left upon your soul, and I would rescue it right away. Why did you choose to commit suicide? If I was just slightly slower, your true soul would have entered the river of destiny, never to be found again. Yu Wei remained there on her knees. God King, please grant me death. Grant you death, the God King said coldly. What are you afraid that if you remain alive, you'll bring Ji Ning more trouble? The kneeling Yu Wei didn't move at all. You truly are quite loyal to this Ji Ning of yours. Long ago, when I ordered you to take him to the 5th world, you refused. And now, you would rather die than become a chess piece our seamless gate can use to influence him. You truly disappoint me. The God King was rather angry now. Yu Wei remained on her knees, her tears cascading downwards. She truly was very devoted to the God King. She couldn't help but feel miserable upon hearing that the God King was disappointed in her. But she truly didn't wish to become a burden to Ji Ning or her daughter. Whoosh! The God King blew towards her, and a wind arose that swept her away, causing her to disappear. Senior apprentice sister. Ning was shocked. That definitely had been his senior apprentice sister. There was no mistaking it at all. That look in her eyes. There was definitely no mistaking it. Don't panic. The God King looked towards Ning. Your Tao companion's soul is fine. Only a sliver of her mind was within this dream world of mine. Now that her true soul has been reborn, her new soul is incredibly weak. She isn't even capable of committing suicide. Her fate is now completely in your hands. My hands. Ning's face changed. Right. The God King's dark, misty eyes seemed to flash with lightning. Your hands. If you join our seamless gate, then I can let you once more reunite with your beloved Tao companion and live together in bliss, under the seamless gate's protection. Not even your master, Tao Father Subhuti, would be able to kill you. In addition, your master most likely wouldn't be willing to violate our unspoken accord and personally act to kill you. He is a Tao Father, after all. Thus, if you join our seamless gate, then you, your Tao companion Yu Wei, and your child, all of you will be able to live together in bliss. You will also receive our protection. But if you do not join us, The soul of your Tao companion Yue shall suffer endless, inescapable torment within my infinity hells. As for you and your child, you shall remain enemies of the seamless gate, forever suffering our assaults. The God King looked at Ning. I trust you know which choice you should make. Take another look. The God King pointed sideways. Whoosh. A painting appeared out of nowhere. This was the painting of a vast world. A world of flames, of mountains of blades, of lakes of burning oil, of forests of swords, of implements of torture. Many souls were here, undergoing countless torments and punishments. A black-robed maiden had been teleported here as well. Upon seeing the infinity hells, upon seeing the despair and misery of those countless souls, the look on her face couldn't help but change. But moments later Yue calmed down. She had guessed long ago that she would probably be sent to the God King's infinity hells. These are the infinity hells, a place I created. It's an even more painful place than the 18-layer of hell of the Netherworld Kingdom. The God King looked at Ning. If you are the enemy of the Seamless Gate, then Yue will no longer be of use to me. Thus, she should prepare herself to suffer endless, infinite torture within the infinity hells. She was so loyal to you. Ning couldn't help but snap. Loyal? The God King shook his head. No. If she was loyal to me, you would have died long ago. Ning was stunned. Right? He himself could sense how badly the Seamless Gate wished to kill him. The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, for example, had always been hovering around him. Before that, the Seamless Gate had actually sent out a squad to assassinate him. Fortunately, Old Man Yuan had intervened. If Yue had wanted him dead, given his absolute faith in her, he would have died long ago. She violated my orders, the God King said. Given my temper, I should have cast her into the infinity hells long ago, letting her suffer endless torment. However, she was the disciple of Lu Dongbin and your Tao companion. It is hard to find someone like her, and so I showed her clemency. In truth, when Yue had refused the God King's commands all those years ago, she had already mentally prepared herself for death. That time, the God King had shown clemency, which was why Yue had wanted to give Ning a child. Thus, she should have started to suffer this sort of torture long ago. To violate my orders? The only result can be death. The God King looked towards Ning. But Ji Ning, your talent is truly remarkable. You are qualified to me to reconsider. The Seamless Gate views you as being very important. And so if you can join us, Yue will immediately be spared her eternal torment. She'll even be allowed to accompany you and your child. The 3 of you will be able to live together with each other forever. The God King truly wished to be able to pull Ji Ning to his side. Ji Ning was a tremendous threat, true, but if they could recruit him, the Seamless Gate would have gained yet another helper, while the Nuwa Alliance would have lost one of their peerless talents. This was a result that was much better than merely killing Ji Ning. As for Yue, she was the tool which the Seamless Gate was relying on to make this happen. Join our Seamless Gate. We have treasures, divine abilities, golems, everything. You, your child, and your Tao companion will be able to join together once more. The God King pointed towards the Midair images. I trust you won't consign the woman you love into the infinity hells. Ning was silent. He just stood there, looking at the image of his senior apprentice sister, Yue. He just silently stood there. Ji Ning had never doubted Yue's love for him. When the two had been together, he had been able to truly sense her heart. His parents had passed away, but she had let him once more feel warmth in his heart. It was something which surpassed simple love. Only when love reached a truly deep level would it bring this sort of warmth. But there were others that Ning could never forget. If it hadn't been for Taoist Threeliv's legacy, he probably would have died long ago when he was weak. If it wasn't for the 7 mighty Empyrean gods, he would have perished long ago. If it wasn't for his master Subhuti, he would have lost his life in the Nilam Zone. His master Immortal Diensai, his fellow disciple Mu North Sun, they were filled with endless hatred towards the Seamless Gate. His father, his mother, Their situation was probably even worse than Yue's. Their true souls had already entered the river of destiny, and with Mother Nuwa having disappeared into the primordial chaos, the fact that their souls had been shattered meant that they were essentially dead and gone. To bring Mother Nuwa back? To reach Mother Nuwa's level? It would be very hard, even harder than defeating the Seamless Alliance. Fog continued to billow around the God King's black robes. He stared downwards at Ji Ning, awaiting his response. He knew very well that this was perhaps his best chance of making Ji Ning join the Seamless Gate, because Yue could be described as the most important person in Ji Ning's life. Their souls were tied together, and as the God King had said, Yue had chosen to die rather than be a burden to Ji Ning. As the disciple of a Dao Father, Ji Ning himself wouldn't be blamed or directly affected by a defeat in this realm war. The entire vast world of darkness was deathly still, terrifyingly still. Ning just stood there quietly, staring at the image of his senior apprentice sister. It seemed as though he wanted to permanently engrave her appearance in his mind. "Make your choice," the God King said. "Don't try to deceive me. You won't be able to." Ning trembled. He was silent for a moment. Then, Ning broke his silence and said in a soft voice, "Let me look at her for a bit longer." The God King was instantly enraged. Even the fog that was billowing around the black robes and the massive throne began to roil about. Visible crackles of lightning could be seen within the fog, utterly dazzling to behold. The God King forced down his rage, then growled. "You have decided to remain enemies with my Seamless Gate? Your most beloved Dao companion is about to be exiled into the infinity hells. You have the power to keep her safe and let her be by your side and your child's side. But you are now choosing to send her into hell, never to be reborn." The God King's every word stabbed like knives against Ning's heart. "The choice is yours." The entire vast world of darkness was shaking. Clearly, the God King was almost unable to repress his anger. Deep, boundless pain could be seen within Ning's eyes. But he just stood there and quietly stared at his senior apprentice sister. Suddenly, Ning turned, looked at the God King, then with a thudding sound respectfully fell to his knees. The God King was instantly delighted. He even left his vast throne and walked downwards towards Ning. "Ha ha ha, Ji Ning. This is a wise decision you have just..." But Ning suddenly spoke out, interrupting the God King's words. "God King, you are an exalted Dao Father." Ning remained on his knees. "I know that my senior apprentice sister experienced great hardship in her past life, and I imagine you must have been benevolent towards her. In turn, she was completely loyal to you, going so far as to destroy Shenong's medicine. Can be said that she rendered a major contribution to the Seamless Gate. I'd like to ask you, God King, not to bicker with a poor little girl like her. I wouldn't dare beg that you send my senior apprentice sister back to my side. God King. All I hope is that she can live a simple, peaceful life. If you can do this, I will be endlessly grateful." The kneeling Ji Ning's voice was filled with supplication. The God King had already left his throne and landed on the ground. He was momentarily stunned, and then he grew even further enraged. He roared furiously, "Ji Ning! You will be grateful? Poor little girl, this is a war. You only have two options. If you refuse me, then she will definitely be sent to suffer endless torment. Go, send Yue to her justly deserved torments for all eternity. Let her never be reborn." The God King's furious roar rang out, reverberating within the infinity hells. "Yes." Instantly, two black-robed envoys took hold of Yue and sent her to a fiery abyss. Ning continued to kneel there. "God King." Ning looked towards the God King. "You only have two options. Stand by my side, or be my enemy." The entire world of darkness was filled with wrath and fury. Ning rose to his feet, quietly staring at the painting and at the images of his senior apprentice sister suffering fiery torment within it. And then, Ning turned around. Whoosh! He vanished from this dream world. Damn! The God King roared with fury, causing the entire world of darkness to shake. Damn! Damn, damn. Your lover will suffer torment. And you will soon die as well. You will die. The God King was truly enraged. He truly had wanted to recruit Ji Ning to his side. But he had actually been refused. He was humiliated, enraged, and filled with a desire to kill. But the Nuwa alliance was very powerful. To kill Ji Ning would be no easy task. You are the one who personally consigned her to endless torment within the infinity hells. It was you. You personally. The God King's furious roars reverberated with Ning's mind. Boom! Ning's powerful core sense struck out against that thought strand, blasting it apart. This undetectable method which the God King was using. Although not even Tao Fathers could sense it, it didn't contain much power. Within the world of the Violet Dawn Pearl. Creak. Ning's true body walked out from his study. Soon, he arrived at the room where his daughter Bright Moon was being punished. His daughter Bright Moon was still on her knees, her eyes filled with puzzlement and confusion. Father. When Bright Moon saw Ning, she immediately revealed a look of joy. I was wrong. I really understand that I was wrong. Don't be angry, Father. I'll never dare to use fire to play with mortals in the future. Ning walked to his daughter's side, then fell to his knees, quietly taking her into his arms. Bright Moon couldn't help but reveal a look of joy as her father took her into his arms. She comfortably snuggled into Ning's chest. Father, don't be angry anymore. Ahaha. Mother came a short while ago to hug me as well, but then she said, sorry, I don't really understand. But then Mother disappeared. Father, didn't you say that Mother left her incarnation here? Why did her incarnation suddenly leave? Ning trembled. So she hadn't just said sorry to him. She had said sorry to their daughter as well. Father. Bright Moon could sense that something was wrong with Ning. Ning continued to hold his daughter in his arms. He said in a soft voice, I'm the one who should be sorry to your mother. Ning shut his eyes, his tears coming out. It was true. He felt so sorry, although the God King had forced him to make a decision. In the end, he had decided to let her be sent to the infinity hells. Ning felt as though countless ants were constantly gnawing upon his heart. He felt utter agony in his heart. Guilt. Misery. Prior to this, Ning hadn't shed any tears, not even when he had seen her soul be shattered. He had been delighted to discover that she wasn't dead, then instantly had to face a choice that brought despair. He had to watch as she began to be tortured within the infinity hells. But despite all that, Ning hadn't shed any tears. Now, however, as he held his daughter in his arms, Ning could no longer resist. Finally, he began to cry. Hot tears came cascading down his face, landing on Bright Moon's body. Bright Moon was stunned. Raising her head, she looked towards Ning. She saw that her father was actually crying. What happened? Where's Mother? Bright Moon was very clever. She immediately asked this question. She died. Ning held his daughter in his arms as he responded in a soft voice. Died. Bright Moon was stunned. Although she was precocious and intelligent, she was truly stunned. The only thing she could do was just stupidly stand there and hug her father. Bright Moon. In the future, it'll just be you and me. Ning continued to hold his daughter in his arms. She had just been born, but her mother had already left. Senior apprentice sister. I'm sorry. I swear. I'll take good care of our child. I definitely will. The only thing and the most important thing Ning could for his senior apprentice sister for himself was to take good care of and protect their daughter. And the seamless gate. His tears continued to fall, but deep within his eyes, a desire to kill that was even deeper than the abyss could be seen. The 8 Dragons Cloud City. Ji Ning emerged from his room. He came out. The Xia Emperor looked towards Ning. Your Imperial Majesty, you've been here this entire time? Ning was stunned. If I wasn't here, do you think you would have had such a peaceful time of it? Countless people have come to speak to you. Some came to console you, but some came to curse you and berate you. The Xia Emperor shook his head. I can't blame them. We were on the cusp of winning this realm war after all, but now, alas, once this realm war is lost, the worlds and the foundations that these Empyrean gods and true immortals spent countless years cultivating will be taken away by the seamless gate. How can they not be enraged? Still, don't be angry with them. After some time passes, they'll slowly begin to accept this outcome. Ning looked towards the Xia Emperor. He could sense that these words of the Xia Emperor held a hint of frustration and disappointment within them. With the war lost, the Xia Emperor would lose his Grand Xia world. That was the foundation of his Shimong clan, a vast world which he had spent his blood and sweat to build up, ever since he had taken it over during the Fiendgod era. How could he not be heartbroken? But the Xia Emperor didn't blame Ji Ning. Instead, he had stayed outside and prevented many people from coming in, ensuring that Ji Ning wouldn't be disturbed. Ning knew very well that the fact that they had snatched defeat from the jaws of victory would be very difficult for many of the Empyrean gods and true immortals to accept. They would be utterly enraged and heartbroken. Are we really going to lose? Ning asked. We really are. The Xia Emperor sighed, then nodded his head. Although there are many people who are unwilling to accept this, the difference in power is too great. The Xia Emperor shook his head. The Seamless Gate has a Dao Father Golem on their side, while we were going to rely on Shenlong's medicine to win the battle. But, well, now we shall simply wait for the Dao Father to give us our final orders. Ji Ning nodded gently. It's my fault, Ning said calmly. This isn't your fault. You couldn't have imagined that Yue Wei belongs to the Seamless Gate. There's no need for you to overthink things. I've been outside and have prevented quite a few from coming in to bother you. This was on the Dao Father's personal instructions. The Dao Father still views you as being extremely important. The Xia Emperor looked towards Ji Ning. The Xia Emperor suddenly remembered something. He immediately said, Right, you should be unable to use your immortal energy right now, right? I'll give you 10 drops of the antidote. Give me 100, Ning said. 100. The Xia Emperor looked towards Ning with surprise. You? Ning didn't explain. What would be the point of explaining that he had become a pure Yang true immortal? His Heaven Punisher was still at the same level of power that it always was. It wouldn't be able to change the outcome of the battle at all. It was best not to give them any false hopes. Fine. Take it. The Xia Emperor took out a jade bottle and a large gourd. Drops of liquid flew out from the gourd and into the jade bottle. After 100 drops were absorbed, he handed it to Ning. Ning accepted it, then began to go towards the outside. Isn't that Commander Ji Ning? That's Immortal Dark North Ji Ning. I heard that his Dao companion was a spy for the Seamless Gate. Yes, I heard the same. We were at the cusp of victory, but this Ji Ning guy placed too much faith in his Dao companion, giving her the chance to destroy Shenlong's medicine, and our hopes for victory along with it. We've fought for so long. So many of us have died. And it was all for nothing. Immortal Dark North was far too careless, and he was far too trusting of his Dao companion. Fellow Taoist Wuxia, you go too far. A Dao companion is the most important companion anyone will have on their immortal path. Both Dao companions will support each other and assist each other. How many would be suspicious of their Dao companions? If they were, they wouldn't have become Dao companions to begin with. Poor Immortal Dark North, to be betrayed by his Dao companion like that. Yeah, poor bastard. As Ning walked through the 8 Dragons Cloud City and passed by the various military camps, the various immortals within those camps all looked at Ning and whispered amongst themselves. With the story being told and retold, the truth had long since become rather blurred. But the countless immortals and fiendgods continued to discuss it, as this was what had caused them to lose this entire realm war. I heard that Yue Wei took advantage of Immortal Dark North's trust to destroy Shenlong's medicine. Immortal Dark North was so enraged and heartbroken that he personally wiped out Yue Wei, shattering her very soul. Right, I heard the same, that Immortal Dark North personally killed that traitor. It's all that damned traitor's fault. As Ning continued to walk through the city, his ears began to twitch and a hint of grief appeared in his eyes. He knew that once the story began to spread, this would become a popular version. He hadn't killed his senior apprentice sister. She had shattered her own soul, because she no longer wanted to be under the control of the seamless gate. But now, she was suffering endless torment and torture within the infinity hells. Although it was the God King who was doing this, it was true that Ning had decided to leave her there. After walking for a long time, Ning arrived at the city walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. He sat down atop the city walls, all by his lonesome as he quietly stared at the utterly devastated battlefield beyond the walls. He also saw the vast, dark citadel of the Seamless City, hovering in the sky in the distance. The Seamless City, the 8 Dragons Cloud City, they continued to face each other. Clearly, this great war hadn't truly ended yet. Ji Ning, as soon as true immortal Dongyan walked out from his palace, he could see that solitary figure seated atop the city walls. He could sense how withered, how haggard Ji Ning was right now. He didn't have the boundless vitality that he had in the past. In the past, Ji Ning always had a smile on his face, and his eyes were always bright. Right now, however, Ji Ning was like a mountain glacier that had been built up over thousands of years, filled with an infinitely cold and desolate aura. Ji Ning is man of deep emotions, and he cares deeply about love. Someone else walked to Dongyan's side. It was true immortal Cloudust, who let out a sigh. This word, love, it is absolutely ravaging. Yes, true immortal Dongyan nodded. To be betrayed by his most beloved Tao companion. A blow like this, ugh. There's nothing we can do to help him, right, fellow Taoist Cloudust? Is there any chance left for our Crimson Bright realm to win? True immortal Cloudust was the follower of human Emperor Shenong. He should have access to detailed intelligence. True immortal Cloudust shook his head. There's almost no hope. Given the current state of the battle, the only chance we have is if we summon some of the most famous and powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms. But these figures are needed everywhere, either to cow certain enemies or to deal with major threats. If we send them here, it'll have an impact on our force disposition across the entire 3 realms. In the end, the Crimson Bright realm is just one of the weaker realms, after all. It is a bit weak, but we've been fighting for years and have suffered countless casualties. True immortal Dongyan didn't want to accept this. All of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Crimson Bright realm naturally felt strong ties towards their homeland. Nobody wanted for their homeland to be occupied by the Seamless Gate. For now, just wait. The Tao Father has already gone to speak with the human emperor. True immortal Cloudust continued. Let's see if the human emperor has any ideas. But my feeling is that if the human emperor had any ideas, he would have reached out long ago. True immortal Dongyan nodded. Alas, if Shenong's medicine hadn't been destroyed, if Ji Ning hadn't given it to Yue Wei, true immortal Cloudust sighed. True immortal Dongyan sighed and shook his head. Ji Ning trusted his Tao companion too much. Given the current state of the war, almost all of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Xianxia had lost their hope. Quite a few of them had been so furious with Ji Ning as to curse him aloud. But slowly they all began to calm down. They no longer blamed Ji Ning, because they knew that Ji Ning himself certainly hadn't hoped for this to happen. Where's Ji Ning? He's still there atop the walls. It's been days. He hasn't even moved from the walls at all. I wonder what he's looking at. The Empyrean gods and true immortals were chatting amongst themselves. The human emperor has already sent word. There's nothing he can do. That medicine is too difficult to create. Even the human emperor was only able to send some more of the antidote over to allow our immortals to recover. The human emperor has given up? He's actually given up. My brothers all died in battle? Was it all for nothing? My Skysong clan's Heaven Punisher was destroyed. We had 12 celestial immortals in our ranks, but I was the only one lucky enough to survive. I had thought that after our grand victory, I would spend some time having our clan rest and rebuild. But now, pain, heartbreak. The Crimson Bright realm was their home, their foundation, the place where countless generations of their clan members had toiled over, shedding blood and sweat. They were willing to die for their homeland. They were even willing to accept the deaths of their brothers, masters, and disciples if it meant winning this battle. It would all be worth it. But they weren't going to be able to win. They were going to lose. Ning was by himself atop the city walls. Ji Ning, the red-haired Empyrean god Reds now had arrived. He gently patted Ning on the shoulders. Bestir yourself. This is nothing more than one of many pitfalls you shall encounter on your immortal path. I understand. Ning nodded. Once you move past it, you will see that the seas and the skies remain as vast as they ever were. Empyrean god Reds now looked at Ning, hope in his eyes. Just give me a little more time to think things over, Ning said softly. All right. Empyrean god Reds now didn't try to force things. He knew very well what sort of a person Ji Ning was. That was why he liked Ji Ning so much, supporting him and believing him to be the most suitable successor to the star-seizing manor. Only a man who cared deeply about relationships would win the trust of his comrades. Selfish individuals like Sword Immortal Evergreen. How many would truly be willing to trust and befriend him? However, people who cared deeply about relationships would also be deeply wounded by them. In fact, even some of the major powers of the three realms had been deeply wounded in their relationships, and despite the passage of countless eras, they remained unable to truly heal from those wounds. Empyrean god Reds now left. Move past it. Ning murmured to himself. How can I move past it? Ning had felt tremendous despair when he saw Yue die. But now that he knew that Yue wasn't dead, he was momentarily overjoyed, then forced to make a choice. He had chosen to personally consign Yue to the infinity hells. This caused Ning to feel even greater heartbreak. Although his body remained in the mortal world, his heart had already entered hell. Guilt. Pain. Ning wanted to force them all down, to suppress them, to move past it all. But how could he possibly suppress them all? I confidently viewed myself as a favored son of heaven, as a formidably talented figure. But I was wrong. I was wrong. She's now suffering endless torment in the infinity hells. But there's nothing I can do. Not a damn thing. Ning stared at the desolate landscape, which had long ago become utterly ruined and ravaged by the wars between the immortals and Fiendgods. I'm just like this landscape here, like the grass atop the ground, in the face of the immortals and Fiendgods who do battle. The only thing the grass can do is be trampled upon and destroyed, because it can't fight back at all. Weak. I'm still puny and weak. Formidably talented? No matter how talented I am, it will be a long, long time before I can possibly be a match for the God King. In the here and now, I remain very weak. Faced with the God King's power, all I could do was to let it all happen. I wasn't able to stop him, to push back at all. The utter despair he felt, what he witnessed firsthand, was what caused it to be etched into his bones and imprinted into his soul. The God King made Ji Ning choose. Ji Ning had no choice but to choose. He could only watch as the God King sent Yue into the infinity hells. The only thing he could do was to kneel down and hope that he could move the God King with his words. But alas, it was useless. He was powerless. Everything was under the God King's control. The only thing Ning could do was accept it all. Ning stared at the wild grass atop the ravaged landscape. He felt like he was the grass. There was nothing he could do but be trampled upon, be broken, be attacked, be destroyed. The only thing he could do was to accept it. As Ning was staring at the grass vacantly, Ning's heart suddenly became completely calm, empty, and ephemeral. The countless strands of grass, the dust, it seemed to spread into Ning's very heart, and Ning's heart itself was expanding as well to accommodate them. In fact, even the skies themselves seemed to extend into Ning's heart. Slowly, the entirety of White Pole Commandery was contained within Ning's heart, which continued to grow and grow. His heart was endlessly vast as heaven and earth, all of which was contained within his heart. Ning's heart had reached out to encompass all 3,600 commanderies. In fact, it reached out to cover even the vast and massive seas. The entire world of the Grand Xia, protected by the planar membrane, was like a giant oval spheroid, and the entire vast spheroid had already become one with Ning's heart. In fact, his heart was still trying to continue to expand, to stretch out to the vast, vacant void itself. It was a powerful, innate desire of his heart. Ning sat there atop the city walls. He said softly to himself, "Though I come from the mortal dust, my heart still soars towards the heavens." Ning wiped the tears from his eyes. He understood that these were tears of joy, an uncontrollable joy that had come out upon his heart, becoming one with heaven and earth. So, in the past I was wrong, ridiculously wrong. No wonder the truly supreme divine archers of the three realms are all so low-key. Ning finally understood the true nature of the fourth stage of heart force, mortal dust. It was like the grass upon the desolate battlefield. It had to struggle to emerge from the dirt and grow up. It fought for every ray of sunshine, every drop of rain, because it wanted to grow higher and higher. It might be very low-key and unremarkable, but not even the most exalted major powers of the three realms could stop the will and the heart of the grass. The heart was infinite and unlimited. Even a beggar could have the heart and ambitions of an emperor. The power of the heart was invisible and formless, but it was incomparably marvelous. Even mortals who had sufficiently powerful hearts and wills could create miracles. They would become heroes. As for immortal cultivators, the number in the three realms who were able to reach the fourth stage of heart force, mortal dust, was incredibly low. The number who managed to reach this fourth stage when at the Empyrean God or true immortal level could be counted on one hand. Even amongst the exalted true gods and Tao Fathers, the fourth stage essentially represented an absolute limit. Only one person had ever broken past this limit. Hui. Hui was the only person to ever reach the fifth stage of heart force, and he even left behind a systemized technique for training in it. His power was acclaimed at all, but he had long ago disappeared. From this, one could tell how incredibly difficult it was for one to reach the fourth stage of heart force. I'm like the wild grass. I'm nothing more than an unremarkable blade of grass. In the face of the God King, in the face of the major powers, I'm unbelievably weak. Ning had been seated atop the city walls, but he now rose to his feet and stared towards the skies. But I want to walk further along my path, to make it to greater heights, to become even more powerful than the God King. In fact, I want to reach Pangu and Nuwas level, and then surpass them. No matter how lowly a person might be, his heart is limitless. Ning felt very moved. Prajna states of enlightenment were profound, arcane, and unpredictable. After experiencing so many setbacks and that agonizing choice, Ning's heart had indeed been greatly impacted. But only when he felt as downtrodden as he did right now did he truly understand what it meant to be as insignificant as a speck of mortal dust. And so, he slowly began to understand and gain insights into this stage. Everyone knew the principles of this stage, but to truly understand it and to thoroughly comprehend it was far, far more difficult. Knowing what to do is easy. It's the doing that is tricky. As Ning's heart had expanded, his heart force had risen in power as well. When Ning's heart had reached the point of becoming one with the entire world of the Grand Xia and begun to reach out towards the infinite void, his heart force had truly reached an absolutely terrifying level, a level which represented an absolute limit for even true gods and Tao Fathers, many of whom had not been able to reach it. The fourth stage of heart force. Ning had broken through. Aside from the missing Hui, Ning's heart force could be ranked as the highest within the entire three realms. Always consider yourself as an unremarkable speck of mortal dust. Always reach for greater heights. Not even reaching Pangu's level is the end of your ambitions. Ning didn't know whether or not Pangu's level represented the endpoint for immortal cultivation, but there was no endpoint for the heart. His heart could become infinitely vast, infinitely great. The difference between the fourth stage and the third stage is simply far too vast. Reaching the third stage of heart force allowed one to have the power of a supreme celestial immortal. The fourth stage of heart force, however, gave one the power of a supreme Empyrean God or true immortal. Every single Empyrean God and true immortal who had reached the fourth stage of heart force stood at the very peak of power amongst their peers. The divine archer Eastbreak, for example. After using Dao fruits of primordial chaos, he was able to suppress an entire battlefield all by himself, although the Dao fruits were very powerful. If it hadn't been for Eastbreak's archery and core force, how could the other Empyrean gods and true immortals have all been completely shut down? Although I've only reached the expert level in my soul heart force technique, even reaching the level of perfect mastery would probably increase my power by a mere tenfold, by a single level of so. With my heart force having increased from the 3rd level to the 4th level, my power has increased by multiple levels. Ning himself knew how much he had improved. It is time to see the Dao Father. Ning rose to his feet. He felt guilt towards Dao Father Crimsonbright. It had been the Dao Father who had personally handed him Shenlong's medicine in a show of tremendous faith. Although it was Yu Wei who had turned traitor, in the end, it was his fault. Ning stared at the vast, desolate wilderness. He also stared at the enormous black levitating citadel, the seamless city. He quietly murmured to himself, "This battle isn't over yet." Prior to this, his Heaven Punisher was already very powerful. With his heart force having increased by an entire major level, how powerful would his Heaven Punisher become? Not even Ning himself knew. This was because only a few Empyrean gods or true immortals had ever reached the 4th level of heart force. Of them, Ning was the only one who had developed a soul heart force technique. In other words, in the entire 3 realms, there was no Empyrean god or true immortal whose Heaven Punisher was stronger than Ning's. His was the most powerful of them all. God King. Boundless hatred could be seen within Ning's eyes. Whoosh. Ning walked down from the city walls, then towards the distant main palace of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. If the God King knew that his decision to force Ji Ning to make such an agonizing decision had resulted in Ning's heart force advancing from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, it's hard to imagine how much regret he would feel. This was an advancement that was even more terrifying than perfecting the soul heart force technique. And now, he had personally created a freak who knew the soul heart force technique and had 4th stage heart force. The God King's original goal had merely been to make Ji Ning join the Seamless Gate. Ji Ning was walking towards the main palace of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. It's Ji Ning. Why is Ji Ning going towards the main hall? He spent a few days sitting blankly atop the city walls. I wonder what he was thinking about. This must have been an enormous blow to him, and he also caused us to lose this realm war. I hope he's not blaming himself so much that his thoughts are in a complete mess, causing him to go seek out the Dao Father. Alas, he truly is a peerless monster, the likes of which are rarely seen. I hope he hasn't been ruined by his Dao companion. The immortals who saw Ning walking towards the main hall all chatted amongst themselves. Love. It was a single word, but because of this word, countless lives had been destroyed and countless paths had been severed. This happened far, far too often within the 3 realms. However, those who were able to persevere after suffering such blows, who were able to continue to advance, they all became awe-inspiring figures of the 3 realms. They were no longer referred to as monstrous geniuses. They were known as the true experts of the 3 realms. Ji Ning, the Xia Emperor, walked out from the main palace. He said in surprise, "Why have you come?" "I wish to see the Dao Father," Ning said. "The Dao Father is not in a good mood. It's best if you don't go," the Xia Emperor said hurriedly. "Not in a good mood?" Ning was startled. "Right," the Xia Emperor nodded. "Human Emperor Shenlong is out of ideas, but the Dao Father is still unwilling to give up. He spent countless years building his Crimsonbright realm up after all." Thus, the Dao Father went out to meet with other major powers, including the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha, as well as others, but, alas, Ning nodded. "I understand." The Xia Emperor looked towards Ning. "Do you still wish to see the Dao Father, then?" Ning nodded. Whoosh. Ning's aura suddenly transformed from that of a celestial immortal to that of a pure Yang true immortal. Pure Yang. The Xia Emperor's eyes instantly turned round and huge. Overjoyed, he said, "Ji Ning, you made a breakthrough?" "Yes." Ning nodded. Since he'd already decided that he was going to win this realm war, he had remained careful of the Seamless Gate's intelligence network. Thus, Ning only revealed the fact that he had the power of a pure Yang true immortal, intending to force the Seamless Gate into a series of miscalculations. As for reaching the 4th level of Heart Force, for now he had to hide this. He would only reveal his power at a critical moment, allowing them to win this war in one blow. But if he wanted to hide it from them, he had to hide it from everyone. Only when he alone knew the secret would it truly be a secret. If he told anyone else at all, the Seamless Gate would have a chance to find out. Fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic. The Xia Emperor was extremely excited. Your breakthrough to the pure Yang level means that your Heaven Punisher will increase dramatically in power. If you join forces with the 7 planets Empyrean God, you might be able to completely tie down the Taofather Golem. During the last battle, the Seamless Gate managed to escape with some of its forces, preventing us from wiping them out. They still suffered catastrophic losses, however. If you and the 7 planets Empyrean God can tie down the Taofather Golem, leave the others, including the 3-eyed demon, to us. Let's go. Let's go see the Taofather. The Xia Emperor was incomparably excited. All right. Ning followed the Xia Emperor into the main palace. The Dao Fathers in a side hall. The Xia Emperor led Ning forward in a very familiar manner. Soon, Ning saw a quiet, secluded side hall with Taofather Crimsonbright seated in the lotus position within it. However, as soon as Ning saw the Taofather, he could sense the deathly, melancholy aura surrounding him. This was a sort of melancholic aura which would naturally emerge once one felt completely powerless. Master, the Xia Emperor spoke out. Taofather. Ning called out respectfully as well. Taofather Crimsonbright opened his eyes. Upon seeing Ning, he nodded gently. It seems you've managed to bestir yourself a bit, Ji Ning. Our loss in this realm war cannot be blamed upon you. You couldn't have imagined any of those things happening. If we lose, we lose. There's always a victor and a loser in any war. Later, I shall summon the other Empyrean gods, true immortals, and army commanders and issue an order to retreat. You should roam the 3 realms a bit and relax. Both your master and myself have great expectations of you. Our war with the Seamless Gate shall continue. Although we've lost here, we'll still need you to go fight in other places in the future. The Taofather was a Taofather, after all. Although he felt grief at completely losing his territory and his foundation, his gaze was still focused on the 3 realms as a whole. He naturally didn't wish to see Ji Ning sink into endless despair. In fact, he didn't even want to blame Ji Ning at all. Master Ji Ning broke through to the pure Yang true immortal level, the Xia Emperor said hurriedly. Taofather Crimsonbright was briefly stunned. And then his eyes lit up. His melancholic aura completely vanished. He once more became full of vigor and energy. He stared at Ning, then said with a laugh, I really have grown old. I was so dispirited by this realm war that I've become as blind as a bat. I didn't realize you made a breakthrough, even though you are standing right in front of me. Haha, pure Yang true immortal. You've broke through to become a pure Yang true immortal. Then doesn't that mean your Heaven Punisher shall dramatically increase in power? If you join forces with the 7 planets Empyrean God commanded by Reds now, you should be able to tie down the Taofather Golem, right? Taofather, please give me 9,000 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals so that I may create a maximum power Heaven Punisher, Ning said respectfully. Superb. Upon seeing how confident Ji Ning was, Taofather Crimsonbright couldn't help but call out the word, superb. Ji Ning had previously already commanded 3,000 celestial immortals. All they had to do now was merge 6 more Heaven Punisher armies into his army. 6 ordinary Heaven Punishers wouldn't make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. I'll give the orders right away. Prepare for a final battle against the Seamless Gate. Taofather Crimsonbright's eyes gleamed with light. His aura filled the heavens, and his voice boomed forth. Just a short while later, per Taofather Crimsonbright's orders, all the Empyrean gods, true immortals, and army commanders assembled at the main hall. What? We're going to go fight? The Seamless Gate now has a Tao Father Golem. How are we supposed to beat that? Once Tao Father Crimsonbright said that he was going to launch a true, final battle against the Seamless Gate, everyone was completely speechless. They weren't afraid of death, but no one would be willing to throw their lives away in a situation where they had no chance of winning at all. Tao Father Crimsonbright looked down at his subordinates, then turned his head to look towards a side door. Ji Ning, come out. The Empyrean gods, true immortals, and army commanders all felt puzzled. Ji Ning? Let Ji Ning come out? After experiencing his Tao companion's betrayal, I imagine that he couldn't have fully recovered yet. I don't understand what the Tao Father is planning. Are we supposed to entrust everything to Ji Ning, who is at the brink of absolute collapse? He can't be joking with us, can he? Some felt anger towards Ning, while others felt sympathy and pity. All of them, however, felt certain that this peerless genius must have been delivered a blow from which he would need time to recover. Footsteps rang out. Eh? Upon seeing Ji Ning walk out, virtually everyone was stunned. He. Pure Yang. Impossible. Almost all of the immortals and fiendgods within the main hall were stupefied. They knew exactly how heavy a blow Ji Ning had just suffered. In their private conversations, most of them secretly opined that Ji Ning would probably wallow in his misery as a result of this blow. None of them had imagined that Ji Ning would actually break through to become a pure Yang true immortal at such a critical point in time. To break through into the pure Yang level was no easy feat. To completely and thoroughly master a Grand Tao was no easy task. Given the blow he had suffered and the mental anguish he was in, it would have been incredibly difficult for him to make a breakthrough in the Tao of the Sword. But the truth was right before them. The dense pure Yang aura surrounding Ji Ning was unmistakably real. Ji Ning has broken through to become a pure Yang true immortal. His Heaven Punisher can now command much greater power. Tao Father Crimsonbright's voice boomed down from his high throne. I will put 9,000 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals under his command, allowing him to form and command a perfect Heaven Punisher. Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher, when working in concert with Red Snow's 7 planets Empyrean God, will handle the Tao Father Golem. Tao Father Crimsonbright continued. All of you are to immediately summon your soldiers and prepare for the final battle. In this final battle, our goal is to completely shatter the forces of the Seamless Gate and to protect our realm. Yes, all of the immortals and fiendgods awoke from their stupor. They were all incomparably delighted, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Prior to this, they all seemed to have lost their souls. They had no morale to speak of, and even Tao Father Crimsonbright himself had been surrounded by a melancholic aura. But now, upon seeing a chance to gain victory, all of them became filled with a desire to do battle. They were so excited that their hearts once more began to boil with hot blood. Formidable. He was actually able to make a breakthrough to the pure Yang level after suffering such a blow. Incredible. This Ji Ning truly is incredible. Previously, quite a few of them had felt resentment towards Ji Ning, but all of that dissipated like smoke. All they felt towards him was amazement and admiration. To be able to make a breakthrough and completely change the course of the war at such a critical moment, how could they not feel admiration? The Grand Army began to mobilize. Sinuous rain dragons and towering Pangu war formations once more took form, along with many Heaven Punishers. The most astonishingly powerful aura, however, came from Ji Ning's Dark North Army. At present, the Dark North Army had a total of 9,000 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals. This was the most perfect form possible for the Heaven Punisher formation. The amount of natural energy which this sea of immortals could summon, it was at an absolutely incomprehensible level. However, even Xianxia himself had only created a perfect version of his formation just for the sake of completeness. He himself felt that it was a waste for an Empyrean God or true immortal to use it, as there was simply no way for them to use all that energy. Assemble the formation. Ning gave the order. The 9,000 celestial immortals were spread out around Ning, protecting him like a hive of hornets protecting their queen. As for the 810,000 loose immortals, they were like countless stars or grains of sand that were spread out throughout the formation. As the incomparably marvelous formation began to be activated, an absolutely shocking whirlpool of energy was formed around the 8 Dragons Cloud City. This was the very first time the Crimson Bright realm had truly, completely unleashed the full power of a Heaven Punisher. Once the number of immortals had reached the target number, the amount of natural energy they could command was similarly astonishing. Rumble. The natural energy had become completely solidified, seeming to have transformed into enormous pillars of water that surged towards Ning. The massive water pillars, many tens of thousands of meters in length, swirled around Ning's army before rapidly condensing around it. Slowly, the bones, the flesh, and the skin began to take form as an unprecedentedly enormous Heaven Punisher appeared. What a powerful aura! This is too powerful. I feel as though he's roughly on the same level as true gods or Tao Fathers. When the perfect Heaven Punisher appeared, all of the immortals and Fiendgods of the Crimson Bright realm were stunned. However, they also all knew that if the commander of the formation was unable to command and control all of that massive power, the power would completely go to waste. Even amongst Empyrean gods and true immortals, there were many who couldn't fully control 100% of the power of the simplest types of Heaven Punishers, much less the perfect ones. Phew! Ning felt absolutely inconceivable power coming from the perfect Heaven Punisher he commanded. Arise! Ning began to take control over the power of the Heaven Punisher. He applied heart force to his soul, then used his pure yang energy to go all out in taking control over the energy within the formation. More and more power began to enter the Heaven Punisher through the formation. 10%, 20%, 30%. An absolutely unbelievable amount of energy was coming under Ning's command. Only the energy that he could control was his. Anything he could not control would be just wasted energy. Finally, Ning reached his limit. 90%. I can vaguely sense that I'm controlling 90% of the power of this perfect Heaven Punisher. Ning felt stunned as well, because he could sense that just 10% of the power of the perfect Heaven Punisher was already vastly more powerful than the full power of his old Heaven Punisher, which had merely been powered by 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals. Fortunately, his heart force had reached the 4th stage. Otherwise, with just 3rd stage heart force, even if he used his soul heart force technique, he would probably only be able to just barely command 1/10 of the power of this perfect Heaven Punisher. No one could tell from the surface as to how much control Ning had over the Heaven Punisher formation. Not even the primordial war god who created this great formation, Xianxia, would dare to believe that a mere Empyrean god or true immortal would be able to take almost complete control over a perfect Heaven Punisher. Excellent! Tao Father Crimson Bright's voice boomed out. His eyes filled with a desire to battle. It's time for the final battle. Let's completely wipe out the seamless gate. Kill! 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 The countless immortals and Fiendgods turned frenzied with their desire to kill. Head out! Tao Father Crimson Bright pointed towards the distant seamless city. Instantly, a series of booms could be heard as the entire grand army charged towards the distant seamless city, blotting out the very skies themselves as they moved. Within the vast world of darkness. What? The God King, seated upon his massive throne, was stunned and enraged. He actually broke through to become a pure yang true immortal. He suffered such a mental blow, then actually made a breakthrough? His soul heart force technique had already reached the stage of mastery. Now that he's become a pure yang true immortal and has a perfect Heaven Punisher under his command, I imagine that his Heaven Punisher all by itself is comparable to the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. I predicted that he would become a threat, but I was always just one step too slow. One step. The God King felt furious, stunned, and regretful. The Seamless City. Tao Father Ink Bamboo convened all the Empyrean gods, true immortals, and army commanders to meet with him. Tao Father Ink Bamboo stared down at his soldiers, his voice low. I trust you can see that the Crimson Bright Realms army is calling us out to do battle. The reason why they have dared to emerge is because their Ji Ning has already broken through to become a pure Yang True Immortal. Pure Yang True Immortal? He's reached the pure Yang level? Wasn't his Dao companion Yu Wei one of us? He was betrayed by his Dao companion, but was actually able to break through to become a true immortal. The immortals and fiend gods of the Seamless Gate were all stunned and baffled. The great sage who swallows the mountains narrowed his eyes, then said, Ji Ning is extremely skilled in commanding heaven punishers. Even before this, he was extraordinarily powerful. Now that he's broken through, I'm afraid that his heaven punisher, just by itself, will be on par with our three-eyed demon. Right? The seventh fairy of the 9 cloud mist fairies frowned. Last time, our army collapsed and fled due to the appearance of that 7 planets Empyrean god. Quite a few of us were slaughtered. If it wasn't for the Tao Father Golem, we would be at a decided disadvantage against them in forces. If Ji Ning and Reds now use their Heaven Punisher and 7 planets Empyrean god to tie down our Tao Father Golem, we are probably going to lose, right? Tao Father Ink Bamboo, seated above them, nodded. Yes, the main issue in this battle revolves around the question of whether or not Ji Ning and Reds now, when fighting together, can tie down our Tao Father Golem. If they can tie it down, they also have another portion of Shinnong's medicine. They outnumber us as well. Although we have the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater, we will probably still lose. Tao Father Ink Bamboo looked towards Sword Immortal Evergreen. Evergreen, we'll be counting on you in this battle. Don't worry, Tao Father. Sword Immortal Evergreen's eyes flashed with fierce light, and his voice was icy but confident. The Tao Father Golem possesses inconceivable power. Even if a true Tao Father comes, it will still probably remain undamaged. Under my command, the Tao Father Golem will be exceptionally nimble and agile. The two probably won't be able to join forces against me. Instead, I'll break them down one by one, right? The Tao Father Golem won't be so easily dealt with. They definitely won't be able to stop it. The Seamless Alliance wouldn't easily admit defeat either. The Tao Father Golem, Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher and Red Snow's 7 planets Empyrean god. Which would be more powerful? Neither side could be completely certain. Evergreen, your mission in this upcoming battle will be the most important one. Tao Father Ink Bamboo looked towards Sword Immortal Evergreen. No matter what, don't disappoint me or the God King. Tao Father, don't worry at all. I'll definitely bring back the heads of Ji Ning and Reds now and offer them to you and the God King. A sharp, sword-like aura could be seen within Evergreen's eyes. He was completely confident in himself. All right. Tao Father Ink Bamboo swept the main hall with his gaze. He growled. Then, let us go out and fight. This will be the final battle. Break apart the Crimson Bright Realms forces and sweep them out like trash. Yes, the Immortals and Fiend Gods all acknowledged to the order. Soon, the air above the Seamless City became filled with white-faced flood dragons, Bifong cranes, Zhuyan apes, and other terror beasts, as well as many Empyrean god golems and other powerful figures such as the three-eyed demon. The most dazzling of all figures was the titanic, crimson gold figure that hovered in the skies. It looked just like an enormous spider, and it emanated an aura that was no weaker than the aura of a true god or Tao Father. The two massive armies stared against each other from afar. Kill! Following an earth-shattering roar, the army of the Seamless Gate charged through the skies, blotting out the sun as they swept towards the Crimson Bright Realms forces. Humph! Sword Immortal Evergreen could sense that he had become one with the Tao Father Golem, and the tremendous power which the Tao Father Golem contained. The aura of that perfect Heaven Punisher is quite strong as well. It lives up to its reputation as a grand formation formed from 900 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals. The aura alone is no weaker than the aura of my Tao Father Golem. Sword Immortal Evergreen, however, wasn't worried in the slightest. In fact, he was rather disdainful. It's all show and no substance. What's the use of just having an aura of power? Although it is very strong, taking control over all that power is harder than ascending to the heavens. Even the simplest version of the Heaven Punisher is difficult for many Empyrean gods and true immortals to command, much less the perfect version. The Heaven Punishers could be divided into 3 tiers. The simplest version had 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. The expert version had 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals. Only when 9,000 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals were used, however, was the Heaven Punisher perfect, allowing it to reach an inconceivable level of power. If Ning, as a pure Yang true immortal, merely had 3rd stage heart force and mastery over the soul heart force technique, he'd be able to command at most 1/10 of the Heaven Punisher's full power. From this, one could imagine how truly difficult it was for one to take command over the perfect Heaven Punisher's power. I'm different from him. I have a Tao Father Golem, and I have complete control over all of its power. Ji Ning isn't much of a threat. To the contrary, it's the 7 planets Empyrean god, which seems to have a weaker aura than mine, which is dangerous. It is formed from 7 Empyrean gods, and Reds now has complete control over all of its power as well. Under Evergreen's control, the Tao Father Golem was extremely fast. Swish, swish, swish. Distorted light could be seen in the skies. The Tao Father Golem looked like a spider crawling upon the vast web of heaven as it charged forward, the first to attack the Crimson Bright Realm's forces. This battle wasn't just being watched by Tao Father Crimson Bright, the God King, and Tao Father Ink Bamboo. In truth, more than 90% of the Tao Fathers of the 3 realms were watching this battle. The Celestial Realm. Mount Ling in the western region. Lord Buddha was seated up high on his honored throne, radiating a boundless aura of light. The light surrounding him was dazzling to behold, and if one looked at it carefully, one would be able to vaguely make out the colors of the 5 elements. Beneath him was seated Amitabha, Kshitigarbha, Maitreya, and other major powers of the Buddhist Sangha. Lord Buddha, also known as Tathagata, was the highest-level Buddhist leader of the 3 realms. His power was inconceivable, and the divine abilities he had devised, such as the Vairocana Guardian Halo and the Buddha Realm within the palm, were some of the most supreme divine amiabilities of the 3 realms. Only Mother Nuwa was more powerful than him. The Buddhas seated below him were all extraordinarily formidable as well. Amitabha, for example, had created 10 million clones of himself. In both the primordial era and the modern day, his many clones were constantly spreading the teachings of Buddhism. It could be said that many of the most formidable figures of Buddhism had received some degree of tutelage from Amitabha. There was a widespread saying, more than half of the Arhats and Bodhisattvas of the 3 realms had been taught by Amitabha and thus succeeded in their cultivation. The countless Bodhisattvas and Arhats thus naturally felt tremendous gratitude towards the Buddha Amitabha. Thus, Buddha Amitabha had a very special status amongst the ranks of the Buddhist Sangha. He was often referred to the teacher Buddha, or as the welcomer Buddha, which referred to his actions in welcoming his many adherents to his pure land of Sukhavati, the Western Paradise. The holy light radiating from Buddha Amitabha was a light of infinite kindness and gentleness. Anyone who saw it would feel inner peace, and they would uncontrollably wish to kneel down and listen to his teachings. Multiple realm wars have occurred within the 3 realms. All the major powers are tiring themselves out for the sake of this great war. The gaze of Lord Tathagata pierced through the vast void, allowing him to see the battle within the Crimson Bright realm. For the sake of his realm, Crimson Bright has done everything he can. This realm war is a far greater one than the ones which have come before. Welcomer, do you think they can win? Buddha Amitabha's gaze was kind and benevolent. Clasping his hands together, he said, the key issue in this battle revolves around the battle between the Tao Father Golem, which shall battle Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher and Red Snow's 7 planets Empyrean God. The other major Buddhist powers were watching as well. It was only natural that they cared. It was a minor matter for a celestial emperor to be changed, but a realm war would have a major impact on karmic luck. The 2 sides were currently engaged in a war for karmic luck, with the end war only coming once both sides were convinced that no further gains could be made. That was when all of the major Buddhist powers would have to go all out as well. I wonder how many of us shall be at Mount Ling after the great storm passes. Lord Tathagata stared downwards, sighing to himself. He could never forget how much blood had been shed when the primordial era was brought to an end. Even he had very nearly perished before the might of the Lord of all creatures. Fortunately, by relying on his golden nirmana body, he was able to survive and keep the Lord of all creatures tied down. That had been a calamitous war. The majority of the Buddhas of the Buddhist Sangha had died in battle. Fortunately, Mother Nuwa had made a breakthrough in the end, allowing for a reversal in the war. The Celestial Realm. The Tao Palace in the eastern regions. Taoist Three Purities was seated high up upon his throne. Unlike Lord Buddha, Taoist Three Purities had a much more reserved aura. And yet, when one looked at Taoist Three Purities, one would occasionally feel as though one was seeing a terrifying illusion of the destruction of the entire three realms. Beneath him were seated the major powers of the Taoist path. We are about to see a result to this realm war, Taoist Three Purities said softly. Zixio, who do you think will win? An old man with a long beard who was dressed in loose robes said softly. 50-50. This old man was Tao Father Carefree. He was also known as Zhuang Zhou, Zhuang Zixio. Long ago, two true gods were born from the primordial chaos and became extremely good friends. One was Yuanshi Tianzuan, the exalted celestial of Genesis. The second was Xiaoyao Tianzuan, the carefree exalted celestial. The two had trained painstakingly, with Yuanshi Tianzuan having mastered the heavenly Tao of Yang and the heavenly Tao of destruction. Of the 10 heavenly Taos, however, the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos was the most exalted of Taos. The heavenly Tao of life was mated with the heavenly Tao of destruction, while the heavenly Tao of Yin was mated with the heavenly Tao of Yang. Last came the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If one wanted to make a qualitative breakthrough, one would have to gain insights into matching sets of heavenly Taos, which was incredibly hard. For example, if you gained insights into the heavenly Tao of life, then the heavenly Tao of life itself would interfere with your efforts to gain insights into the heavenly Tao of destruction, preventing you from calmly training in it. Or, for example, the 5 elements. If one managed to master metal, wood, water, and fire, then when one began to work on water, one would suffer many interferences. Thus, it was incredibly difficult to master the full set of 5 elements, the duality of life and destruction, or the duality of yin and yang. Lord Tathagata had managed to master the entire 5 elements of the heavenly Taos, which was why he was able to become the leader of the Buddhist Sangha. Yuanshi Tianzuan had tremendous willpower and determination. During the primordial era, he placed a seal on his own true soul, one which locked away his memories and prevented him from reawakening them unless he fully mastered the heavenly Tao of Yin. He then sent himself into the 6 paths of reincarnation and committed suicide, sending his true soul into the cycle of reincarnation. He was reborn multiple times. On his 9th life, he was reborn as Laozi 5. In this life, he finally embarked on a path of non-stop breakthroughs, culminating in him mastering the heavenly Tao of Yin and becoming a Tao Father. At this moment, his memories were completely reawakened, and with Yin and Yang joined together, his power instantly skyrocketed, resulting in him standing at the very pinnacle of the 3 realms. Back then, of course, Mother Nuwa hadn't reached the Pangu level yet. He devised a technique which allowed him to transform in the 3 Pure Ones. Xianxia the Supreme Pure One, Yuqing the Jade Pure One, and Taiqing the Grand Pure One. His 3 incarnations all had their separate strengths, and they were each very suited to their respective heavenly Taos. Taoist Yuqing was his former, true body. Known as Yuanshi Tianzuan, it controlled the heavenly Tao of Yang. Taoist Xianxia was known as Lingbao Tianzuan, the exalted celestial of the holy treasure. He controlled the heavenly Tao of destruction. Taoist Taiqing was the reincarnated Laozi, the master of the heavenly Tao of Yin. When Taoist 3 Purities had devised this technique to create the 3 Pure Ones, his 3 incarnations were capable of joining together to reach an unfathomable level of power. He had even been able to battle the king of the Seamless Gate for a long period of time. Committing suicide and sending the true soul to be reincarnated was incredibly dangerous. For example, if in a reincarnated life he had become a celestial immortal, then suddenly was killed and had his soul shattered, his true soul would have been sent into the river of destiny. He would have truly been dead. Then, what he did was a dangerous gamble. But Xianxia Tianzuan possessed astonishing willpower and determination, which was why he dared to act in such a way. The carefree, exalted celestial, however, didn't possess that sort of determination. He did, however, create an incarnation which he sent to be reborn and experience new lives. In this new lives, however, he was naturally unable to gain any insights into the corresponding heavenly Tao. Still, he didn't care about this at all because his power was still considered one of the top 5 of the Taoist path. Lu Dongbin had taken on 2 true teachers. One was Taoist 3 purities, while the other was the carefree exalted celestial. The imperial palace of the primordial imperial clan, and other regions within the primordial chaos, such as Shenong's residence or the residence of the ancient Suiren, these ancient figures, some of whom were legendary recluses of the 3 realms, were all watching this battle. Perhaps they might have been reclusive in the past, but now that the storm had come, there was no way for them to avoid it. They would have to fight as well. Similarly, some of the ancient major powers of the Seamless Alliance, scattered throughout the 3 realms, were watching as well. This was the time for the war for karmic luck, which was why they permitted the God King to be in charge of the Seamless Gate. When the end came, however, these ancient figures would emerge. Long ago they had followed behind their king. And compared to them, this God King was actually one of their juniors. This battle hinges on the performance of those 3. All the major powers understood this. On the battlefield, the Taofather Golem was the fastest on its side, while the 7 planets Empyrean God and Perfect Heaven Punisher were the fastest on the Crimson Bright Realm side. The 3 of them were like the tips of the spear for their respective armies, and they headed straight towards each other. Whoosh! As the titanic spider flew forward, it suddenly lashed out with 2 of its slender, knife legs, sending 2 blurry streaks of light flying towards the Crimson Bright Realm's army. Block it! Careful! The distant units immediately pooled its power to defend against the strike. Boom! 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 Although 3 Heaven Punishers and a Rain Dragon joined forces to block the strike, one of the Heaven Punishers was completely shattered. Fortunately, the Taofather Golem had launched an attack from very far away, and so very few immortals within the Heaven Punisher were slain. What incredible power! Jining! Let me test him first. Empyrean God Reds now sent mentally. Swish! The 7 planets Empyrean God brandished its spear. Snow began to fall in the area around it as spacetime began to twist and distort. Its power increased dramatically as it charged straight towards the Taofather Golem. If Jining was to explode forth with the full power of the Perfect Heaven Punisher, his speed wouldn't be slower than that of the 7 planets Empyrean God at all. However, Ning understood that once he unleashed his full power, the controller of the Taofather Golem would become cautious. Thus, the best plan was to wait for them to actually clash. If he could catch his foe off guard at the point of collision, it would result in a major advantage for him. Reds now, you dare to take my Taofather Golem head-on with that little bit of power you have? Die! Sword Immortal Evergreen's voice rang out from within the Taofather Golem, echoing throughout the battlefield. Damn that Evergreen! It's Evergreen! The Xia Emperor and the others ground their teeth as they watched carefully. Break! The 7 planets Empyrean God flung its long spear forward with such incredible power that even the shaft of the long spear began to twist in mid-flight. The Taofather Golem immediately swept out with 2 of its front spider legs, blocking the oncoming spear. Boom! A terrifying shockwave blasted outwards, forcing the 7 planets Empyrean God backwards. Time began to twist and distort around it, allowing it to instantly retreat by several hundred kilometers, thus dodging the 4 retaliatory leg strikes of the pursuing Taofather Golem. Don't be so cocky. As the 7 planets Empyrean god retreated, Ji Ning advanced. "You're the one I really want to kill." Sword Immortal Evergreen's morale soared. He had been able to easily beat back even the 7 planets Empyrean god. Was he going to be worried about Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher? Yes, the perfect Heaven Punisher had an incredible aura. But how much power would Ji Ning actually control? Ning's Heaven Punisher ran forward on its bare feet, wielding a pair of enormous Ananda World Swords in its hands. Chop! An Ananda World Sword was raised high into the air in a stance reminiscent of Pangu splitting apart heaven and earth to establish the universe. It chopped straight downwards. This was a stance which Ning had created after he thoroughly mastered the Grand Tao of the sword, the 12th stance of the 3-foot sword. However, because he had been hiding his status as a pure Yang True Immortal in the past, he had never used this technique before. Now, it was finally time for him to unleash it. 3-foot sword, 12th stance, cleaving heaven and earth. With this stance, the entire 3-foot sword was finally perfected. These 12 stances covered the entirety of the Grand Tao of the sword, from the basics to full mastery of it. The reason why Ning had chosen such a mighty name, cleaving heaven and earth, was because he had been in an excellent mood and because his heart force had been at the dominating ruler stage. Fuck off. Sword Immortal Evergreen's Tao Father Golem laughed wickedly, once more using its 2 front spider legs to block with the intention of sending Ning flying back as well. Boom! The long sword slammed down upon the 2 spider legs. Don't take it head-on. Careful. Although this took time to describe, it actually all happened as fast as lightning. Just after the 7 planets Empyrean god retreated, Ji Ning's swords came chopping down. This greatly shocked Empyrean god Reds Now and the others. He knew that Ji Ning had to have seen the astonishing power of the Tao Father Golem from its clash against the 7 planets Empyrean god. How could Ji Ning be so foolish as to fight it head-on? Time to go D. What the hell? Just as Sword Immortal Evergreen's morale was soaring, he suddenly sensed a surge of inconceivable power pass into the golem from the long sword. The power of the blow was so great that even his Tao Father Golem felt somewhat unable to withstand it. It was powerful. Far too powerful. Boom! As Ning's barefoot Heaven Punisher leapt forward, its angry sword blow smote the Tao Father Golem down into the ground, causing the earth beneath it to cave in. What? The Tao Father Golem is actually weaker? This isn't possible. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. The Seamless Gates forces had been very confident in the power of the Tao Father Golem. Evergreen was able to fully unleash all of its power, after all. Although the perfect Heaven Punisher possessed an aura of tremendous might which was comparable to that of an actual true god or Tao Father. How much of that power could Ji Ning control? How could he possibly be able to suppress the Tao Father Golem? Impossible! Sword Immortal Evergreen was utterly enraged. He used all his power to push upwards while sending 2 more of his spider legs upwards to block Ning's longsword. For legs supporting it on the ground, for legs pressing upwards to defend. He was already using as much power as he could from the Tao Father Golem. You shall kneel before me. Ning's other longsword came slamming down as well. The same stance, cleaving heaven and earth. When staring at it, one could almost see Pangu within the primordial chaos, brandishing his great axe to chop downwards. Boom! The Tao Father Golem was using 4 of its spider legs to block, giving it only 4 other spider legs to stand on. In the face of this mountain of pressure that slammed down upon it, the 4 spider legs it was standing on went limp as it was pressed down onto its knee joints. Silence. The 2 armies had been charging towards each other, but had yet to actually join battle. Both instantly fell completely silent. The Crimson Bright Realms forces, the Seamless Gates forces. They all just stared in disbelief at this sight. The utterly indomitable Tao Father Golem had actually been suppressed in power by a Heaven Punisher. Those 2 swords had struck down as if they possessed the power to cleave apart heaven and earth. The Tao Father Golem was completely unable to endure their power, resulting it in being knocked into a kneeling crouch. How can this be? Just him by himself. Sword Immortal Evergreen's heart was filled with both rage and panic. How can I possibly be unable to overcome Ji Ning? I should be able to beat him and Reds now combined. How can I possibly be defeated by him alone? Sword Immortal Evergreen had already made many boasts before the Tao Father and his fellow immortals, and his victory was necessary and critical for the entire realm war to be won. If he was to lose, how could he face the Seamless Gate afterwards? He had already betrayed the Nuwa Alliance. He needed to have a firm footing within the Seamless Alliance now. This battle was incredibly important to him. You imbecile! Why are you competing with him in strength? Since he has incredible power, hurry up and use your speed and agility. Tao Father Ink Bamboo's mental voice carried urgency and panic within it as well. Quick, quick, quick. The two armies have already begun to fight against each other. You have to win. If you lose, our army will lose all of its morale and collapse. Yes, Tao Father. I was merely testing his strength. Just now. Sword Immortal Evergreen immediately responded. Swish, swish, swish. The Tao Father Spider Golem's thin legs began to move quickly, tearing apart the ground as it scuttled backwards like a streak of twisted light, retreating into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The armies of the Crimson Bright Realm and the Seamless Gate were quite fast as well. They had already begun to battle against each other. The soldiers of each side started to slaughter each other, and many immortals and fiendgods began to perish. The Seamless Gate had suffered catastrophic losses last time. Although the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater led their allies, they were still at a marked disadvantage. The skies themselves seemed to turn dark as chaotic whirlpools of natural energy could be seen everywhere. Ning's towering Heaven Punisher wielded two enormous Anunda World Swords as he bound forward on bare feet, chasing after the Tao Father Golem. Hurry up and get rid of that Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets Empyrean God. Tao Father Ink Bamboo sent frantically. Kill them as fast as you can. If you let them tie you down, we're going to lose. Yes, Tao Father. Sword Immortal Evergreen ground his teeth, madness visible within his eyes. He's very strong. I can't fight against him head-on, but my Tao Father Golem is incredible fast and agile. I refuse to believe you can overcome me. The Tao Father Spider Golem's enormous body was actually so nimble that it left behind a series of twisted streaks of light in the skies as it charged towards Ning. Clearly, Sword Immortal Evergreen wasn't willing to lose by Ning's hands. Die! 4 of the slender, knife-like spider legs of the Tao Father Golem pierced straight towards Ning's Heaven Punisher. Fuck off! Ning's Heaven Punisher lashed out with its right hand, and the Anunda World Sword within its right hand left behind a wave of light in the skies. It was like a waterfall of sword light, and with a thundering collision, the 4 attacking spider legs of the Tao Father Golem were completely blocked by this single sword stroke. Entangle! Ning's other sword lashed out as well, transforming into a stream of sword light of incredible speed and density. It struck down, pierced forward, slashed sideways. Sword light flowed past in so many different ways that it was as though a flood of sword light was entangling the Tao Father Golem. Whoosh! At this moment, snowflakes began to drift in from far away. The spear-wielding 7 planets Empyrean God had arrived as well, and as soon as it came, its long spear struck out like a swimming dragon against the Tao Father Golem. Boom! Bang! Crash! Consecutive assaults from Ning's Heaven Punisher and Red Snow's 7 planets Empyrean God landed upon the body of the Tao Father Golem. The Tao Father Golem was completely undamaged, but due to the repeated assaults from the 2 of them, it had been temporarily tied down. Damn! Damn! How is this happening? Sword Immortal Evergreen was truly growing frantic. Senior Reds now, leave this Tao Father Golem to me. Hurry up and help our army destroy the Seamless Gate's forces as fast as possible. Ning sent mentally. Ji Ning, are you sure you can handle it? Empyrean God Reds now sent mentally. I'm sure, Ning replied. All right. Empyrean God Reds now trusted Ning. He knew Ning very well, after all, and understood his temperament. In addition, it was true that while the Seamless Gate's forces were at a disadvantage on the battlefield, The Seamless Gate simply had far too many of those Empyrean god golems. Killing them was far more difficult than killing the other immortals and fiend gods and terror beasts. The counterattacks led by the Seamless Gate's three-eyed demon were also quite savage. If the fight continued like this, even if they ended up winning, they'd suffer heavy losses. Swoosh! The snow continued to fall as spacetime began to twist and distort. The seven planets Empyrean god, long spear in hand, moved at an absolutely incredible speed as he charged straight towards the army of the Seamless Gate. What? The seven planets Empyrean god is attacking. Not good. Stop him. Quick. We're in trouble now. The Seamless Gate's army instantly began to panic. They knew exactly how terrifying this seven planets Empyrean god was. During the last battle, the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater and multiple other Empyrean gods and true immortals had to join forces against it, but were still unable to defeat it. Taofather Ink Bamboo was watching from atop the distant city walls of the levitating Seamless City. His face instantly changed, and he roared mentally, "Evergreen! Quick! The seven planets Empyrean god has already left your region and is charging towards the main army. My army is completely unable to defend against it. The more time passes, the more of them will be slaughtered. The only person you are faced with is Jining. Hurry up and get rid of him, then go support the army. He's by himself. I have to be able to kill him." Sword Immortal Evergreen had gone completely berserk, but in truth, in his heart, he didn't feel any confidence. This was because the power which Jining had revealed was far greater than what he had expected. However, he also knew that for the sake of this entire battle, he had to kill Jining no matter what and quickly. The more this dragged on, the greater a massacre the seven planets Empyrean god would wreak upon the Seamless Gate's army. Per the original estimations of Sword Immortal Evergreen, Taofather Ink Bamboo, the God King, and the other major powers of the Seamless Gate, Jining's Heaven Punisher and Red Snow's seven planets Empyrean god would perhaps be able to just barely hold their own against the Taofather Golem. If the seven planets Empyrean god was to attack the army, then Jining would be quickly killed, allowing the Taofather Golem to then fight the seven planets Empyrean god by itself and kill it. Thus, per their original expectations, for the seven planets Empyrean god to abandon Jining and instead attack the main army would be absolutely wonderful. But though man proposes, heaven disposes. Yes, on the field of battle, the seven planets Empyrean god had chosen to attack the great army, and Jining's Heaven Punisher truly was facing the Taofather Golem by itself. But could the Taofather Golem kill it? Die, die, die. The titanic Taofather Spider Golem had transformed into a series of twisted light streaks, assaulting Ning's Heaven Punisher time and time again. Boom! Boom! Brandishing the two enormous Anunda World Swords in his hands. Ning's aura seemed equivalent to Xianxia's own aura. Evergreen's Taofather Golem was at a marked disadvantage, and Ning's sword arts were extremely well suited for defense. No matter how the Taofather Golem assaulted Ning, it wasn't able to wound Ning in the slightest. Excellent! Taofather Crimsonbright, watching from the walls of the Eight Dragons Cloud City, was instantly delighted. On the walls of the Seamless City, however, Taofather Ink Bamboo's face was ashen. They had lost. Once he saw the Taofather Golem go all out but still be unable to kill Jining, he knew that they had lost. In truth, if the seven planets Empyrean god and Jining's Heaven Punisher were able to block the Taofather Golem, then the Seamless Gate would lose, much less Jining being able to do it by himself. Since you can't kill him, forget about him. A deep, low voice boomed out within Sword Immortal Evergreen's mind. The God King, Sword Immortal Evergreen, was shocked. He understood that upon seeing that this war was about to be lost, the God King was no longer able to remain calm. The God King was now personally giving orders. Hurry up and charge towards the Crimsonbright Realm's army. If you attack them, you'll at least be able to buy some time for our army to retreat. The God King was suppressing his anger as he gave the orders. Attack with all your power. Do everything you can. The more immortals and fiend gods you can tie down, the more of our forces will be able to retreat safely. Yes, Sword Immortal Evergreen acknowledged the order. The enormous Dowfather Spider Golem turned and immediately began to leave, intending to charge towards the Crimson Bright Realm's army. You want to leave? Ning ran forward, his tremendous power granting him incredible speed. Perhaps his Heaven Punisher was a bit weaker in terms of agility, but in terms of running speed alone he wasn't slower than the Dowfather Golem at all. He was in control of 90% of the power of this perfect Heaven Punisher. In terms of strength, he was noticeably and significantly stronger than the Dowfather Golem. In terms of speed, he wasn't any weaker than the Dowfather Golem either. Whoosh! Ning took 8 giant steps forward, then launched a blow of swordlight towards the retreating Dowfather Golem. What? Sword Immortal Evergreen was absolutely shocked. He hurriedly shot forward like a streak of twisted light, seeking to dodge, but the massive Heaven Punisher, clad only in a fur loincloth, took yet another great leap forward. It caught up with just a step and once more launched a swordlight assault of incredible power. Ahaha! The Dowfather Golem has been completely tied down. Can't even slow down our army's assaults. Kill them! Kill them all! Dowfather Crimsonbright was absolutely beside himself with joy. Kill them all! The Xia Emperor and the others finally let loose all of the repressed anger they had felt. The Rain Dragons, the massive Pangu War formations, and the countless Heaven Punishers. They began a wild slaughter of the enemy forces. Some of the Empyrean god golems were suppressed so thoroughly that they were even sucked away into magic treasures. The 7 planets Empyrean god in particular. Its long spear was an absolute slaughterer. Slash, slash, slash. Fresh blood flew everywhere. Countless immortals and fiends perished. A massacre led by the 7 planets Empyrean god. It was an absolute massacre. The Seamless Gate's forces began to show signs of collapse. Nobody could stop the 7 planets Empyrean god. The only one that could, the Dowfather Golem, had been tied down by the inconceivably powerful perfect Heaven Punisher of Jining. How could this have happened? How? Sword Immortal Evergreen, the commander of the Dowfather Golem, was now completely dazed and stunned. He was supposed to become the most dazzling figure to take part in this final battle. But instead, this had turned into an unexpected nightmare. Right? A nightmare. This terrifying Heaven Punisher in front of him. It was merely a Heaven Punisher, merely a formation composed of some celestial immortals and loose immortals. How could it possibly be able to tie down his incomparably powerful Dowfather Golem, which had been created from incredibly precious materials? How can he be so powerful? The 3 realms hold several formations like the Heaven Punisher formation or the white-faced Flood Dragon formation. Why is it that the one Jining is commanding is so powerful? It should have been my chance to dominate the battlefield. My chance to massacre them. Sword Immortal Evergreen was truly panicking now. He couldn't even imagine how he was supposed to face the other members of the Seamless Gate. As for Ning, he remained completely focused on shutting down the Dowfather Golem, making it so that it was able to advance only at a very slow speed. There was no way he would be able to make it to the Crimson Bright Realm's forces. The Crimson Bright Realm's forces were thus able to utterly massacre their foes. Ji Ning, stay your hand. Stay your hand. The God King's voice rang out in Ning's mind. God King. Ning replied calmly. This is war. Boom. Ning launched yet another sword blow, once more forcing the Dowfather Spider Golem to its knees. Stay your hand immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me if I kill your Dow companion, Yu Wei. I'll let her truly perish. The God King went straight to threatening Ning. Ning's eyes remained as cold as ice. If you want to kill her, then kill her. The God King was instantly stunned. She's suffering endless torment within your infinity hells. If you kill her, it'll be a form of release for her. Ning's reply was very calm, but it filled the God King's heart with utter ice. Let us withdraw. The God King sent mentally to Dowfather Ink Bamboo. A straight withdrawal? Without the Dowfather Golem protecting them, their losses will be catastrophic. The majority will probably die. Weren't you going to use Yu Wei to threaten Jining? Was it useless? If he just stays his hand slightly, the Tao Father Golem will be able to escape and help guard our retreat. Tao Father Ink Bamboo sent back. If they were to begin a haphazard, unguarded retreat, there would be no one to protect them from the pursuing forces of the Seamless Gate. It would be an absolute massacre, and this time it would be even worse than last time. Last time, both forces were roughly equal in power, but the Seamless Gate still had suffered heavy losses. This time, the difference in power was significant. "There's nothing I can do," the God King sent mentally. "Withdraw. The sooner we withdraw, the more of our forces will survive." "Fine." Tao Father Ink Bamboo had an ugly look on his face. "Withdraw." Tao Father Ink Bamboos instantly rang out in the minds of every single commander of the Seamless Gate. "Withdraw. Withdraw right away." This had already been an unbearably miserable battle for them. In fact, parts of the Seamless Gate's army were already showing signs of collapse prior to this. Now, like floodwaters bursting through a dam, they began to collapse and flee. "It's finished." The 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater transformed into streaks of light, moving lightning fast as they fled. For the 3 of them at least, fleeing and staying alive was effortless. The Tao Father Golem isn't even guarding our retreat. The 3 of them were the fastest, and so they soon arrived within the Seamless City. They then turned to stare and sigh at the massacre occurring behind them. What a slaughter! I wonder how many will survive. The 3 dire monster gods could only stand there and watch from the walls of the Seamless City. They didn't dare to re-enter the fray again at all. They were able to escape due to how fast they were. But if they had been encircled and surrounded by layers of soldiers, they would end up dying as well. Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher is a bit excessively powerful. The 3 stared towards the distance. Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher wasn't weaker than Sword Immortal Evergreen's Tao Father Golem at all. It was able to completely tie the golem down. With Ji Ning tying down the Tao Father Golem, the 7 planets Empyrean God is now invincible on the battlefield. A massacre. A simple massacre. The 3 of them shook their heads. Even figures as hard-hearted as them felt an ache in their hearts as they watched. It was a miserable scene. No! Save me! Rescue me! The terrified army of the Seamless Gate fled frantically. But how many would actually escape? Some were killed as soon as they turned to flee. Some were surrounded and slaughtered shortly after running. As for the Empyrean God Golems, given how terrible the Seamless Gate's position was, some powerful figures joined forces to completely suppress them and seal them away into treasures. Flee, flee, flee. The Seamless Gate's forces were completely focused on fleeing. They kept on telling us how powerful that Tao Father Golem was, but a single Heaven Punisher was able to suppress it. They've doomed us all. That Sword Immortal Evergreen is a useless piece of garbage. Evergreen doomed us all. Ah! The slaughtered Empyrean gods and true immortals were filled with towering amounts of resentment. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity of power, even they were being slaughtered, with only a few managing to escape. Most were surrounded and killed. The Crimson Bright Realm's army was actively focusing on them, after all. The Celestial Realm, Mount Ling in the western regions. Lord Buddha sat upon his throne, gazing through the void and watching the battle within the Grand Xia. Victory! Lord Buddha revealed a smile. This Ji Ning truly is formidable, and Subhuti truly is incredible in teaching disciples. Amitba nodded as well. The rate at which this Ji Ning is improving isn't the slightest bit slower than the rate at which that monkey improved at. That monkey is different from him. The monkey was born from the 5-colored rainbow stone which Mother Nuwa used to repair the heavens. It absorbed and distilled the essence of heaven and earth, and so after taking on Subhuti as his master, he quickly became an Empyrean god. It is hard, however, for someone's natural disposition to be changed. We suppressed him and tempered him for many years before he slowly gained enlightenment. After going into seclusion for a long period of time, he finally managed to truly evolve and reach the true God level. Lord Buddha nodded. The primordial era had given birth to some awe-inspiringly famous monsters, such as Erlang Shin, also known as Xianxia, or Sun Wukong of Flower Fruit Mountain. Although they were born in the early primordial era rather than when the universe was first established, they still possessed astonishing levels of talent. After experiencing the destruction of the primordial era, quite a few had reached the true god or Tao Father level. But of course, the vast majority of those monstrous talents hadn't been able to make a breakthrough. There were only so many major powers within the three realms, after all. The Celestial Realm. The Tao Palace in the eastern regions. This Ji Ning, from the looks of it, his heart force has reached the fourth stage. Taoist three purities nodded in approval. Yes, if his heart force hadn't reached the fourth stage, there's no way his heaven punisher could be this powerful. He truly is formidable. His heart force has reached the fourth stage, and he's also learned a soul heart force technique. Amongst Empyrean gods and true immortals, Ji Ning truly is number one when it comes to commanding formations like the Heaven Punisher formation. The major powers seated below Taoist three purities all nodded as well. Prior to this, they might have believed that Ji Ning had only reached the third stage of heart force, but upon watching this battle, none of the major powers were fools. No matter how formidable a third stage heart force cultivator was, he wouldn't be this formidable. The fourth stage, however, with it, Ji Ning could already be considered one of the most supreme pure yang true immortals, even if he didn't have many other immortals supporting him in formation. He was comparable to the other supreme divine archers in strength. With the other immortals supporting him, and with his soul heart force technique, he definitely had the power of a Tao Father or a true god. The primordial chaos. Outside a thatched cottage. Shenong and Patriarch Subhoodie were also watching the battle for the Grand Xia through the void. Subhoodie, you've produced an excellent disciple. Our side has gained yet another formidable general. Shenong laughed while praising Subhoodie. A teacher can show the way, but cultivation relies on one's self. It can only be said that I helped to guide him to his current accomplishments. But for him to reach the fourth stage of heart force in such a short period of time, I truly did not expect this. I always thought that his talent in sword arts was superior to his talent in heart force, Subhoodie said. That's why I was actually hoping that he would spend more of his time and efforts on the sword. After all, when sword force is trained to a sufficiently high level, it is no weaker than heart force. All that can be said is that this disciple of yours has tremendous potential in both sword force and heart force, Shenong said with a laugh. As the many major powers of the Nuwa Alliance were all celebrating their side having gained yet another powerful general, the Seamless Alliance's major powers were filled with frustration and resentment. They had lost this realm war. In addition, the Nuwa Alliance had gained a valiant general in the form of Ji Ning. Ji Ning, all by himself, was probably an even greater threat than the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. Most likely, only the truly supreme Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate, the ones who were protecting the Seamless Gate's most important worlds within the three realms, would be a match for him. Empyrean gods or true immortals who were absolutely superior to Ji Ning. There were none. But of course, there had been some in the past. The most powerful Empyrean god in history, Hoi one-on-one, at the Empyrean god level, he had slain a Tao Father. The current Ji Ning, even while leading 1,000,000 immortals, would find it difficult to survive a battle against an actual true god or Tao Father. Thus, he was still far from having reached the level of the legendary Hoi. However, in the current three realms, no monster like Hoi existed. They actually lost. Even with a Tao Father golem, they actually lost. The all-fiend world. Celestial immortal Black Heaven was watching the battle for the Grand Xia be displayed within a mirror in front of him. My Tao Father golem wasn't able to defeat Ji Ning? He's only trained for 100 years or so. Celestial immortal Black Heaven was enraged. Imbecile. Idiot. Garbage. He gritted his teeth. That sword immortal evergreen. He's a useless piece of garbage. Although he's skilled in sword arts, he's only reached the second stage of sword force. If he had reached the fourth stage of sword force, how could he fail to kill Ji Ning? Ji Ning's only trained for a few years, but he's actually reached the 4th stage of heart force. What should I do? What can I do? Black Heaven was filled with frustration as he suddenly realized killing Jining would be far more difficult than he had anticipated. No matter what, I can't let Sword Immortal Evergreen take control over my Tao Father Golem again. He's just a useless piece of garbage. The enraged celestial immortal Black Heaven took out all his frustrations upon Sword Immortal Evergreen. Oh! The Tao Father Golem continued to focus on fleeing. Although Ning continuously moved to stop it, resulting in it moving a bit slower, in the end it was still able to escape into the Seamless City. This Tao Father Golem was truly unbreakable after all. There was no way for Ning to damage it at all. Victory! 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 Earth-shaking cries of victory echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Countless immortals and fiend gods were roaring together, and an endless flood of immortal blood had bathed the land, staining it an indelible red. The towering figures of the Ning's Heaven Punisher stood alongside the 7 planets Empyrean God. Together, they stared towards the distant, dark, Seamless City. It's over, the 7 planets Empyrean God sent mentally. The Seamless Gate's losses were catastrophic. Less than 20% managed to escape. This realm war has truly ended. Yes, Ning's Heaven Punisher nodded. Ji Ning, given your current breakthrough in power, you should be able to attempt the Empyrean Tribulation, I imagine? The 7 planets Empyrean God sent towards Ning. Yes, once the realm war ends, I shall prepare for my Empyrean Tribulation. Ji Ning sent back. His original plan had been to wait until his soul heart force technique had been perfected before attempting the tribulation, as that would give him a better chance. However, things never happened quite according to plan. His heart force had advanced from the 3rd level to the 4th level. This was a qualitative change. The stronger his heart force, the greater his chances were of overcoming the demon heart tribulation of the Empyrean Tribulation. By this point, there was no point in delaying any further. If my guess is correct, you haven't merely become a pure Yang true immortal. You made a breakthrough in heart force as well, the 7 planets God sent. Yes, Ning admitted to it. When he unleashed his full power and tied down a Tao Father Golem with just his Heaven Punisher, he knew that any of the truly experienced experts of the 3 realms would most likely be able to guess at what had happened. For the sake of achieving victory in the realm war, and for the sake of wiping out as much of the Seamless Gate's forces as he could, Ning didn't mind revealing his true power. The only thing that mattered was making sure that the outcome of his reveal was worth it. And now, this was an outcome that was completely worth it. So many of the Seamless Gate have died. The 7 planets God stood next to him, staring at the rivers of immortal and fiend god blood that stained the vast wilderness. Countless corpses and magic treasures littered the ground. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Not enough, Ning replied calmly. He watched as the armies of the Crimson Bright Realm tidied up the battlefield, collecting the many spoils of war. When their foes had fled, the Crimson Bright Realm's forces had naturally been completely focused on pursuing them, hoping to make their victory even more overwhelming. They hadn't had a chance to pick up the magic treasures that had been left behind by the slaughtered immortals. Withdraw! After a long period of time, Tao Father Crimson Bright's voice rang out, echoing throughout the battlefield. Ah ha ha ha! Time to go back. Let's go back. That was excellent. Filled with laughter and joy, the forces of the Crimson Bright Realm rejoiced as the entire army escorted Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets God back to the 8 Dragons Cloud City. While the Crimson Bright Realm's forces were jubilant, the Seamless City was filled with a deathly silence. The aura here was both heavy and incredibly oppressive. Too many of them had died. Alas! This really was. All 3 of the dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater were perfectly fine, but 4 of the 6 dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian had been slain. As for the 9 cloud mist fairies, only the youngest 9th fairy had survived. The other 8 had all died. Even true immortal White Pole, Empyrean God 3 Sons, Empyrean God Beastleave, the cave master of the Myriad Demons Cave, and the hall master of Bloodcloud Hall had perished on the battlefield. Only Gate Master Azure Fox, who was skilled in escape techniques, had been lucky enough to survive. Including Sword Immortal Evergreen, the total number of surviving Empyrean gods and true immortals on their side was merely 11. Disastrous. Disastrous. The few lucky survivors felt only two emotions: joy for having survived, and grief for their losses. The main hall of the Seamless City. The surviving Empyrean gods and true immortals were all gathered here. All of them were silent. Dowfather Ink Bamboo stared downwards towards them. His gaze lingered on Sword Immortal Evergreen for a moment, a cold light flashing through his eyes, before he said in a calm voice, "We have lost this realm war." The mood of the room became even heavier than before. However, there are always victories and defeats in war. There have been multiple previous realm wars. We've won some of them, and we've also completely shattered their forces and massacred them. Dowfather Ink Bamboo continued calmly. This was merely one war in one of the many areas of the three realms. Since you all survived, you all have your own special abilities. In the future, our Seamless Gate shall continue to battle against the Nuwa Alliance. We'll need you to continue to go to war for us. Yes, Sword Immortal Evergreen was the first to assent to this, and he did so hurriedly. The other Empyrean gods and true immortals assented as well. And as they did, they couldn't help but glance sideways in a disdainful manner towards him. Evergreen. Dowfather Ink Bamboo looked towards Sword Immortal Evergreen. He said coldly, "This time, you have truly disappointed me. Forget about defeating both Jining and Reds now. Jining by himself was enough to stun you." Sweat appeared on Sword Immortal Evergreen's forehead. He understood that their losses in this realm war had been utterly catastrophic. He naturally had to shoulder blame for it. He immediately fell to his knees, then said respectfully, "Evergreen disappointed you, Dowfather. Jining's power truly was far beyond my expectations, which is why I ended up in such dire straits. Don't worry, Dowfather. Evergreen shall definitely work hard to gain further insights and grow in strength, so as to be able to better unleash the power of the Dowfather Golem. Next time, I shall definitely slay Jining." "No need." Dowfather Ink Bamboo shook his head. "The major powers have already issued an order. You are no longer required to control the Dowfather Golem." Sword Immortal Evergreen's face instantly turned white. His control over the Dowfather Golem gave him a status which was slightly higher than that of even the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. Without it, he was much weaker than them. In addition, if he had the Dowfather Golem with him throughout this great storm, his chances of survival would be thousands of times greater. After all, unless a Dowfather personally intervened, it was almost impossible to kill him when he was hiding within the Dowfather Golem. Thus, Sword Immortal Evergreen cared tremendously about this Dowfather Golem. Ever since he had been assigned it, he had made up his mind to keep perpetual control over it. Sword Immortal Evergreen was unwilling to just give up. He said frantically, "Dowfather, I simply didn't have enough time. If you give me some more time, I'll definitely be able to unleash more power from the dash." "Enough!" Dowfather Ink Bamboo snapped. Sword Immortal Evergreen shut his eyes. He respectfully kowtowed, pressing his forehead down to the ground and saying nothing else. "Quietly focus on your training and your meditations. The God King and I both view you with great favor. If you can become a Dowfather, you shall command far more power than you would with the Dowfather Golem." Dowfather Ink Bamboo said. "Understood," Sword Immortal Evergreen said respectfully. Dowfather Ink Bamboo nodded, then turned to look towards the three dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. In a noticeably more pleasant manner, he said, "Sky Swallower, the three of you should make the arrangements for this Seamless City to leave the Grand Xia and return to the Fifth World." "Understood," the three dire monster gods said respectfully. Sword Immortal Evergreen, seeing this, couldn't help but secretly feel regret and hatred. In the midst of a great tribulation like this, the more powerful one was, the higher one's status would be. Even the Dowfathers were not immune to this. It's all due to that damnable Ji Ning. If it hadn't been for him, I would have slaughtered that 7 planets god, then led the army of the Seamless Gate in eradicating the army of the Crimson Bright Realm. Sword Immortal Evergreen's heart was filled with endless hatred. Just wait. Evergreen will definitely train to become even more powerful, until the day comes when I kill you. And you 3 of Mount Dragon Eater, I'll make you all kneel down to lick at my feet. Dao Father Ink Bamboo? You are nothing more than an extremely ordinary Dao Father. Once I become a Dao Father, even you shall have to bow your head before me. Evergreen had extremely great ambitions. He was completely different from Yu Wei. Yu Wei and many others had become loyal followers of the God King long ago, then had been seated across the various major worlds of the 3 realms in an unorganized manner. They were allowed to develop without interference, and so the Nuwa Alliance had naturally found it very hard to identify them. Evergreen, however, had long ago become the disciple of Dao Father Crimsonbright. He truly did belong to the Nuwa Alliance. However, despite his painstaking efforts at training, he found it difficult to advance any further. Dao Father Crimsonbright's abilities as a teacher were comparatively limited, but Evergreen truly desired to grow more powerful, and this desire caused him to become seduced by the Seamless Gate. The God King was the sole disciple of the most powerful member of the Seamless Gate, their king. The king, even after having become merged into the heavenly Daos, had continued to teach the God King. Naturally, his tutelage was extraordinary. The God King had used the exact same method to teach his own disciples as well, and so he was quite formidable in this regard. Evergreen had been seduced by him. The God King had transmitted some formidable techniques to him in the dream world, and had even personally expounded on the Tao to him. But of course, Evergreen had to pay a price as well. The price was to leave the Nuwa Alliance and join the Seamless Gate. Nuwa Alliance? Who gives a damn about alliances? My personal power is what really matters. Evergreen hadn't even hesitated before immediately joining the God King. His focus on the Tao truly was quite frenzied. Even Dao Father Crimsonbright had noticed how single-minded he was in pursuing the Tao. Dao Father Crimsonbright had even believed that Evergreen was his subordinate with the highest chance of becoming a Dao Father. But what Crimsonbright didn't understand was that Evergreen's ambitions were simply too wild and untamed. He had an almost fanatical, demon-like obsession towards advancing in the Tao, and it was this obsession which led to him joining the Seamless Gate. As far as Evergreen was concerned, neither the Nuwa Alliance nor the Seamless Gate mattered. He himself was the only person that mattered. His heart was filled with an extremely strong desire that one day he would become like Mother Nuwa, the most powerful figure of the 3 realms. By then, the Nuwa Alliance and the Seamless Gate will be like nothing more than dogs hit before me. I, and I alone, shall reign supreme. However, Sword Immortal Evergreen kept his great ambitions hidden within his heart because they were simply too wild. Still, he continued to pursue them, never questioning or abandoning them. An enormous rift appeared within the skies, and the now miniaturized Seamless City flew straight into the giant rift, disappearing from the world. They left. Ning was alone atop the walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Turning his head, he looked towards the lively Crimsonbright camps. Because of their great victory, the tens of millions of immortals and fiendgods within the city were all celebrating. Ji Ning, a figure, walked towards him from afar. It was the black-robed Xia Emperor. Imperial Majesty, Ning replied. You can just call me Shimong, the Xia Emperor said with a smile. In terms of status and influence, you aren't much lower than me. I might be thick-skinned enough to accept you addressing me as Imperial Majesty, but the other Empyrean gods and true immortals will undoubtedly curse me as being shameless. Ning nodded gently. Everyone is very happy. The war is over. They've survived, and they've killed countless immortals and fiendgods of the Seamless Gate. You should go celebrate with them, the Xia Emperor said. No need. Ning gently shook his head. The Xia Emperor didn't try to persuade him. He could sense that ever since Yu Wei's betrayal, Ji Ning's temperament and personality had changed. The Xia Emperor understood that her betrayal truly had been a huge blow to Ji Ning, right? With the realm war over, the soldiers shall begin to return to their respective major worlds. The immortals of our Grand Xia shall return with me to the imperial capital, the Xia Emperor said. All of our immortals and Fiendgods shall remain in the imperial capital. That way, they can easily join together to fight against the Seamless Gate as needed. I imagine that after Azure Fox's Seamless Gate suffered such heavy losses, they probably won't be able to infiltrate us that easily again. What about you? Come to the imperial capital with us, the Xia Emperor said. Of course he wanted Ji Ning to be in the imperial capital. The Seven Planets God moved in lockstep with Ji Ning, which meant that Ji Ning represented a combat force consisting of a perfect heaven punisher and the Seven Planets God. This was equivalent to nearly half the total combat power of the entire Crimson Bright realm. No, I need to undergo my Empyrean tribulation. Ning shook his head. Other places are not going to be safe. The Seamless Gate will undoubtedly attempt to disrupt my tribulation, no matter where I go. The only place for me is my master's place. Undergo the Empyrean tribulation? The Xia Emperor laughed and said, "Haha. Yes, it is indeed time for it." The Xia Emperor was in quite the celebratory mood. He felt quite fortunate that he had chosen to treat Ji Ning so kindly all this time, especially in the dispute between him and the Young Flame clan. He had stood by Ji Ning's side the entire time, and had even personally intervened to rescue Ji Ning. These were all debts of gratitude that Ji Ning owed him. They were in the midst of a deadly storm. If he was to ask Ji Ning to help at a critical moment, how could Ji Ning possibly just watch with hands folded behind his back? Ji Ning, in this war you, Reds now, and the rest of the Seven have rendered tremendous military merits, and we killed countless members of the Seamless Gate at the end when they fled. Dao Father Crimson Bright was giving a personal audience to Ji Ning, Reds now, and the rest of the Seven Empyrean Gods. He urged them, "We've acquired so many treasures, and you deserve them. Why don't you want them?" Ning shook his head. "I don't need them." He truly didn't need them. He had already acquired enough from this war, and after he became the true master of the star-seizing manor, he really wouldn't care about such a petty amount of treasures. "Haha. I know that you are going to undergo your Empyrean tribulation soon," Dao Father Crimson Bright said with a laugh. "After you become an Empyrean God, you'll be able to train the 8-9 arcane art to the 9th cycle. I imagine you'll need quite a few Dao Father level immortal pills. Forget about the treasures, then. I guarantee that I'll cover all of the pills you'll need to train to the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. However, I'll need a bit of time to prepare it all. After you complete your Empyrean tribulation, I'll send them over." But Ning was stunned. This was a tremendous gift. Although they had gained many treasures from this war, the value of all of them combined probably still wouldn't be enough for him to train to the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. "Just accept it, disciple. You've helped out Crimson Bright quite a bit this time. You can accept it with a calm mind." An old man with a white beard suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Master!" Upon seeing him, Ning immediately called out to him respectfully. "Even your master agrees. Just accept this small gift of mine." Dao Father Crimson Bright did indeed feel grateful towards Ji Ning. He had also learned from Subhuti that Ji Ning was the successor to Taoist Threliv's legacy, and that the 7 Empyrean Gods would follow Ji Ning. If it hadn't been for Ji Ning and the 7 of them, he would have lost this war long ago. If he lost the war, his losses would be catastrophic and agonizing. Compared to that, although some great firmament immortal pills were precious and rare, as a true god who had been born from the primordial chaos itself, he was still capable of giving them to Ning. "All right." Ning no longer refused. "You've finished your arrangements, I imagine." Subhuti looked towards Ning. "If you have, then come back with me to Mount Innerheart and prepare for the Empyrean tribulation." "I've made all my arrangements. I can leave at any moment," Ning said respectfully. He had already bid farewell to his master, Immortal Xianxia, and had also bid farewell to his dear friends such as Unity and All Beasts. Immortal Xianxia, Unity, All Beasts, Wacko. They cared deeply about Ji Ning and didn't want him to leave, but they understood that the safest place for his tribulation would be Mount Innerheart. That was a place which even other Tao fathers would find difficult to enter. Ning didn't have the authority to invite Unity and the others to Mount Innerheart. His only choice was to bid them farewell. Immortal Dianzai and the others all followed the Xia Emperor back to the imperial capital, where they would be stationed. It wouldn't be too hard to meet with them in the future. Since you've completed your preparations, let us go. Crimson Bright, hurry up and prepare those great firmament immortal pills. Once you've collected them, just let me know and I'll come pick them up. As Subhoodie spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A dark gray spatial whirlpool suddenly appeared within the palace. Subhoodie led Ji Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods straight into the spatial whirlpool. It seems he is about to undergo the Empyrean tribulation right away. I need to start gathering the pills right away as well. Tao Father Crimson Bright hurriedly began to stroke his beard as he pondered this issue. Since he'd already boasted that he would cover all the pills, he had to be able to back it up. I need to pay a visit to Taoist 3 Purities. He has the most immortal pills. I'll go trade some treasures for them. Tao Father Crimson Bright continued to stroke his beard. He was in an utterly delightful mood. This realm war, he had won it.